How's it going? And welcome to the coverage archive for Hooglandia Historic Open featuring Jumpstart Historic Horizons that just released this week. As always, I'd like to give a shout out to all of our wonderful competitors that not only played lots of matches today, but also shared their screen for us to provide coverage for this event. Shout out to Cool Stuff Inc. for sponsoring this tournament to provide prizes for us. And thank you to Amy the Amazonian, as well as my wife and my buddy Mike doing production, that this event would not be possible without all of them as well. If you look in the video description down below, you're going to see timestamps along with matchups linked for every round of the video. So feel free to jump around and find just the matchups that you care about. There's also a link to the coverage page up on mtgmelee.com where you can find all of the deck lists that played in this tournament. And keep an eye out for our next open, which will be standard right after rotation on September 19th. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoy. And we've sorted our direct challenge issues, and we are heading down on into our first feature of the day here. So let's go ahead and
We've got Yeomans versus Thopters.
Get our game screens centered up here a little bit.
And I'm a big fan of the choice here of avatars. We have the Saheeli Rai versus Dina.
All right, and we've got to see the Abzan Lark combo here on the left for Yeoman.
I see a little bit of life gain, a little bit of life drain, putting +1/+1 counters and getting yourself some tokens. And then on top, you see a brand new card, Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's a sick one. Love to see this card get added to Arena. It's great for red spells, good for wizards and shamans, everything alike because it surveils on the cast of non-creature spells. So if you want to fill up your graveyard for somebody like, oh, I don't know, Kroxa, who we see in hand, she does the work. She also becomes a 1-mana 3/3 flyer that attacks every turn with Delirium.
I see Kroxa coming down very quickly here for our Jund player up top, looking a little bit more like a red-black deck to start, though.
Yeah, I see no green here. And looking at the deck list, the green is for Klothys. We know that Graveyard Hate is going to be necessary in a lot of matchups today. And Klothys is Gain, Drain, Ramp, and Graveyard Hate. She does it all. She's also sometimes like a 4/5 beater, but less important.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Klothys is a card that we see our Jund player obviously acknowledging is powerful enough to splash for. And not only is it like main deckable Graveyard Hate, but it's also an excellent card that just kind of sits there and does like a Sulfuric Vortex impersonation against control decks, just constantly draining them out every single turn as a threat that's very difficult to answer because it sits there and indestructible. One of the questions on my mind, we see both Dragon's Rage Chandler and Unholy Heat in hand for our Jund player is we're used to players getting to leverage these cards inside of Modern, where both fetch lands and artifacts like Mishra's Bauble make hitting that Delirium very trivial. And that Delirium mechanic meaning you need 4 different card types in your graveyard, and that's much more difficult inside of the Historic format where the best fetch we have is a Fabled Passage.
We're also going to have the unusual situation where these cards might get Delirium and then lose it. We might see the Dragon's Rage Channelers become delirious, and then Kroxa exile the graveyard, and suddenly she's back to a 1/1.
Yeah, little bit of anti-synergy / tension there between the Delirium and Kroxa in the same shell.
And I am a big fan of this. So Seasoned Pyromancer is a really cool card because it enters the battlefield. You discard up to 2 because if you don't have 2, you only discard 1, and then you draw 2. You get a couple of little happy friends, by which I mean elemental tokens. But with a land discarded, no elementals are going to be made. And we see, ooh, is that a Bonecrusher Giant and Village Rites?
That is an Inquisition of Kozilek.
Inquisition of Kozilek. Yeah. I do not recognize all the Japanese arts yet. I have unfortunately not unlocked them all for myself.
We get a little bit of that paper commentary experience here with these Japanese alt art, so you got to guess which one it is quite when you can't read it.
I know how that goes.
We saw a very heads-up play from Yeoman there, using the Davriel's Withering in response to that Seasoned Pyromancer, playing around the ability for a red-black player to gain Delirium there. They were rewarded for doing so.
Yeah, so now there is a forever gone Dragon's Rage Channeler, but Kroxa has enough fuel with that in the graveyard to escape, and now there is a 6/6 on the battlefield. Discard is happening. A land being discarded means 3 damage is dealt.
And we see the Inquisition of Kozilek kind of letting us know what's up. Obviously, if you're experienced in Historic, Collected Company's probably lurking when the green deck passes with 4 mana available. So I'd be surprised. Yeah, we see the Seasoned Pyromancer just stay home rather than potentially running into a threat.
And we also saw something fun about Yeoman 5's deck here. That Davriel's Withering was used as removal. It does not need to build into the combo. It works against your opponent just as well as it works for you.
And this is, we see kind of the tutor for my tutor in a way, with Collected Company coming down and grabbing Fauna Shaman, which can now convert other weaker cards into stronger creatures for Yeoman down the line here.
And we got that Coco.
Brassy Lieutenant, is that protection from multicolored?
Mm-hmm. It is vigilant, which means Kroxa can't block it, and it can just kind of sit there in front of Kroxa and not die. 3 damage still dealt because there's no cards being discarded, but what a great blocker.
Yeah, that one, and not only that, but it also generates a little bit of value here, as it can generate extra 2/2 should they kill the threat that you want to kill, like the Fauna Shaman.
And we're seeing the Cruel Celebrant stepped on. Ooh, the Stomp.
Yeah, honestly, pulling the Fauna Shaman utility out of Bone Crusher range is also a pretty huge leg up as well.
And there is Vesper Lark taking a peek at the graveyard because it might be good just to evoke it.
So you got a decision to make here. Do we want to get something back out of the bin with Vespelark? Do we want to discard it to tutor up another threat? What's the best way to approach this board state here? And we'll have to see what Yeoman arrives at. They almost assuredly have more experience tutoring with their Abzan toolbox decks than we do here in the booth. So I would defer to their expertise.
It is one of those things where with Fauna Shaman and only 1 green source, if you want to tutor up a card that costs a green, you'll unfortunately be cut off from it.
Yep, and with that Kroxa in play, while the Lieutenant is able to block the Kroxa for free, you will discard your card still. Oh, there is a lot of great choices here. So we saw the...
But you saw the Yawgmoth, right? Like the quick scroll, and I'm just like, ooh, hello, Yawgmoth. Oh,
yep.
And this is a good way to add into the hand using the Ranger Captor of Eos.
Yep, so get that kind of value train going where you tutor for another tutor. That came from an original tutor, so a lot of chaining things here together to build a reasonable board state.
Taking a look at Yeoman's list right now, a lot of one-ofs in this deck, including the very spicy Good Fortune Unicorn. Oh yeah, if you thought Grumgully was cool, then you're missing out on Good Fortune Unicorns.
Good Fortune, I don't know that one. This is
it's a part of Emil's very powerful unicorn tribal.
Whenever another creature enters battlefield near your control, put a 1/1 counter on that creature. Oh!
And it works very nicely with a certain little knight that just got killed.
It does. Is there the Persist Goblin, the 2/2 in this deck?
There is the Vesper Lark, which behaves similarly, and I think on the sideboard there might be a one of. I am double checking.
Take a peek. And keep in mind, too, for those of you watching at home, deck lists are public for this tournament. I'm going to drop that tournament link in chat for folks. You can see all of the deck lists that players will be playing all day today up there. You'll be able to see stats on the tournament as it progresses. We'll be pulling some of those up as we get into deeper rounds here as well.
Surprisingly enough, the loop with the Persist Goblin does not appear to be present, at least in the main board. No, not in that deck.
So we saw the Baleful Mastery get rid of our protection from multicolored creature here. I wonder if we'll finally see the Skyclave Apparition pop up to deal with... Okay, going with Yawgmoth here. So very powerful effect here. Lets you kind of start drawing a good amount of cards to kind of get out from under the card disadvantage that Kroxa has put you in by making you discard a little bit.
Imagine having cards in hand. Now, this 3 is seriously adding up very quickly.
Honestly, I wonder if we could see just a single block here. And unfortunately for Yeoman in this position is that there's another Kroxa lurking in hand for Mr. Thopter here, which is going to get to go ahead and come into play and take this away. And now,
with a land, like, you have to get another card in hand. And every time you activate Yawgmoth, you're sacrificing a creature and you're losing 1 life. So you can't just keep doing this.
Yep. So I imagine we'll see Selfless Savior sacrifice here to put another minus counter on that Bone Crusher Giant. But then, you also have to draw a spell, right? And then you have to discard that spell, so suddenly you just have lands in hand again.
Oof.
Oh, man.
Desperation here, and we are seeing going straight for the Bone Crusher Giant, not setting up for a proliferate. No, setting up for the proliferate indeed. And it's 3 lands. There's no way around it. Croxa for the kill.
Yeah, that makes me wonder if we saw them fish up the Ranger Captain and then eventually the Yawgmoth. It makes me wonder if perhaps we should have been a little bit more conservative on Yeoman's side and fished up one of those 3 Skyclave apparitions to deal with the Croxa to start, perhaps.
Permanent exile. Very, very powerful against the Elder Titans.
We see our Jund player, yeah, and they are actually just black-red splashing for Klothys. This is the only green card in the 75. And we see, these the plethora of dual lands that we have in that format, making the small splash very easy to enable.
And we are seeing a very nice combination of different duels here. And I actually see in Yeoman's deck, in Mr. Thopter's deck, some of the new man lands from AFR. I see the Den of the Bugbear there with its pretty alternate art, and I think that might be
the
Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Yeah, so you've got a menacing eye and a goblin swarm.
Yeah, I honestly, for a long time, I was looking forward to the new Zendikar creature lands coming into the format because they were the best ones that we had at the time that were most recent. But I really love the design of the Hive of the Eye Tyrant and Bugbear as far as these single color creature lands that always come into play untapped early, especially in these non-rotating formats like this, where we often see really low curves, lands coming into play untapped on 1 and 2, mean that you're going to play most of your spells out early.
It's a shame they come in tapped later, but they still get work done. I do like this, though, because it's also a great way to save headaches from players who think that they can animate these cards and attack with them on the turn they come in. So if you're new to creature lands, they do not have haste. You can tap a land on the turn it comes in for mana, but once you turn it into a creature, it has summoning sickness, and you can't attack with it. And I feel like they actually made a really smart design choice in having it come in tapped if it's later in the game, during the times that you would animate it, so you wouldn't be like, oh, nice, I got lethal, I got this card, I'm going to play it, I'm going to animate. Oh, wait a minute. I can't attack with it. It's got summoning sickness.
Something interesting we see here from sideboarding on Yeoman's side is it looks like they trimmed most of their non-collected company hits in the deck other than Yawgmoth and trying to maximize the card advantage value that can be generated from their collected companies. Honestly, one of their best cards in these grindy fair mid-range matchups.
All right, so we've got a double Cocoa hand, but with no green mana, but that pair of Skyclave apparitions is tempting. And the many, many Bone Crushers. My goodness.
Eldraine card's going to do Eldraine things. You look at this hand for Mr. Thopter, and it's like, well, it's a 5-lander, but really it's a 5-land 4 spell hand, right? Okay, mulligans on both sides pretty quickly, and both players rewarded with pretty good 6s here. And honestly, thinking about how Mr. Thopter's deck is constructed, with these 4 copies of Seasoned Pyromancer, you really don't get punished for mulliganing low as you would in a more traditional mid-range style deck, because that Seasoned Pyromancer gets to draw cards even if your hand is empty. So it's just these 4 main deck divinations stapled onto 2/2s that get you value as the game goes along. We're going to see a touch of awkwardness for Yeoman from these pathways in their mana base. Going to have to choose between getting green or getting the second black-white, going to unfortunately cut themselves off of this Cruel Celebrant here.
Oh, unless there's a magical top deck of a Concealed Courtyard. The Cruel Celebrant happily coming down on turn 2 with a Withering in hand. I mean, all he needs is a Vesper Lark.
So we see a Davriel's Withering picked up here for Mr. Thopter. And again, kind of showing off what Amy was talking about last game with the combo deck, where Davriel's Withering is just a very reasonable removal spell in this format. Not only is it a cheap, efficient removal spell at just 1 mana, but the perpetually aspect of it means it's fantastic against recurring threats that exist, such as Arclight Phoenix in this format.
Yeah, making an Arclight Phoenix forever a 1/0 is pretty cruel.
2/0.
Or 2/0, right.
Still equally dead.
Still very, it comes into the battlefield, it gives a little shriek, and then it dies.
And now on Yeoman's side here, this is one of the things I'm interested to see if their deck can persevere and power through is these Cruel Celebrants and Blood Artists are necessary for your Lark combo to drain your opponent out when you get the loop here, but you kind of see in a game like this where their individual power level when you're not ready to combo is definitely a little bit on the low side, just these 2-mana 1/2s and 0/1s.
And there is now the 1-drop Fetcher, the Ranger Captain of Eos. Also, a 3/3, able to trade with the Bone Crusher Giant. That is very convenient. But there is a looming extinction event, which Cruel Celebrant and Blood Artist, being very even, do not like.
Yep, an extinction event notably exiles everything. So if this were to come down and name evens, we wouldn't even get those dice triggers on those 2 cards that would drain them out. We saw the very long tank from Yeoman there before they decided how they wanted to play their pathway out. And honestly, I can't express how much I love the design on these pathways. They're just such excellent fixing that's even good in aggressive decks, but they really reward you for thinking through and knowing what's in your deck in terms of how you sequence them.
Yeah, you need to set up for your future mana very well with these because they still behave as single mana sources once they're on the board. Now Extinction Event, unfortunately, going to take out those 2 drain pieces.
And now we'll kind of see here, where does our red-black player think that they're at here? If they think they're the beatdown from this position, they're going to attack, and they do. I think I like this, especially with the Seasoned Pyromancer threatening to make your board a little bit wide and generate some card advantage. I think you can be the beatdowns here.
And knowing that your opponent is playing Kroxa, there's always going to be some consideration for holding extra cards in hand to get around discard. But looks like we're going to be seeing playing just into being the beatdown himself. So Yeoman 5 now swinging in for 3, taking out the Bone Crusher. And now, Seasoned Pyromancer, Kroxa. We got the works over here.
Yep, that Davriel's Withering working towards getting the hand filled up here. And just going to have a really elegant curve from the Jund side of the board. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I guess the Pyromancer lets us fill the graveyard up and then probably escape the Kroxa next turn.
Yeah, just throw the Kroxa in there. You don't need it entering the battlefield right now.
Oh, man, and we peeled Fatal Push with the Fabled Passage here. So assuming there's a 3rd swamp to fetch up here, we could kill that Ranger Captain right now.
Goodbye, Ranger Captain of Eos. Always important to have a couple of nice basic lands, and when you're mostly a 2-color deck, it's pretty easy to get those set up. So, Fatal Push, there it goes.
All right, yeah, and at this point, if you're Yeoman, you're hoping to find your bigger card advantage spells, Collected Company. Obviously the best draw in your deck at this point. And, you have the Davriel's Withering to kill the Seasoned Pyromancer. But remember, Seasoned Pyromancer is just like one of those 2019, 2020 designs that just, there's so much text on it. And one of the things that it does is, even if we take this off the board, it eventually basically flashes back to make some more friends.
Yeah, you get 2 more elementals. How cute. And that's also an instant speed ability, the From Graveyard Exile, which can make sudden blockers that can end the game. Also get around board wipes and nasty things like Teferi.
Yep, yeah, especially in the control matchup. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria goes to just 1 loyalty after it ticks down, so being able to pop those up and make some tokens in there is often key. All right, you see that land going away, still causing that 3 life loss. A little bit of that anti-synergy in action here with Dragon Rage Chandler no longer being delirious. We see our red-black player respecting the possibility of Collected Company there.
And Yeoman with the Flood, top decking another land here and facing down what looks to be potentially lethal. Discarding a land to Kroxa really doesn't help. Davriel's Withering can take out one of these threats, or it can be discarded. Either way, it's only preventing 2 or 3 damage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there was no company this turn, so if our red-black player respects it again next turn. There's Yeoman with the good game there, kind of acknowledging that we've flooded out a little bit, unfortunately. So
Mr. Thopter taking it 2-0 in the first round.
Yeah, so really strong showing for our red-black player there. And honestly, I think if I were to look at that matchup on paper, that's probably about how I'd expect it to go. Reminds me a lot of a modern matchup we used to see where we saw decks like Malira Pod or Malira Company playing against the Jund and Abzan decks of old, where the fair decks were always a little bit more favored because of their higher average card quality, like we saw there.
Oh yeah, we have some of those cards that are just good stuff. You have Bone Crusher Giants, you have Kroxa, you even have Dragon's Range Channeler. That's a good stuff card. And of course, following up with this great new removal, the Unholy Heat, does a lot of work against things that only have 2 toughness.
And then here at the Hooglandia Open Series, I would just like to keep the action rolling once we get it started. So we're going to dive right on into our first time-shifted feature match here. So these are players that are playing in our first round here as well. So let's get it queued up and see what we have for you going on in our second match of the day.
It's a blast from the past of maybe 20 minutes ago. Wow, really looking far back here. And you already can get a pretty good idea of what's being played. I see some humans with Luris on one side and a sacrifice with Vesper Lark. Same combo as we just saw on the right.
Looks like it's got a little bit of a different take on it here. We see some Fiend Artisans as well as Bolas's Citadel was present in the first hand that they mulliganed here for our players.
There's no reason not to play it when you have all of those wonderful drain engines.
Yeah, we see that creature land Hive of the Eye Tyrant coming down for our black-white player here. A little bit of a slow hand for them, but Lumiarch Aspirant is a really good card that gets built up. But we see that Davriel's Withering in hand lurking again as just like a possible fair removal spell here.
Yeah, that Davriel's Withering coming out early. You can actually just force the game into a draw if you want to be an absolute jerk. Arena will let you.
Huh. We technically have the combo assembled for our Abzan player, right? The Fiend Artisan here lets you sacrifice to shuffle. We're gonna need a turn to get it set up. But we can turn that elf into one of our Blood Artist or Aristocrat style effects. And the following turn, we can Lark plus Withering to just pippity-pop combo off.
Oh, yep. It's set up for turn 4. Bright and happy here. Just got to make sure you grab your 2-drops and that they survive. And then Silver Quill Silencer has a pretty good idea in an open decklist format of what it wants to name. And this Fiend Artisan just gonna happily grab. Ooh, do you think it's gonna be Cruel Celebrant or Blood Artist? It was Celebrant. I like Celebrant here, and the reason is very stupid. You don't have to target your opponent with it, and it saves you 20 clicks.
It also has a stat line on it too, right? So in the event that our combo doesn't get to pop off here, you're able to attack with it potentially. This is going to be one of those positions where Silver Quill Silencer not being Meddling Mage is really going to be felt. When your opponent is combo killing you on the spot as opposed to generating value, them losing a life and you drawing a card doesn't really matter because, well, you're dead.
And this humans deck is able to play things like Meddling Mage. It is in the solid Orzhov sphere, looking like it's just trying to keep itself to 2 colors for consistency.
Okay, and we're going to see that combo execute for the first time that I ever see the Vespalark come down. We're going to see the Davriel's Withering target it, and then this is a deterministic lethal because the Vespalark loops with itself, and then the Cruel Celebrant slowly kills them here.
And Taddy being very considerate, just going to say, I'll save you the time on your counter. We're just going to go ahead and move into the second game.
Yeah, we see our players very quickly going to sideboarding here with our black-white player. We saw Fatal Push come in just like that, being able to remove that Cruel Celebrant in response to the loop happening is very valuable. And we're gaining some insight into exactly what's going on here in the Citadel deck. There's actually only one Celebrant here, kind of leaning on things like Fauna Shaman and Fiend Artisan to tutor that up when comboing is good. And
we're seeing the entire Vespalark combo taken out of this deck, moving much more into a mid-range sacrifice build.
Well,
also squirrels.
We saw something kind of sneaky here where we cut the Vespalark Withering combo and then we boarded in to Heliod plus Scurry Oak, which actually sidesteps those fatal pushes that we saw come in for our black-white player.
There are some unusual things you can do with Heliod and the Scurry Oak, by which I mean infinite combos, some of which are useful, some of which are not. If you have a sacrifice engine, making infinite squirrels is pretty darn good.
Yeah, in a roundabout way, we see 4 Woe Striders inside of the Abzan deck. So you could technically set up this kind of convoluted Woe Strider, Scurry Oak, Cruel Celebrant, Heliod 4-card combo that drains your opponent out.
I like it. I like it.
Thoughtseize here, just, it's got some
They're seizing
redundancy.
those thoughts.
Yep. And Woe Strider's probably the best card in hand for Obliterate that they only have one copy of, but at the same time, it escapes back later.
Putting it in a graveyard does not mean it's gone.
It's interesting to me that we see Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, and especially Esper Sentinel 2 still in post board against the Abzan deck. Perhaps we didn't have.
You're playing against a creature-based deck, so maybe it's about that first strike.
Yep, that is true. The first strike stat line on Thalia allows you to attack into a lot of board states that you wouldn't otherwise be able to.
But Esper Sentinels does seem like an odder one. Even if you're buffing it up quite nicely, you're not likely to be drawing too many cards, and it is a 1-mana 1/1.
Yep. That's another one of those new cards that I think is quite good in a lot of matchups, but struggles a little bit in these against collected company decks that are going to tend to be very non-creature spell light. You see that Cruel Celebrant coming down, and we could see, the benefit of Esper Sentinel spot like this here. Just the curve filler of being able to have 1-drops at key spots is valuable with the Thalia's Lieutenant and that coming down to add a lot of power to the board this turn.
And there we go. We see this Luminarch Aspirant really just taking off. Already a 4/4 and swinging in.
Yeah, we see this game, the Humans plan really getting to execute what it wants to do a little bit better. They're certainly the beatdown in a matchup like this.
And Thalia's Lieutenant, a key card to add into Humans. I'm very happy that they added this in, especially as we go back to Innistrad, where I'm hoping that we're going to see more Humans.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see. So the first few times we've been to Innistrad, we got iterations of Thalia proper. So I wonder if we'll see a third iteration or perhaps a reprint of one of the first two when we get there in the fall.
Sure would be nice. Sure would be nice to get some nice, powerful humans. Sure would be nice to get some nice werewolves and vampires and other beasties. Maybe get Rog 2, the sequel to Rog.
And we see our Humans player acknowledging that they don't really want to trade that Lieutenant for the Skyclave Apparition, just sending in the Esper Sentinel here, kind of acknowledging that the Lieutenant's going to be more valuable because it'll become at least a 3/3 the following turn. So Land War Elves, not particularly exciting on turn 4, but it does at least fill curve here for our Abzan player with a 3 and a 1 perhaps.
And shocking in, perhaps. Can't get 2 green sources without it, or 2 black sources without the sacrifice of a creature.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if we saw the Phyrexian Tower happen here. In general, the Tower is one of those cards that, you play it because it's very good at getting to your Citadel ahead of time, but outside of ramping to Citadel, it's mostly just a colorless land inside of this Abzan deck, I would wager.
It is a nice land, though. I think it really does help fuel much more like the Citadel combo decks, which we did see there is the potential for Citadeling, but unless you have it, it just kind of feels like a sacrifice outlet.
Okay, Woe Strider coming down here. That was the name with Silver Quill Silencer, which is probably why we had the long sequencing decision here. We do the Fatal Push pop off in response here. This is very smart, as the Woe Strider would be able to sacrifice that for some value otherwise. Oh, okay. So we're seeing this makes sense. The Tower with the 0/1 from Woe Strider. Let's just go ahead and Fiend Artisan here. Really clean sequence.
It's a little friend artisan. I like it pulls the head off the dolly. That's one of my favorite animations in this game. It's a shame that we didn't get too many animations recently, but the ones we have, we can love.
Yeah, they always do an excellent job with the mythics.
Some of them are very, very nice. Some of them get recycled a bit too much, but these are some goodies. So we're going to see a swing in here with the only creature that breaks the line. Thalia could have gotten another +1/+1 counter on her Lieutenant, but for now, it is just the 3/2 swinging in saying, hey, do you want to give me a 2/2 token? Maybe get your Woe Strider in a graveyard. Maybe trade with that Fiend Artisan before it gets any bigger. Or there's some tricky plays that could happen here. Oh, and just going to see a trade here. And now the Aspirant is gone, but the 2/2 will live.
Yep, small downgrade here for Silver Core Stallions. We're basically exchanging a 3/2 for a 2/2, but also taking something off the board for Obliterage. More importantly, the Fiend Artisan cranking up to a 4/4 here, going to continue to stonewall that Lieutenant that Taddy's put a lot of value into here as a creature that they can grow as the game goes longer.
Make my Lieutenant grow! And please don't Fatal Push it, it's very small.
We have is that a Soul Steeper there up top? Dina
the Soul Steeper, yes. She drains on life gain, kind of similarly to Veto, but it's just 1 per instance of life gain. And she is also another sacrifice outlet. She's not free, but she can set up for some annoying attacks where you know that if you don't block her, she'll sacrifice everything else, and she'll kick your butt.
Yeah, especially with Fiend Artisan that can grow quite large in this Abzan deck. You know, it basically gives you a second copy of that could threaten to be lethal if you let it through.
I am a fan of Dina. She is one of 2 cards that combos with Exquisite Blood, which is legal in Historic. Not that anybody plays Exquisite Blood combo.
So we see here just choosing to play out a Land War Elves and then not do anything with the Overgrown Tomb here. Interested to see if we see anything happen with the Fiend Artisan here. Nope, just going to choose to hold the line with our 4/4.
And more mana, more fun. Getting closer to maybe moving that Lurrus into hand, and Thalia's legendary status here becoming slightly frustrating.
Yep, it's going to see that... honestly, I wonder if we see them just like play the other Thalia out here as a means to grow the Lieutenant to a 4/4. It's really not doing anything else in hand. It's not blocking. Okay, choosing to preserve life total instead. Think that's also fine.
And there is a land drawn. There isn't too much card advantage in this Abzan deck outside of Coco, but that Fiend Artisan is able to upcycle creatures like the Llanowar Elves into whatever is most useful in a situation.
Yeah, very Fauna Shaman-esque in that it just lets you upgrade whatever you want only right into play, and it has a much bigger body than something like the Grizzly Bear stats that Fauna Shaman brings to the battlefield here.
We are seeing the big sacrifice. You can get so much mana out of this Llanowar Elf, by the way, with the Phyrexian Tower, because you tap it for mana, you sack it for mana, and then you can get whatever the heck you want out of the deck.
Yeah, with the Temple Garden here in hand, we could see search up something that costs as much as, what, 5 or 6? Although I believe...
I don't think there is any in the deck.
I believe our curve stops at 4.
The card I would love to have at 6 mana is Massacre Worm.
Yeah.
Worm would be so tasty right there.
So we see a Heliod coming in here. And remember, Heliod not only can act as a life gain enabler, but it also has that hidden flavor text that can give your creatures in play lifelink, which in combination with this Fiend Artisan that's a 5/5 could threaten to basically just gum up the board in its entirety.
And now Dina is also very happy about any life gain going on. Dina in Heliod, a match made in heaven, the student of Strixhaven and the god of Theros.
See a long tank from our Teddy here. I imagine we'll see the Lurrus plus the Silverquill Silencer recast from the bin. Got to decide what you want to name with this at this point. Probably just one of the 4 ofs like Collected Company or Bolas Citadel, I would wager.
Hands empty. You may as well go for it. Davriel's condition ability template. What?
I think I would need to call a judge if that one was named. Not entirely sure if that would be a legal what's it.
Judge, I don't think that's a card.
So we see the 4/4 getting to truck on and across here because the Fiend Artisan was tapped from searching up the Heliod. Another land drawn from our Abzan player, but honestly, the board's relatively stable at this point for the Abzan player with this Fiend Artisan being able to gain lifelink next to the Heliod.
It's very hard to attack into something that big and that lifelinky on this board, especially because even though Taddy can recur creatures from the graveyard, if you let your opponent get bigger and bigger and bigger with this Heliod, you're not even chipping them down life total wise. You're just kind of helping them out. You're growing their creatures. You're giving them life.
Yep. And I believe at this point there's even enough creatures in the graveyard for Obliterate that they can like chump block with the Woe Strider, give it lifelink, and then escape it down the line as a 5/4.
Yeah, that makes even bigger creatures getting some good use of the graveyard. Now, Inspector is a very nice way to get a little bit more fuel here, but want to be safe, going to Thoughtseize, see a land, and say, ow, ooh, dirt, oh, 2 life for that. That wasn't worth it.
So Inspector is really a card that I think this card's been legal in Historic for a little bit now because it came in via an anthology that's really kind of come into its own with the Jumpstart Historic Horizons card. We've seen things like Lieutenant and other things that care about just having extra bodies around that this 1/2 that essentially draws a card when it comes into play thanks to the clue adds a lot of value to your board state.
So we are going to see the Thalia juggle here to grow her Lieutenant. I love it. So now there's the 6/6 here, which is bigger than the Fiend Artisan at a 5/5.
Yeah.
And I did just realize with Heliod on the battlefield, Woe Strider or Dina could be sacrificed to get Scurry Oak, infinite squirrels. You probably would want to hit Dina because Woe Strider is then able to make the infinite squirrels on the sacrifice. I want to see it. I want squirrels. Might not be like the right move, but it's a pretty good move.
Well, does Dina work with, so lifelink on Dina doesn't quite work, right? You need a way to
Yeah, you need to get out one of your gain and drainers, but I mean you can just keep tutoring. You do have to keep up blockers, but not too many blockers.
Yeah, I was curious to see the take the full hit on the Lieutenant last turn.
I don't know, a double block I don't think would have been too bad.
So the double block is a little bit worrisome because with the Luris in play, the Thalia's can come back and pump up most of the team.
Oh yeah.
But I wouldn't have been surprised to see like a Woe Strider chump and gain 3 with the Heliod lifelink activation. We see a searching up X's 3 here on the Fiend Artisan this time. We'll see what we can find.
Scurry Oak. Scurry Oak.
We could see something like a Prosperous Innkeeper here gets to
life gain. Still good.
Yeah, this gains us 1. Let's just put a 1/1 counter. Probably, I would imagine on the Woe Strider because then you can give that lifelink and gain 4 next turn inside of combat. And we see our Obliterate. Yeah, I was saying holding the. We got the Thoughtseize out of them last turn, but we know about the land, so we should definitely just put it down here.
Fiend Artisan is a very cool way to pod.
Yeah, so our if our Abzan player can live through this turn with Innkeeper plus another creature, they win the game next turn with Heliod Scurry Oak combo.
Yep, any of those Soul Sister sorts, get it done. And as nice as humans is, and as good as your recursion gets with Luris,
I think
you have to get this damage in now.
Yeah,
I feel like you're putting the pressure on, but you have to do it.
Yep. I think I'm not sure that our humans player has lethal here, but at the very least, they're going to force enough chump blocks. I don't think they're going to be in danger of being comboed here. So our top player is on a virtual 8 life or 7 life because they have a 4/3 that they can give lifelink to. So they can throw that in front of the Lieutenant, and then they could throw the Elf under a 3/2, and then that still leaves 9, 10. Yeah, maybe they are actually just dead even with the full blocks here.
Yeah, at most you can block the 3/2s and the Lieutenant currently at 8/8.
It's actually exactly lethal here.
Yeah, because you've got
3
2, 4,
2s and a 1.
7,
Yep.
yeah, coming through. And with the maximum of 4 life to be gained off that Woe Strider, you're just not quite getting there.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to be heading to a game 3 here. Human aggro beginning to pull out the W here in the second game. And remember, this is the quote unquote easy game for the aggro play, right? Where they were on the play. So I'm interested to see if they can put together a win on the draw for this next one.
Something like Containment Priest. Just a nice little flashy bear.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to see Containment Priest not in the deck post board against the Fiend Artisan Collected Company deck here.
Yeah, if you want to stop your opponent from cheating stuff out, you actually get to kind of screw them over because you see them cast it or activate, you flash it out, and then whatever they just tutored for is gone. It's an exile.
Ooh, and I kind of like what our black-white player has done here. So we see them bringing in the more interaction for Containment Priest when they're on the draw this game, and then trimming things like Esper, Sentinel, and Thalia that we were curious about in that game. Perhaps leaving those in to be more aggressive on the play, and now bringing Containment Priest on the draw to be a little bit more interactive. So I think I really like that balance from Taddy here.
Going into game 3. So far, a tight match between these. And, oh, very nice cards in hand here. Prosperous Innkeeper, one of my favorite new additions from Adventures in a Forgotten Realm, because it is not a human. Been playing it in Winota in Standard. Very, very big fan of that.
Honestly, the cards that just incidentally make treasures are just such good designs. They allow you to like play your spells consistently in terms of offering themselves as mana fixing, but the fact that they're not permanent ramp makes them a lot less offensive than things like Land War Elves and other more powerful cards we've seen in the past.
They feel well balanced and really spicy. I have a standard 2022 Zorn Treasures deck, which can do the Zorn Storm, where you manage to actually just generate more mana over time because you just keep digging through your deck with disputes, generating more mana, and until you unload everything onto the board and cross your fingers that your opponent doesn't have a board wipe. Gotta have the Zorn Storm.
See our 3-bit Inspector getting a little frisky here. Be interested to see what sequencing. So we got kind of a tough choice. You know, do you want to Thought Seize? I'm not sure I love this from Taddy here. It's tough because like you want to Thought Seize them early, but at the same time, now you're only using half your mana this turn. And if you draw a land next turn, you're only going to use 2/3 of your mana next turn.
Yeah, and with a pair of Silver Quill Silencers, I feel like you could name a gimme with one of the first ones, like, oh, Collected Company. They're probably going to still have it. Maybe get to trade this out early, and then if you draw land, Thoughtseize and do it again. I do like this Dire Tactics, though, giving some nice exiling removal. There's actually a lot of good Orzhov removal at instant speed that's been added into this game.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if you can leverage the having humans consistently, Dire Tactics is probably one of the best removal spells in this format. Just like get rid of target thing at 2 mana instant speed is a really good stat line.
Vanishing Verse, also very nice against the non-creatures. Not sure if I saw it in this list, but I am a fan of it because it can hit things like the Citadel.
You see the Monsters Advocate coming down here, pumping out some 3/3s, revealing a land on top. Because remember, her static text also says you can cast creatures off the top of your library. And there's that third land that we talked about, but we do see a 1 mana play here drawn as well, thanks to Silver Quill Silencer.
Thank you, Silver Quill Silencer, for getting this Dauntless Bodyguard.
Dire Tactics, a lot less exciting against a constant stream of 3/3s. You know, this Vivian doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon, and she's basically just going to uptick and add an entire card's worth of value to this board every turn for our Abzan player.
And humans are not very good at getting the 3/3s. This is actually a situation where Vanishing Verse would be a nice card. You can tick down the Vivian a little bit here just by hitting it. Protect your Silencer, so they are disinclined to double block it, maybe trade into that Inspector.
Yep. We see a chump block here. Keeping Vivian a little bit high. See another land on top for Obliterate, but honestly, you're pretty happy to have drawn your third and even fourth land here. This turn we have a token plus Woe Strider gains 2 at the Innkeeper, plus we get told a Fatal Push up, so it's a lot of good things going on for our Abzan player here.
And Fatal Push, able to really hit anything in Taddy's deck. It is a Lurrus deck. So all of the 2-drops die to it without the Revolt trigger, and Lurrus dies to the simple sacrifice of a goat.
Yeah, and one of the things we see here from the black-white deck is they don't really have a catch-up mechanic from a position like this, right? When you fall behind, you have Lurrus that can grind a little bit of value, but you don't have anything that really puts a big burst into play, so to speak.
This is about as bursty as you can get. And not leading with the Dauntless Bodyguard so you can protect the Lieutenant means that your Bodyguard's going to be a little smaller, which means it can't trade into those 3/3s. But it does mean that your Lieutenant is being protected. I apologize for any beeping on my end. There's a truck backing up.
We see the acknowledgement from Taddy here, and I really like their sequencing here with the Thalia's Lieutenant, where they are acknowledging that making their smaller creatures bigger isn't necessarily useful on this board, but getting a single Thalia's Lieutenant large is valuable. So we see the Lieutenant come down first and the Bodyguard second, letting that Lieutenant potentially start scaling past these 3 power creatures on Obliterage's side.
So we just saw the protection of the Silver Quill Silencer, not going to take out that goat, saying, I want to keep this alive because I know that it's going to get me value.
So we see, and speaking of value, we see an elf on top of the deck for our, we don't have a second white for the Skyclave Apparition. Otherwise, that would have been brutal.
Well, you can still get it if you manage to have a 4-drop in the deck off Vivian's minus ability. But with the Woe Strider, you can only tutor out something a little bit smaller. And there it is, the concession.
We mentioned. So let's take a peekaboo here. 2 more brand new decks that were introduced with Historic Horizons.
Sarah. Oh, love it. There she is, right there. So Trelasara, Baelisara. I am a fan of Pridemate decks. My first ever deck was a Soul Sister deck. Not that I knew it was called that the first time I played it. But we have 2 extremely Coco deck here. But Shoreline Shauk, this is a new addition with a new mechanic. So we're going to see the exiling of an island to generate a tropical island, a straight upgrade. It is the best dual land in Arena. And no, you can't put it in your deck.
And honestly, this card's such a great example of things that the digital design space opens up to Magic the Gathering. So this is a card that you could technically finagle this happening in paper with some token generation, but it's just a little bit awkward. And this is an effect that's powerful and useful, but it doesn't lean on RNG. There's plenty of just good design space digitally that we can leverage now with these straight to historic cards.
And a beautiful curve for PTNGA here. Seeing the fish lord, and then fish god.
Yep.
That Soul Warden not quite coming out soon enough to start pumping up Trelasara. And with Trelasara, we do have, I think, 5 Pridemate-ish effects in Arena right now, most of which are, kind of medium. But Trelasara and Ajani's Pridemates are the bombs. We also have things like I can't remember its name. It's part of the Arena Basics set.
Wow, and we see here turn 4 Heliod as a creature coming down, getting to start pumping up things with this Soul Warden right away. And we see kind of the strength of this green-white life gain combo deck where it has this 3-card infinite combo with Scurry Oak, but it's also just this good, fair beatdown deck in games like this.
So there are 2 indestructible gods on the battlefield here, one of which can stop being a creature, one of which can lose indestructible. But that Heliod is going to make this board grow and grow and grow with the addition of that sword. And now, PTNGA has to be careful about getting a lot of creatures into play, because if things get too big, unless there's a trickster to tap them down, that's going to be rough. Oh, and a double Lord hit with the Rear J too, able to tap the deck. So those tap downs from the Rear J, I think, are going to be what makes this match.
Yeah, definitely. You see, this board state's going to build up really big on both sides, and Rejury being able to just tap a bunch of things is kind of that potential breaker that we were really looking for on the Merfolk side. We could see an attack with the Sea and Skies here, because it does get to draw a card when it attacks, but then you lose your large blocker on the backswing, which would open you up to taking damage back.
Yeah, with 3 very good cards in hand, especially Coco Trickster, I feel you don't need the card right now, and you may as well make it so you can block and hopefully kill one of these ever-growing creatures. And if you can get Heliod below 5 devotion, he'll stop being a dude. Yep. But it's going to be hard now with the second Ranger Captain on the board.
Yep, we see that Ranger Captain getting to tutor something up here. A lot of decent 1-drop selection. Got a giant killer here. All these fish are very large. And we see the Heliod there just growing a wide range of things for the green-white player. Not to disorient here too much, but I think I'm going to go ahead and flip our board state since our green-white player is going to be scrying so much. I'm going to do the old warp around here for coverage.
We're going to flip it because Trelasara is doing work.
And I'll be interesting to see here on PTN side, do you try and push and tap things this turn? I feel like I would like to Collected Company end of turn and then perhaps start pushing the following turn. Because you could perhaps find like a second Regery, for example. Okay, we're going to go a little bit more aggressive line here, looking to go wide perhaps. Although I suppose if we draw land with the Silvergill, we could have our fish and eat it too with a Collected Company and a Silvergill Adept.
And the triggers are on the stack. The Scry. Ooh, Skyclave Apparition. That is nasty here. But no,
we're going to the bottom. Okay,
bottom.
I guess we technically could just be digging for Scurry Oak to combo at this point.
I mean, infinite squirrels. I get it. It ain't no ballista combo, but it's pretty close.
Yep. And the symmetry on Soul Ward, you know, we see newer designs like Prosperous Innkeeper that only trigger when your creatures enter the battlefield. Soul Ward, one of the older cards that triggers symmetrically on both player stuff, letting the Heliod and this Moon Dancer continue to trigger. Okay, we finally see a tap here on one of the threats here, but that doesn't really accomplish a whole lot at this point, right?
Unless you can swing in for lethal or near lethal, it's going to be hard, but you have to maintain enough blockers. So you do have these new creatures which have entered the battlefield, but this is rough. The Trickster able to tap down two things between a Reader J and its own abilities. Might have been nice to see a lead with that, because then you could cut off the Heliod, make it lose its life gain ability there, putting those +1/+1 counters. Since there are two Soul Sister effects on the battlefield, the Soul Warden and a Prosperous Innkeeper, a sister from another mister there.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of merfolk here. On the other side, we don't have quite too many that can actually attack, right? Because a lot of these are Summoning Sickness, and they just came into play this turn.
And we did see that Trickster, by the way, at sorcery speed. It could have come down next turn.
Yep.
Didn't.
Okay, there's a company.
And
is there Tree Folk? There's a Scurry Oak.
Ooh.
So that's going to do it. So Scurry Oak along with Prosperous Innkeeper and Heliod here for those not familiar. And we see our player enabling auto order triggered abilities here. So Scurry Oak goes infinite with our friends that are in play here.
You make the squirrel. You gain the life, you put the counter. You gain the squirrel, you gain the life, you put the counter. And so on, and so on, and so on, giving you infinite life and infinite squirrels. It is also something which you can choose to interrupt at any time through either moving where you're putting the +1/+1 counter, or you can actually decline the Scurry Oak's ability. You're allowed to just say, no, I don't want a squirrel right now. Thank you very much. I'm full on squirrels. They're delicious. Yum, 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 acorn flavored, and move on.
We see our green-white player very quickly reaching for some additional removal here, kind of acknowledging that especially on the draw, they want to be able to keep the Merfolk player's board in check. We had some Deccan Stones coming in. Got some extra copies of Skyclave Apparition hitting the board because they need a few more trims here.
And yes, the Trickster would have been able to interrupt that, but not completely. Unfortunately, in reaction to the enter the battlefield on the Trickster, you still go infinite.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because
there's no way to do it.
Well, it would be active player, non-active player, right? So if you Trickster on their turn, the Trickster resolves before the Soul Warden, right? So you delay it for a turn.
Do you delay it for one turn?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess you hit it.
On their turn, you delay it for a turn. On your turn, it wouldn't work because
and then when you gain one life,
if
anything else enters
the
battlefield,
exactly.
it just goes again.
So they could have sequenced differently to delay it for a turn, but ultimately that game's going to end up in the exact same spot, I think. We'll see our Merfolk player on the play for this game, which is definitely a little bit valuable, I think, letting them try and get under what the green-white deck gets it up. Negate is a very interesting post-board inclusion from our fish player. While obviously cards like Collected Company are very powerful, the number of negate hits that you're going to have is quite low on the green-white side.
So you got the Counterspell and the Double God here. 4 lands, probably not quite what you want, so we're seeing a nice healthy mulligan there into a whole lot of blue stuff.
And honestly, this is probably one of the better hands you could mulligan into for the fish player here. You have both Silvergill Adept that draws a card when it comes into play, and then Sea and Skies can draws cards every time it attacks. We also saw our green-white player go low here, and honestly, their hand's pretty good for a mulligan too. You know, they have Collected Company, which is their way to generate 2-for-1s.
Yeah, you have a a creature land. This dragon is not gendered, but turns out some of the ones from AFR are. Into Soul Warden. Turn 1, looking good.
So a little bit of a greedy mulligan from our fish player here, hoping to draw a third land after bottoming one here. And to their defense, they do have the Silvergill Adept to draw an additional card here. So pretty big next couple of draws here as we try to find our third land on the fish side. Oh, swing and a miss, but they did find a number of 2-mana plays, so at least they didn't draw more 3s and 4s.
Here comes yet another Fish Lord, the Master of Pearl Trident, swinging in and getting one entire life below the starting life total.
And, you know, honestly, with this Heliod pickup here, we could just see a turn 4 combo for our green-white player if there is a Scurry Oak in their top 7 cards.
Yeah, Lucky Cocos, get it done.
I mean, and it's not even that lucky, right? Like there's a 4 of, we're already through, 10 cards. We're seeing 7 more. I'd wager they're pretty likely to find it. Devouring Light. What does that one do?
What does Devouring Light do? I assume it is removal based on its name. And, looks like it was actually a very good white hit, getting enough devotion to animate Heliod, exile a lord, buff up the creatures. So looking good. Oh my gosh, the amount of power that just entered the board is huge.
Yeah, and this is again one of those like we technically didn't combo, but we also just did this incredibly strong fair thing here for the white side.
So Devouring Light is it is a convoking removal that exiles an attacking or blocking creature. That's very nice in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and Convoke letting you make colored mana too if your creatures have colors in them. So you can tap 3 white creatures to cast the spell with no lands up, which is very strong.
Unfortunately, if merfolk are tapping down all your creatures, you won't have anything left to convoke with. And we just saw the Heliod come into play and be sacrificed due to the legendary rule. Love it right there. And didn't even bother shocking in the Temple Garden to give something lifelink. Just going straight aggro. You better block. You have to block. Let me in.
Let me see, kind of concession-ish there, rather than going to the top right, just letting them on through. And I think that that's probably the natural conclusion of that game there. We saw both players mulligan a little bit low, and then that Collected Company doing what Collected Company does and pulling our green-white player back into the game with the card advantage that was able to provide.
Sometimes all it takes is a hot cocoa to end the game.
Hot cocoa. It was a quick one for our primary. We're going to go ahead and dive right on into our time-shifted match here and see what our players are doing on the backup.
We're going to walk it back. We're still in round 2, but we're looking slightly earlier in the round, all of 15 minutes or so, because the fish life gain went quick.
All right, it looks like we might have potentially another quick one here. Win, lose, or otherwise, both of these decks are very aggressive. Our Gruul player keeping a little bit of a speculative one here with no red sources to start.
I, by the way, have been loving Freyalise, and a turn 2 Freyalise is disgusting.
She, that's right. Sky Shroud Partisan. There it is.
Yes.
Untaps an elf. So when you get to do it on turn 2 here, you get to it effectively only costs 2 mana now.
Yep. You untap and then you retap. And also, you might notice that Sky Shroud Lookout, another new card, got buffed. So that is now a 2/2 with reach in the hand that's going to seek another elf. And because Freyalise is, I have no idea why, a 3 mana 4 loyalty planeswalker, good luck killing her with anything short of an Embercleave. Now that said, there's an Embercleave in hand, but there's no red mana.
Yep. Questing Beast, one of the better non-red cards our Gruul player can provide, but they are desperately need to find a red source here sooner rather than later. Wonder if we could see a main phase Collected Company here so that way Freyalise could untap the Land War Elf after the fact.
I don't mind that, especially because the interaction from Gruul is it's not interruptive, it's not counter spells. And I don't think it would be too rough here. But it looks like we're just going to see swinging in with Questing Beast. And now Coco hopefully going to be able to make a big blocker. Nope, not quite. So this Elsewhere Shepherd could block here. It's kind of the choice between the Shepherd and the Freyalies. I don't think that that's awful, but now that you have the Archdruid, you have a big mana sink, and you probably want to make good use of that. All right, so now go ahead, replace it. Nice. War Master, also a great mana sink.
Yep, and Freyalise untaps any elf that we could see here, so the Archdruid's not going to get to make mana just once, but twice here. And the Elvish Warmaster going to make a couple of tokens here. This Druid, ooh, we're seeking an elf. I would say we could see this Druid make double digits worth of mana this turn.
And I just want to point out that you can activate the War Master more than once per turn. Yep. So if you have, let's say, 17 mana for whatever reason, I'm just, saying a number, you could use it 3 times. Be pretty good.
Well, I think I finally found a board state that Embercleave doesn't quite cut through. They're rare, but this is one where Questing Beast with a sword wouldn't even be enough if we had red mana available to us.
Now, this Questing Beast, once a mighty creature, is just like, oh, I trade with a token. I'm out of here.
I am smaller than Land War Elf.
I am smaller than the Mana Dark. I am palm-sized relative to this ginormous elf. Excuse me, dog?
We see some Grafdigger's Cage and some removal spells very quickly coming in for our Gruul player here, which I think is smart. In my experience on the Gruul side, you want to be able to kill their very key cards. We saw the Archdruid go absolutely crazy that game, and keeping that one off the table is very important.
Yeah, you need to be ready to stomp it, shock it, spray it, abrade it. It doesn't matter what you're doing, but you need to kill it before it untaps.
We see our Elves player not changing a whole lot here. I think their formula is pretty close to ideal, what their game one looks like. They just want to go as wide as possible, as quickly as possible, exactly like they did in that first game.
Cody hoping to get another great start like that. And it looks like we're seeing the turn 1 Llanowar Elf, and probably not a keep on this one lander, even though it's not the worst with the Sentinel. It's a little bit too risky.
Yeah, especially, we could get, even if we speculatively keep it, we see a Magma Spray lurking in Petrie's hand here that could punish that turn 1 dork as the keep. It is tough from the Elf side to mulligan hands with Archdruid. We saw what happened with Archdruid in that first game. It's very tempting to go, if I just run off a couple of lands, all right, and there we have it.
With the spicy keep there. All right, you know what? You're on the draw. You have kind of like a half Llanowar Elf here. It's fine. Sure, you didn't draw land the first time. You have one more try. Oh, great. Wait. No, you don't.
Yep. There's the Magma Spray coming down here. And we're going to see a very excellent curve from our Gruul player this game. No, red is not a problem this time around.
Cody, I know you had the lead. You won that first game, but you're about to get bested by the question.
In the eternal words of the aggro player, I'll take game 3 on the play. Is the elf mindset here. We found that second land, but I think this sword's going to slide onto this Questing Beast next turn and give it the couple of keywords it's missing by default and close this game out very quickly.
Yeah, you'd love to see it. It's going to be a 5/5 Vigilance, Trample, Haste, Death Touch.
First strike? Oh, no, double strike.
Double strike. Yep. Double striking. Swinging in.
Cleave ho!
There goes Embercleave. The beast that wins.
Very quickly.
Even if that curved out, I feel like the Ember Quest, let's call it the Ember Quest creature here, would be doing a little bit too much work. The Death Touch combined with the first strike from the double strike means that blocking is pretty ineffective against it. You have to block it with 10 different things.
The classic 6 minutes and 30 seconds heading into game 3 here in the aggro mirror.
I love aggro for exactly this reason. It knows when it's done and it can win really fast.
Our elf player thinking about if they want to change anything out here. I don't think so. I think their hand was a potential worthwhile risk. The upside was high, but sometimes those just don't pan out. I get to take the third game on the play here in the aggro mirror, which is a good place to be.
I do like how many of the Strixhaven students we're seeing as avatars today. We got a Rutha doing work over there. An elegant artist orc who does not want to live up to her mother's name. I recommend this Strixhaven student stories, by the way. The main story is kind of just Lucas sucks, but the side stories about the students are very fun.
So you have a medium keep, but maybe keepable from our elves player, of a very easy mulligan from our girl player, I imagine here.
Hey, whoa. That's a land and a land of
That's true. That's true. The Turn Timber Symbiosis is technically land. This 6 is much better for our girl player.
Keeping double Grafdigger's Cage? I guess Reclamation Sage is notable, but a little unusual to see double keep on the cage.
To be fair, I don't think Questing Beast is very likely to die, so I don't know that I necessarily hate that. Or if Questing Beast is likely to die in this matchup, it probably means their board is so huge you're losing anyways. Thinking about stepping on somebody here, and this is a tough, like, you want to use your mana every turn as the girl player, but none of the elves that are currently in play are huge threats. Well, maybe the Allosaurus Shepherd represents something you want to get rid of.
And going for the cage. No Cocos here.
Well, it is worth noting that the Elvish Clan Caller does have an activated ability that the Grafdigger's Cage will turn off, and our elf player is out of action, so the cage is going to stop that from being able to find more friends that otherwise would be able to.
Yeah, and next turn, there is enough mana. There's 6 mana with these Castle Garen Bricks to activate the Clan Caller.
Okay, and there's a Pelt Collector. The Questing Beast is going to get to come down here and just start smashing in. No sword in sight, but we did pick up the second red that we needed should we top deck 1.
And Questing Beast doing it all here. He attack, he protect.
Yep, and the Dwynen's Elite going to be a 3/3, but remember, Questing Beast can't be blocked by things that have 2 power or less, so you can't even stack block this thing on this current board.
No, the Dwynen's Elite, yeah, it'll be a 3/3, comes with a 2/2, not quite enough. And the Clan Caller, well, yes, there's enough mana to activate it. Oh no!
Oh no! The glowing red, no!
Falling for the Grafdigger's Cage, because you can't just cheat things out from your library against the cage. It doesn't work.
A little bit of an oops there.
And Questing Beast getting in another 4. And it looks like the steam is running out for elves. Cody not getting anything too strong here. Just a couple little blockers that are unfortunately very useless against Questing Beast.
Yep, the elves deck really hoping to lean on its synergies as the elves get balled up here, and the individual card quality to feel a little bit low in the synergy deck once they get picked apart by some removal spells. Maybe a small missequencing on our girl player's part here. Probably should have played the Pelt Collector pre-combat, because if this Bone Crusher dies, it could have grown the Pelt Collector up a little bit.
Always better to have a 2/2 than a 1/1. And there's also a little bit of extra damage on this board between the 2 Ramanop Ruins. Oh my gosh, we're seeing the ultimate block.
Yep. Although, honestly, looking at Perry's board state, we might even just not see the Pelt Collector happen, because if we Ramanop Runes at end of turn for Perry, and then we draw an untapped red source, we could just have lethal next turn. So perhaps not a mistake, but just setting up a quicker lethal. Nope, we are playing the Pelt Collector, so...
And the second cage, you may as well just use it up, just in case there's a Rex Sage, get it done. And with a Forest drawn for Cody, this Questing Beast is going to get in another 4 damage.
Yep, and at this point, I don't believe the elves have a catch-up mechanic. I think they're normally coming back from a board set like this will require like a decent collecting company, but the Grafdigger's Cage closes out that avenue as potentially something that could be happening.
Yeah, Scry Shroud, Lookout, or Freyalise would be able to get more elves, but not enough elves. And we're seeing victory for the Gruul.
And, it looks like someone has heard my call, and I have just starting game 2 here. So we have Tasty Arsenic here on the bottom.
We saw Tasty Arsenic. Oh, no, we didn't see this list. This is a Reanimator list. Very nice. Up against Faerun. I'm actually not sure if it said like the Faerun, but I'm going to say yes. All right. Tasty Arsenic. Let's see those snacks. I love Priest of Fell Rites. It's like burial rites on a stick.
And unfortunately for our Reanimator player here, we see that Soul Guide Lantern coming down on the opposite side of the board here, which is able to interact with the graveyard for free at instant speed.
And Mythos of Nethrois. This is able to hit any non-land permanent because there's Abzan mana available. I do like that as the priority, saying I'm a Reanimator deck, so I have to get rid of your graveyard exiling.
Yep, and we see that Glow Spore Shaman in hand can threaten to mill some things over next turn. So if there is a big fat threat in the top 3 cards of Tasty Arsenic's deck, this Priest of the Fellrites is sitting in play ready to reanimate it, since we were able to deal with that Soul Guide Lantern.
For the low price of 3 life.
Okay, ooh, and we see kind of a spicy sequence here. We see the Season Hollowblade drawn, which would allow us to discard this Underrealm Lich and then bring it back on the 4th turn of the game. And Lich, if you haven't seen it before, this is a sweet enabler for Reanimator.
It's one of my favorite cards to go with Gitrog Monster as well, because it can let you go through your entire deck. Also, it stops you from losing by mill, because you never draw a card with it in play. You look at the top 3 and you say, this one, and you put it into your hand, it gets around Narset. And then the other 2 go in your graveyard. Never draw a card again.
Yeah. So, again, looking at talking about the top 3 cards of the deck potentially here, if there's an untapped land and a fatty in the top 3 cards, we get to draw that 5th land, and then on Burial Rites or Priest of the Fell Rites back, whatever fatty boom could be there, Elish Norn, the new Sarah's Emissary, lots of big scary things an Abzan deck like this could be putting into play.
We are seeing the Luris deck going off pretty early, though, with this Dreadhorde Arcanist and Young Pyromancer. Young Pyromancer spitting out all the little elemental tokens, filling up the graveyard with these spells. And now the Dreadhorde Arcanist can swing in to recur a spell. It would mean the death of the Arcanist, but with the Village Rites, you can still get some value out of it. Is it time to sacrifice this Dreadhorde Arcanist and find the card of your dreams? I think it is.
All right, throwing away the Arcanist, essentially being like, okay, we're going to turn this into a divination. It's going to get attacked in combat, but we need to draw some cards to find some answers to what are.
Interested that they didn't sacrifice the Arcanist, but personal choice.
Yeah, down a token perhaps. So no fatty in the top cards here for our Abzan players. A little bit fortunate for our black-red person here.
But there is a card which is still useful in the graveyard. Unburial Rites can be cast from the trash.
Glow Spore Shaman, going to help fill up the bin here. Another Priest of the Fell Rites entering. Yeah, we're going to see a decline here.
No land needed. 4 is all you need for an Unburial Rites from the grave. And a 5th will likely show up pretty soon.
Yep. We'll see the Season Hollowblade discard another Unburial Rites here. So if you're on the black-red side, Soul Guide Lantern numero 2 is definitely the what you are looking for off the top of your deck with that Village Rites last turn. We'll see if they're able to find a piece of graveyard hate.
And now the claim to fame. Well, probably just the claim. Getting the Arcanist back. If they want to attack with it, they can. But that Soul Guide Lantern, as you said, very important, hits the graveyard and can then exile the entire graveyard on sacrifice.
Okay, yep. And Soul Guide Lantern, one of those cards that's just so good inside of these Luris decks because it sacrifices to put itself into the graveyard. So in the mid to late game, once you get your companion down, you can recur this graveyard hate every single turn.
Yeah, just keep bringing it back. Why not? And you can use it as just this great targeted removal too. Let's say your opponent sets up and is reanimating. They've targeted the thing in your graveyard. Ha, no, they're not. Get out of there. Just kind of like pick it up, put it away. Get out of here. You're in exile now.
Yep, and we see the Dragon Rage Chandler coming down here too, and Soul Guide Lantern's a very cheap artifact in your graveyard for enabling Delirium. You see
there's a little bit of Delirium going on here. Dragon's Rage Chandler floating in the air as a 3/3. And because of the fame, Dreadhorde Arcanist, also a 3/3, has Trample, is able to get through the Glowspore Shaman. And we see Young Pyromancer also aggressively swinging in here.
Yep, get to clear out the last card in hand for our Abzan player, as well as clear out their blocker and get a bunch of triggers here. Surveils, 1/1 tokens. The red-black player is firmly in the driver's seat here at this point.
Vroom, vroom. I gotta get that damage in now before anything too big and scary gets reanimated by Tasty Arsenic. But Graveyard's gone, nothing's getting reanimated here. And with all those reanimation spells put into the graveyard, that feels bad because it means that there's very few reanimate cards left.
Yeah, and we see our Abzan player perhaps getting punished for a play last turn where they elected to take a second 3/1 as opposed to taking the 5th land, which meant they weren't able to cast a Thragtusk on the top of their deck this turn.
Aw, poor Thragtusk.
The Swarm is hungry.
Paying 4, tapping the Underrealm Lich. It is now indestructible, but also means that Tasty Arsenic only at 8 life.
Yeah, and Dragon Rage Chandler, that 3-attack evasive creature, really going to close this game out very quickly now at this point.
She has to attack every turn, and she will. There's nothing stopping her in the air. She's just like, oh yes, your face? I would love to punch it.
Faithless Looting, flashing back, getting yet another Surveil trigger here for the Chandler. These red-black decks, like we've seen here, this is our second time seeing a red-black mid-rangey deck today. First time one with Loris, previous one was playing Seasoned Pyromancer. I'll be interested to see if the new tools from Historic Horizons can put this archetype back on the map. They were popular once upon a time, but when the archives happened, Jeskai Control really kind of pushed them down out of the format. So it'll be interesting to see if things like Chandler and Seasoned Pyromancer can perhaps make them competitive again in the format.
I've seen some great different builds using Dragon's Rage Channeler come up. Some of which are just mono red, even a Shaman's build.
Okay, and here's the power of Underrealm Lich in this deck. We have flipped over an Unburial Rites and a Sarah's Emissary here. So for those not familiar with this interaction, protection from creatures means that your creatures don't get blocked and you don't take damage from creatures. So if there is not a removal spell from the red-black player here, they just can't do anything and they're dead next turn.
And the sad part about Luris is that you can't play the ever-useful Bonecrusher Giant.
Yep.
Which would close out this game so very nicely right here. But nope, don't have it. Dragon's Rage Channeler going to help with surveilling, but no. Sarah's Emissary now just going to get it done.
What an incredible steal. Like, I thought our Reanimator player was just done and out of this game. And just like, what a banger top 3 cards.
Right, flipping your number 1 Reanimator target that saves you. Like Elesh Norn would also do quite a bit there, but the Emissary is near unbeatable pre-sideboard. Just get it done. You have a gigantic flyer, ends the game in 2 turns.
Yep. And we saw perhaps the Feed the Swarm was a little premature on our red-black player side. Perhaps if they'd been a little bit more conservative and less aggressive and saved that, they would have had the answer for Emissary had the top of our Abzan player's deck, been kind as it was.
And seeing some considerations here for sideboarding. Have to make note of how wide your opponents are going. And we're definitely seeing a lot of creature-based decks. That is in part because we know the Hooglandia Open is a land of creatures. People like their creatures in your community. And I appreciate that because combat is the number 1 part of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, we're big fans of attacking and blocking here in Hooglandia.
Love it. And that means that things like Elesh Norn are really important. But oh my goodness, what a hand you get. Leyline of the Void.
Very powerful card here. Gonna disable the Delirium, gonna disable Croxa and Dreadhorde Arcanist shenanigans. We did see multiple copies of Feed the Swarm in the Luris deck, but that doesn't come down until turn 2. So even if they have that, it's gonna take them a second to get an answer to this.
Red Swords with a turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler. We'll see if she can surveil anything into the graveyard, but she's going to be racing against the Stitcher Supply with the Elesh Norn in the graveyard on the first hit.
Yep, that's a pretty big loom here, especially with the Unburial Rites as a pickup. The Glowspore Shaman likely means that you're going to have your 4th land guaranteed. You just need to top deck a single one at that point.
All right, young pyromancer. No mana to cast any spells. They're just kind of hanging out. You know, just two magical entities chilling, waiting for their impending demise. And you do need to lay up lands in order to pay for unburial rights. We might see a land put on top of the deck here. Yep, we're seeing the pathway put on top.
You have an Archfiend of Sorrows in hand, which I'm going to be honest, I can't tell you the text on, so let's pull it up for people at home.
It is like a massacre worm that can be unearthed. This was part of the, I want to say it was the Reanimate package, the same thing that had the Priest of Fell Rights. And if you're playing Jumpstart and you get one of these, it will do work. It wipes boards, it flies. It's quite a nice game ender.
Yeah, the fact that like this is a fine threat to like Unburial Rights or Priest back, but it's also just does it on its own too is quite phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. And if you mill it into your graveyard, it's just good from the grave as a removal spell. So we're going to see Mythos of Nethroi here hitting the young Pyromancer, trying to prevent any additional value from becoming present on the board. Dragon's Rage Channeler with the leyline of the board on the battlefield can never be delirious because there's never going to be a graveyard.
Yep, and these Faithless Lootings, a lot less powerful when there's not a graveyard in play. Remember, you're spending a card to draw 2 discards, so you're technically putting yourself down a card to leverage this effect, but, you know.
And you just can't flash it back.
Yep, just got to churn here on the red-black side. Got to try and go wide to beat down before the Unburial Rights eventually happens. We see the Stitcher Supplier kind of just hanging back at home, waiting for keeping that Pyromancer at bay. If there's not a Soul Guide Lantern here, Unburial Rights is going to bring back Elishnorn next turn.
I feel like Stitcher Supplier is just like, you know, I'd make a better 3/3. I always felt felt that I was a 3/3. And we actually saw an Unburial Rights milled there. So the one in hand doesn't even need to be used up.
Yep, we see good game from the red-black player, and honestly, I'm inclined to agree. So we have the Unburial Rights from hand here as well. So you get to let them know, hey, this Elishnorn's coming in. You don't top deck a Soul Guide Lantern. I'm going to have a Sarah's Emissary next turn. Just complete devastation this game. Our second game was very close with a bit of a steal. Our Abzan player's just been in the driver's seat the entirety of this third game.
Oh, and Elishnorn just ready to swing in for 4, going to make this Underrealm Lich into a 6/5. We've got Thragtusk as well to heal up. That's game. So Tasty Arsenic taking the win.
Head on into our first feature match here while they sort out the other couple.
So we've got Jamie Jr. and Ptinga.
So
ooh, nice start there.
Almost an awkward hand for our Merfolk player, except we see they've got that Shoreline Scout, which lets them generate that tropical island, which will then bring the Hinterland Harbor into play on tap.
I know, it's like almost awkward because it's like, ooh, oh no, I don't have an island. Oh, wait a minute. I have a forest island. I have the forest island.
All right, and a portable hole quickly going to vanish the 1-drop for our Merfolk player here. Ooh, main deck Archmage's Charm for our Merfolk player, along with a Memory Lapse here. So not all in on that creature plan. Also has a little bit of spells to supplement what they have going on.
And Emery, of course, being discounted each and every artifact, making her cost just a little bit less. And, ooh, Paradox Engine already in hand for Emery's combos.
Immediately have a little bit of a decision to make here for the Emery player. Oh, the Treasure Vault's an artifact that discounts the Emery as well. So plethora of 2-mana plays here.
It is the only artifact land in Arena, I believe, but it is a very fun one because it does discard Emery. It counts towards, there's only like one card with affinity other than Emery, or that gives affinity other than Emery. It's pretty funny. I love it. And look, we even got a Mox Amber at the ready to generate a little bit more blue.
Might see a cancel here out of our Merfolk player. Perhaps a Memory Lapse. There's quite a bit of mana available here. You know, potentially 3 more from Jamie who's trying to decide if they want to get rid of this or not. I like countering the Emery, I think. Gives you a good amount of card advantage that you otherwise wouldn't be able to interact with.
And Archmage's Charm, another new card that's very, very nice because of its flexibility. It does cost triple blue, which means good luck splashing it. You're not going to be able to. But it gives you the choice between an instant speed divination, a counter spell, and I actually don't remember what the third one is. I think it's take control of a 1-drop or less, so you can steal a token.
Noteworthy here that the Master of the Pearl Trident is an older card that gives a mechanic called Island Walk. So there is notably a Hallowed Fountain in play for our blue-white player. So these merfolk are actually all unblockable as long as these masters stay in play.
I love this. I love that the Master of Pearl Trident is like, aha, I'm essentially unblockable, but it doesn't say that. You know, it's not printed on the card.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that Arena doesn't put the unblockable icon up on the cards when the land walk is available.
It doesn't do that, and it also does not correctly display a few different abilities and mechanics right now. Things that were released as part of the Historic Horizons do not display in any shorthand on card. So you do have to pay close attention to the words on the cards that your opponents are playing.
Yep. So we see the Mystic Forge here able to cast, is that colorless cards off the top of the deck, if I'm familiar?
It allows you to cast the colorless and exile off the top of your card. It's a great way to go off with the Paradox Engine still in hand. But that Coco hit, getting another Lord, doing some more work. We got 4/4 unblockables. Now everything has Ward and an indestructible Turbofish that draws cards. So Paradox Engine can be untapped by the free spell Mox Amber. Giving
a Rise and Shine here. Ooh, can make a lot of things happen, but not quite before the fish decide to put our artifact player underwater here.
Yeah, you're at 2 life, and you're going to have to gain that back. You can do that with the Maze Mind Tome across 4 untaps. It also gives you scries to move things off your deck using the using this tap ability here. Got to get those tome counters, and you do have to pay life in order to move cards off the top with the Mystic Forge. And there's another spell.
Yep, we see an engine getting set up here, you know, with these Maze Mind Tomes and the Paradox Engine letting us tap and untap here. I wonder if we could see Rise and Shine combo off fully here this turn.
We absolutely might. It's all going to be about the cards that show up off the top.
Wow.
This one comes in tapped, but untaps the others.
And this Emery, while it's summoning sick this turn, technically makes a mana because we see that Mox Amber in play. Oh, we can't cast the Emery.
No, but you
Apologies.
You can grab it, right, off of Maze Mind Tome's draw.
Oh, that's interesting. Perhaps we missed
and
that.
Play it. Chose not to, though. Yeah, with this blue snow mana, you could play the Emery, untap everything, and keep going. But she does have Summoning Sickness.
Oh, and there's a portable hole, but we don't have white mana.
No, only blue, because those lands are not being untapped. I don't know if
they named blue. I think they named blue on both Cold Steel Hearts.
Oh, yeah, if both Hearts are on blue, we're not going to see it. So we're seeing Rise and Shine now.
And this was ideally going to be our finisher, so having to do this ahead of time here is a little bit of a feels bad for sure.
Yeah, not being able to overload that is rough, but you can still go a little deeper in the deck. But first, you have to gain that life, draw those cards.
Yep.
I feel like with this much mana, it would not be bad.
Honestly, I thought this game was done and over with, and now yeah, Thought Monitor. Okay, this is going to let us draw a couple of cards here off the top.
Yeah, so it turns out Paradox Engine is a mistake. And I don't think that most people will argue with it. Okay, so we're actually at overload now.
Is that lethal?
Well, I don't think enough.
It doesn't give haste,
No,
right?
it does. I don't think enough of these are going to be able to attack. I think that there might be 18 or so damage, though, of artifacts that have been, chilling since earlier turns. The lands don't untap.
Oh gosh,
because
and now the mana producers don't make mana anymore, right? And the Island Walk is going to be the breaker here.
You can't block. These don't have haste. I feel like you got to keep going off the top of your deck. The mana rocks you can still QQ them, I think they still maintain their abilities. Does Rise and Shine?
So they do, but the summoning sick ones can't make mana now. So the cold steel hearts and the Mox
Coldstone
Ambers,
Creameries, they're stuck.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the Island Walk is the game. We would have been able to chump block out of this if our creatures hadn't been unblockable. The opponent's creatures hadn't been unblockable, but
Jamie just trying to think, is there a way through here? I don't think there is. Nope.
Really?
And the concession. Island Walk. Turns out when you have exactly one island is pretty good.
Yep. And kind of brutal here. You look at Jamie's mana base, and there are 5 islands, and there just happened to be one of those 5 in the lands that you drew that game.
Yeah, the Hallowed Fountain, getting it on turn 1 is great because it does give you both colors of mana, but it turned out to be the winning strategy for these fish. So many people do play blue in Historic because there's good blue cards. Hey, have you heard of this thing called Memory Lapse?
Yep, we see a bunch of sweepers coming in here. Very interesting. We have the Rise and Shines boarding out for our blue-white player.
And taking out the Rise and Shine win con and going for, is that the pure combo?
Yeah, what is our win condition here?
Yeah, I'm trying to actually figure it out because there is not an Aetherflux Reservoir here, frequent win condition with Paradox Engine. There's actually only one Paradox Engine too.
Okay, and we're reconsidering the Rise and Shines here.
The Rise and Shines make a ton of sense. You are able to unload with artifacts once you have all these things out. Many decisions to be made. Dave Judgment, Shadow to Sky, killing all of these fish, keeping your soon-to-be animated artifacts alive. You know, we're probably going to see in Soul Artifact and similar be added to Arena. I don't know when, but I'd love to see them. It's one of my favorite decks in Pioneer that is unfortunately just not available yet for those of us in Historic.
All right, and we've got, I'm going to be honest, I almost said a reasonable hand for the blue-white player, but I don't know what a reasonable hand looks like in this deck. It's so strange that it's just like, you can't just say lands and spells, because it's trying to do something that's fairly unique here.
Turn 1, fish. Renegade map, able to find a land, and have to be careful with auto tapper here to make sure Emery can come in this turn. And if they want to, there's also a Mox Amber to generate 1 more mana, but there's nothing it can be used for.
Treasure Vault's artifact typing being super relevant again here, enabling that turn to Emery. And we see a Portable Hole drop into the bin, so Emery's going to be able to start bringing back removal spells and other powerful things next turn.
Emery's going to be able to put a fish in a hole. Just need a little bit of white mana, which thankfully is available. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie does not play the Hallowed Fountain until absolutely necessary after what happened in the last game.
Yep. So I imagine we'll see a manual tap here and that Portable Hole pop back up. We could see some posturing for the Wrath of God here, but honestly, I would expect we want to get some value out of the Emery before that happens. We could see them use their life total as a bit of resource here, perhaps like Mind Stone into second Mind Stone off the Emery.
All right, we got Mind Stone, we got a Mox Amber, we got a Thought Monitor.
Yeah, nice. Love it.
It's got Affinity, so it's pretty cheap right now. And it's going to Mull Drifter and get itself 2 cards. Refill that hand, get an island, an Emery.
Okay, and like, you know, we have this other Emery in hand now, so next turn we could see that Wrath of God float a mana off the Mox Amber beforehand and then drop the second Emery back down afterwards. Would not be surprised to see a chump block here, setting up very elegantly for the Wrath of God next turn. Yep, love it.
That Thought Monitor has done what it needed to do, which is draw cards and prevent some damage. I also want to say shout out to Christy, and everybody listen to Christy.
We did, unfortunately, having some issues getting people in. It's important that you, not only in our tournament, just any tournament that you should be a part of, you should read the rules. It would always make me chuckle. I'm an old-time paper grinder from back in the day when things would come up. People were like, oh, I didn't know that was one of the rules. And it's like, you're technically supposed to be familiar with tournament procedures playing in competitive REL tournaments.
So we might see this Emery tapped first just to set up for bringing something back after the Wrath. Nope, just going for it. See you later, Emery, and here comes Emery number 2.
Goodbye, friends. Yeah, perhaps we could have seen a, like, Renegade map, fetch a land, Emery, target the Renegade map, recast it since we had a mana left over.
And going to see the hold for the Coco and the Dispute here. If you think that the Emery is about to go off, it's about to start comboing with this, with Paradox Engine, the combo piece, then having this Mystical Dispute's pretty sweet.
Yep.
Especially when your opponent is only has 2 mana. I mean,
honestly, this Mystical Dispute is like, you need to counter this, but also at the same time, it's like, well, Emery's just going to do it again next turn, right? Mm-hmm. So, like...
What's the point? What's the point when all that's going to happen is Paradox again? Oh, but negate! Hey, look at that! A convenient little counterspell.
We can spin our tires for another turn.
And this is not a conditional counterspell, so having a 3rd mana available will not do anything. We saw the land come down. Here's the Paradox Engine and a negate. Negate. It is gone.
Okay, and then we're just letting it resolve this time. And again, and honestly, I almost wonder if this should have resolved last turn, because it's just so important to have pressure while you're disrupting that, like, you know, especially with the Emery guaranteed to redo this every turn, you're not getting a whole lot when you're just negating. They're just going to redo it again the following turn sequence.
We may see Collected Company to interrupt this somewhere here to hopefully get like a... Oh gosh, being able to make the Emery lose its abilities would be nice. Having blockers does a little, maybe not enough. Yep. I feel like this Coco, it's going to be so essential.
Perhaps here the correct play for our Merfolk player was to Collected Company during the upkeep, so that way they could try and hit Merfolk Trickster. Although Emery could just do that during the upkeep. Never mind, I'm wrong. All right, we're going to see some more artifact generation, and Emery is just going to recast all of these mana rocks from the bin, which is just going to increase the amount of mana that we have available by a lot, and eventually get to this Rise and Shine.
And with Renegade map, you also have a very nice way to thin out the deck and shuffle it. Mystic Forge able to shuffle things off the top. That's an artifact, but it is a land, so it cannot be cast. We're seeing the tap. We're seeing Emery go for Cold Steel Heart. Okay. Mind Stone is also very nice because once you have 3 mana sources, you can just kind of recur that infinitely to draw off your deck and look for whatever piece it is in your combo.
Yep. And then a gate at this point probably being reserved for something like Rise and Shine that isn't recurable. So still charging up these mana rocks here from the bin, and there's going to be something like Maze Mind Tome out of the bin as well. We see every time that Mystic Forge untaps, it gets to clear more cards that our blue-white player does not want to draw off the top.
And the QQ auto-tapping all of those mana rocks. Here comes Maze Mind Tome.
Yeah, and you see that mana just slowly building up here. And now we can even just go ahead and cast things like Thought Monitor to draw cards off the top of the deck.
Thought Monitor costs a grand total of 1 mana. Yes, it does. So that is a flying 2/2, draw 2 cards for the low price of 1.
Pretty good Muldrifter rate, if I do say so myself. All right, and the world is kind of our blue-white player's oyster at this point. Their greatest opponent at this point is probably the clock.
Yes, you do have to go through everything. They have changed the way that the clock works a little bit in Arena for the overall, like, timer per action that burns down. So now when you take actions, it does give you a little bit of an extension, but you still have to act fairly quickly. There's already a lethal amount of damage on a major Rise and Shine here. But getting a little bit of safety is pretty good.
I do believe that, again, we are going to see the, well, technically we're summoning sick aspect here. because I believe
we're looking at lethal next turn.
Correct, yep. Which we could theoretically see like a company into company with Lords and Island Walk again, similar to what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, if there are the island locking lords and a powerful enough pair of creatures, that's going to get through for 10 damage easily.
And we see here this deterministic loop now at this point with the Paradox Engine, the Emeries, and the Mox Ambers. So our blue-white player going to get to untap their things and loop on through and make as much mana as they would like here as they go.
World is their oyster. Every card in the deck's accessible with a near infinite amount of mana. Just keep going. Draw those cards that you can't cast. Say, oh darn, didn't quite get there. Well, guess I'll get another one. And we're going to see very sparingly the Mystic Forge activations. Even though 4 life was gained, it's still very, very important that you keep yourself alive.
Notable that the Mazemind Tomes exile when you finally scry them off, so you can't gain arbitrarily large amounts of life with this combo. We do have arbitrary amounts of mana, though.
Yes. You could just keep looping the Mox Amber as much as you have time for in order to untap. That is the power of 2 Mox Ambers. We used to see this a lot in Kethis combo as well.
All right, and here's the overloaded Rise and Shine finally, which may or may not be met by this negate.
And good morning, everybody, because it's time to rise and shine.
Well,
but that's not the only rise and shine in the deck, so...
Yep. Yeah. We saw our blue-white player bottom it earlier off of a scry. So now at this point, they need to loop through their deck and get back down to it. But it's a lot less here. We see our blue-white player very quickly and aggressively start hammering these mystics on their life total, because now there's no threat of Collected Company at end of turn. So you know you're not going to die on your opponent's next play.
Yep. No Coco. There's enough mana for a counterspell, but I think if there was a third counterspell, we probably already would have seen it.
Yep. So our blue-white player can deterministically draw their deck with Mind Stone as well. So we're just kind of going through the motions at this point. I don't believe our Merfolk player has a recovery mechanic from here.
Oh, just being mindful here. Getting more Cold Stone Hearts. And I'm surprised we're not seeing any of these Mind Stones activated. We're instead seeing the Paying for Life. There's a Thought Monitor that's going to fill up the hand even more. Over 40 mana floating at this point. Glass Casket with no targets. Doesn't matter. Cast it.
Looking at our deck there, wondering where the other... I wonder if they remember that they... Oh, is the Rise and Shine on the very bottom of their deck?
Was it?
I don't remember if they scried something else after it. If the Rise and Shine is on the very bottom of their deck, and they could click and look.
We're getting to the bottom 6 cards of the deck. Like, if it's there, we're going to see it.
Well, the problem is with
there's no other scry. Yeah. You're going to have to make sure there's something under it so you don't just lose to draw.
I think our opponent has our player has lost track of the fact that they scried that bottom earlier. So they need a card left in their... Yeah, it's the bottom card. And they need... No. So we need to crack... No,
I'm surprised we didn't see a shuffle, because those Renegade maps could shuffle it closer to the top.
They're not dead this turn because of summoning sickness. Jamie, so many of these artifacts are summoning sick. I think we've seen a misexecution on our blue-white player's part.
This is, by the way, a great example of why you shouldn't just concede when your Emery opponent gets their Paradox Engine down, because guess what? The game's not over yet.
Yeah.
And they could always misexecute. They could always click wrong. And something like this could happen where they put their win con at the very bottom of the deck. They had many opportunities to shuffle using Renegade map, chose not to, didn't filter out the deck, and this was the end result.
All right, we're heading down on into the feature match area for our round 4 here with Toasted Marshmallow versus the Blue Rose.
Ooh.
With both players having rather unique spellings of blue and toasted there.
They did a great job spelling their names. I think that we know exactly what to look forward to, and it's tasty treats and roses.
Okay.
So we have, Obosh as a companion here. So this is a very odd deck.
And we see Soul Wardens here. Quick mulligan for both players.
For the Cathars Crusade. I mean, it also combos with Skuriok.
Yeah, it's a splinter tree.
And there is something very important about Skuriok Cathars Crusade, and it's that Skuriok has a May written on it.
Yep.
You do not go infinite with no way to exit this combo. You can choose to not make a squirrel to end it.
All right, and we see, it'll be interesting to see here what our mono red player wants to keep. You know, I think I'd be inclined to keep this season Pyromancer because it lets you gas back up at the top end of your curve. Okay, we're choosing to bottom it. Interesting.
So I think it's interesting that Toasted Marshmallow kept one forest and only white 1-drops in their
Yes. They just believe more than you do, Amy.
I don't believe nearly enough. I don't believe in the Prosperous Innkeeper being able to come into play next turn, getting a land, being able to get a treasure, etc., etc., etc. But ooh, look at this spicy start. Hollow One gonna go for the double discount.
Yep, our mono red player just having faith that their Hollow Ones were gonna roll off the top when they bottomed that season Pyromancer and decided to keep the Faithless Looting.
Yeah, this is a holla get one.
Trying to decide here, do they want to ditch a hollowed one? Remember, the second hollow one is not going to be terribly useful because they can only cast one of them this turn, so it currently costs 1 mana. Not quite crazy and completely free.
Hollow One, a key of a lot of cycling decks. Very cool card. Hollow One, costing 1, coming out on turn 2, giving this filtering. I feel like dropping 1 is definitely the right move. Getting a creature in the graveyard over holding a land is also not bad because you get to line yourself up for 3 mana next turn, which guarantees you at least putting your Obosh in hand.
Our green-white player here being rewarded for having faith in the top of their deck. That basic plane's coming rolling off here to cast the Innkeeper on time.
Had it. Sure, you didn't get to play your Soul Warden on turn 1. Who cares? Here's the Innkeeper.
Crunching in for 5 here very quickly. And if you're the green-eyed player, you're just like tapping the top of your deck, hoping to continue running off some mana here.
And Fiery Temper does have Madness, so you definitely don't need to hold on to it for too long.
Okay, now we've got some decisions to make because we've run off some lands here. We could see Soul Warden into Sarah's Ascendant. We could see Heliod come down. Heliod notably pretty far off of that 5 devotion required to be a creature, though, here.
So instead, going to lead with the Soul Warden, get a life gain trigger. And I think that keeping your life total high is super important. And having doubles for the life gain triggers is also very, very good. I actually don't think it would have been awful to hold back one of these.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see the treasure token get utilized here because we're only 1 mana off from the Cathars Crusade at that point, and perhaps would want to utilize that to get our 5-drop into play ahead of curve.
But already set up for the Skuriok next turn, assuming that the Soul Warden and the Innkeeper live.
Okay, and now here's the 4th land, so that lets us discard this Fiery Temper for some Madness value here.
Madness!
It is, I guess it's worth noting here. Wait, So the sequencing here to get the Heliod into play this turn actually means that they get comboed next turn, right?
Yeah,
because
the
they
combo
can kill.
happens.
So they were aggressive to get both of these into play because they wanted to guarantee to have the combo set up. Yeah, wow.
And down to 6, but going to go up to infinity. And beyond.
Squirrel, Affinity, and beyond.
Here it goes. The life gain trigger. The Scurry Oak grows and grows and grows and grows. And Blue Rose being very considerate and conceding the game.
So you saw 2 executions of that loop there. For those not familiar with this combo, that Scurry Oak would sit there and gain lots of life and get arbitrarily large and make an arbitrarily large number of tokens, which on Arena, I believe is 250.
250 combined of all types of tokens you have. So if you have 1 treasure token, you can actually only make 249 squirrels, which that's just not enough.
Yep, and
I need 250.
we see some extra removal spells very quickly coming in for our mono red player here. It's very critical, as we saw that game, that they're able to deal with those 1/1s that combo with the Scurry Oak otherwise.
And we're seeing 1 Scavenging Ooze brought in. It is good to hit the graveyard when you're dealing with Madness and Delirium. For people who are not familiar with Madness, I actually just want to bring up what it is, because a lot of you may be seeing it for the first time if you are an arena-only player. So Madness is when you discard this card, you exile it, and then you choose, do you want it to go to your graveyard, or do you want to cast it for its Madness cost? So this is a way to cast spells at instant speed for usually a lower cost. I think there's very few spells that cost more on their Madness, if any. And for the most part, it is a sweet way to both filter out your cards, draw them with things like Faithless Looting, which is such a powerful engine in this deck, and then, I don't know, maybe get some free spells. Does this have the Root Walla in it?
There are 420 Wallas there.
Love the little Blazing Root Walla. It's so cute.
You see interesting that we see the Spike Field Hazard comes out and the Shock's coming. I suppose the Shock kills the Oak while the Spike Field Hazard does not. It's probably the consideration there.
Well, the Spike Field Hazards are pretty nice. That is a land-heavy hand, but of course, not too bad. You got that Den of the Bugbear coming in untapped on turn 1 and 2. Of Mountains and Ramanop Ruins, but going for the mulligan, would rather have a more versatile hand, and ended up with removal, Ferocidon. Now, Ferocidon hoses this deck.
This is your anti-life gain card. This is you don't get to do your thing, and if you decide to put things into play, you're going to take lots of damages.
So much damage.
So yeah, hate card in the 5 here for our green-white player as well, with Rest in Peace being able to hose the graveyard a touch here. Soul Warden popping out here. I wonder if we'll see a Shock happen right away. Yep, love
can't
the
let that
resource efficiency.
live. But, sure, there was a Soul Warden on turn 1, so we're going to have to see another Soul Warden on turn 2, right? Maybe one that's a halfling, comes with treasure. Oh, no, actually going for the Rest in Peace. The graveyards have now ceased to exist.
Dragon Rage Chandler still going to get to attack for 1 and surveil a little bit, but no chance of takeoff without a graveyard. You are unable to have Delirium. And
I love that. She's actually being kept sane. Her madness, never going to happen.
Well, it's very peaceful.
Yeah.
You can't go mad when you're resting in peace.
Oh, and we're seeing, do I want to hold on to more removal? I think definitely need to get a land at this point, setting up for that Ferocidon.
Wow. Okay. So, and I think at this point,
I think the deck just wanted Dragon Rage Channelers.
Yep. The old 1/1 front. At least you get that little bit of surveil value. They get to kind of turbo through and try and find their way to a land. And honestly,
that's like a land.
Yeah, I think I'd keep that. Maybe like you could Chandler plus Shock next turn. Wants to try and high roll a little bit for the Ferocidon. Also reasonable.
It's better to have it come in untapped, but with your opponent only on 3 lands this turn, you're pretty safe. They can't just Coco into the combo.
Yep.
And ended up getting no lands at all. That is worse than if the Ferocidon was delayed by a turn.
So Ox of Agnos, its upside of being able to grind a little bit as the game goes along, thoroughly cut off by the Rest in Peace. However, just as a piece of top end of the curve, Ox is still going to be pretty reasonable here. We can get, if our bottom player can get their hand empty before they slam that into play, it'll also be able to gas them back up afterwards.
And now it's time for a little bit of life gain and scrying. We've got the Prosperous Innkeeper and Trelasara.
Yep.
Hi,
and
Trey.
the card selection from Trelasara, very powerful in these games, letting you kind of smooth out finding the right number of lands. And we're gonna have a Shock here. Yeah, that works great.
There will be no scrying done. So again, a land that comes in tapped, Den of the Bugbear.
Yeah, we bottomed. We binned the Spike Field earlier.
I feel like this is just greed right here, but just going for it anyway. You have a second surveil. You want a Shock? Sure. And Shocks also do interrupt the combo for the Scurry Oak and kill, I think, every single creature unless it's an animated Heliod. I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, I like guaranteeing having interaction here. I think that's a pretty reasonable stance to be taking. We see some flood happening for our green-white player, but we do see those Cave of the Frost Dragon hiding in their mana base, so eventually those are going to get to fire up.
It
And
costs a
play
bit
little
of mana to
defense.
animate them. I think it's 5, and of course you want them to be untapped. A tapped Cave of the Frost Dragon cannot attack, cannot defend, but it's a great way to close out a game. And
Okay.
another land from Toasted Marshmallow. We are now in range of animating one of these. Do you go on the offensive?
Interesting.
Yep.
We're going to get aggressive here. Okay.
And the Unholy Heats are now locked at 2 damage. They can only hit creatures, but I don't think that that's bad.
Yeah. So are we technically winning this race? Yeah, we're
It's
killing
4
them in
versus 2.
Yeah, we're dead in the red player's dead in 5, and they're dead in 6. I wonder if we'll see them. Okay.
And if you remember, this match did start out with very few lands and end up with very many lands. The flood is real.
Yep. So our Dragon Rage Chandler digging for untapped lands here. So I imagine, yep, Ramanap Ruins snaps
Ramanap Ruins!
very quickly to the top of the deck there. And then notably too, this Rampaging Ferocidon has Menace stapled onto it, right? So if this Cave wanted to play defense later, it can't block this 3/3. That will not be an option available to it.
Just like Spider-Man, Ferocidon is a menace. It's going to shut down all the life gain pieces. It's going to be quite the beater as well, and it's going to hit every single player that plays a creature.
I think I was into the Frost Dragon attack the previous turn. I don't know that I love firing it up this turn.
I would have liked to see the Soul Warden and then holding up for potentially a double block.
Yeah, I think we're dead and gone here at this point. We're going to be moving on. Oh, we actually just have 5 rolled up in hand here, right, for the red player? Just like end step.
You got Fiery Temper and you've got a Shock.
That's it. Not to mention our threats that are already in play here.
So Soul Warden going to come out, and she's not going to be long for this world. She's going to bring the life total down to 4. And Fiery Tempter is going to finish this off with another 3 damage, maybe Shock as well.
Yep, I imagine we'll see a concession here. Yeah, so we head on into game 3. You know, this is an aggro mirror match at the core, so being on the plate will be a pretty big advantage for our green-white player heading into this next game. I wonder if we'll see copies of Deckenstone coming in now. Perhaps the Rampaging Ferocidon slipping their mind in the second game. I think they really need ways to be able to get rid of that post-board.
Skyslave Apparition is always going to be helpful. One of the best cocoable pieces of removal.
Yeah, for sure. We see our green-white player perhaps taking on what exactly they want to be doing in terms of sideboarding. Wonderful to see those Deckenstones. Yeah, sliding right on in there. Just to give you a little bit more answers, because the green-white deck is basically non-functional. Your combo doesn't work, and your fair deck plan doesn't work if Ferocidon's in play. So having an answer to it is very important.
Some people would not consider life gain decks to be fair and honest magic. I disagree. Life gain is beautiful. Trilasara, one of my favorite new cards. Thank you so much to whoever she is. I don't know that much about D&D lore. I know she is elf and has something to do with moon stuff, but that does not mean anything to me.
Oh, this red hand is so close. It's
just
it's a faithless looting away from being busted. And we see this tank here.
Hey, well, there's still a way to discard this hand.
That's
it's
true.
Beaumont Courier. You just got to get in there bright and early and be like, screw it. I just want free lizards. I do want free lizards.
Beaumont's one of the cards I'm actually a little bit surprised to see in the deck post board, especially on the draw. It just has such a difficult time attacking in on a lot of the board states.
Yeah, it's fast, but there's a lot of 2/2s that it just can't break through.
Even the 1/1s are just like not things you're excited to trade with a lot of the time. You want that card to be able to get in 2 or 3 times, then cash it in for value. And it struggles to do that in the creature matchups.
Ooh, getting a second land's very convenient here. It lets you lead out with a Flamebait Adept instead. And you got a Faithless Looting, Unholy Heat, some Fiery Temper. Not a bad hand at all.
The Skyclave Apparition here, excellent addition to the green-white hand. Going to be able to answer the Rampaging Ferocidon that would have otherwise had some trouble with.
Yeah, it's going to shut down the counterplay. And also, already, there's the combo there. You have Soul Warden or Innkeeper, you have Heliod, and you have Scurry Oak.
Okay. Electing to Unholy Heat here, perhaps saving the Fiery Temper for later because it has the upside of being able to go to the Dome. However, this does mean you don't get to use your mana for the turn, and you don't get to pump the Flame Blade Adept up. No third land here. A little unfortunate for Toasted Marshmallow. Debating on whether or not we want to shove the Skyclave Apparition into play. It would use up our treasure, which is a limited resource here.
I have been told that Trelasara likes being nice and having fun. I like her even more now.
We technically have the combo rolled up for our green-white player here. We just need mana to cast it, and then for there not to be disruption, but there, not only do we not have mana, but there's plenty of disruption in the mono-red player's hand.
Yes, there is. So we're going to see Skyclave Apparition taking out the threat that's on the board.
And honestly, if you're the mono-red player, you're like super excited to see a Skyclave come down before you play your Frosted on here. You're like,
but it probably means they have another.
That's fair. That's fair. Yep.
Or Declaration Snow, some form of removal. Oh, so we're actually going to see Faithless Looting here, going for the, I assume, discard on the Fiery Temper to kill the apparition, get another attacker, maybe go for Fence?
Yeah, you have to decide here now, do you want to discard both Fiery Temper for value, or do you want to get a card underneath your Beaumont Courier? There's definitely upside to doing both.
So going for the massive burn here. 3 to the Dome, another 3. Taking out that Skyclave Apparition, no blockers allowed.
Hey, I think I like getting a 1/1 here. It's like not super exciting, but the 3 damage to the Dome against the life gain deck also isn't particularly appealing.
Yeah, 3 damage can be undone quite easily at any stage of the game.
Yeah, especially with the Beaumont Courier in hand now, you really want to be able to clean the board out to ideally be able to attack with it at some point.
The 1/1 spirit, or sorry, the 1/1 illusion now, just getting ready to get some extra damage in. And it's going to be accompanied by, sequencing maybe? I'm not sure.
Yep.
The courier is going to hurt now, but that's okay.
This was the ideal sequencing if Soul Warden had been played, although we might, I'd say the tank here might be, are we supposed to hold up Spike Field Hazard? And I feel like with them only having 2 mana available, I would have just jammed the Beaumont Courier.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about a Coco, and this is 1 less card under the courier, so probably feeling a little bit bad about that, but again, can't always play perfectly. And now the courier is going to be gathering up cards in its little package body. It's got the cutest art. It's like a little present being all wrapped up by a gyroid bot. It's so cute. And now Obosh in hand.
Okay, yeah, this is going to push a lot of damage very quickly here. Let's the Beaumont Courier attack into 2/2s as well, which is really strong.
And it's going to make the Ferocidon even more brutal because it's going to be hitting for 2, unless it doesn't exist. So the Skyclave Apparition able to take out the Ferocidon, but still taking 1 damage there.
Yep, down to 7. Almost makes me wonder if we were supposed to draw Obosh or perhaps hitting with Den of the Bugbear was right last turn. It's close. Getting the companion has a lot of upside in the longer term for sure.
Animating Den of the Bugbear on this turn unfortunately cuts off anything else, but it does get a lot of damage in. It gets at least 3 damage in.
If we play Obosh, the token doesn't double because tokens that has an even converted mana cost, but the Beaumont would be doubled. So we could attack with the Beaumont and offer to trade with the Skyclave Apparition, which would then net us a 3/3 afterwards, and then we still have the Obosh in play.
Oh, we're seeing some decisions being made here.
Perhaps thinking about putting this into play as a land. Okay.
Okay. Going for the Obosh, swinging in with the courier.
We could see a pass for the turn 2. I feel like if you weren't attacking with the courier, you probably want to hold the Spike Field because this remember the Spike Field is doubled with the Obosh in place, so it would have been a shock effectively.
And now we have still 3 lands on Toasted Marshmallow's side. The ability to only play out one of these 3 drops or Thalia, and a Soul Warden. That's a way to start ticking life back up. You do have to be very careful about not dying this next turn. So it was a choice between double blockers, gaining a little bit of life, or setting up for the combo.
And Shock, I think they were dead even before the Shock, because the Den of the Bugbear is 4, 5, 6, 7 with the Beaumont Courier. And the Shock is almost assuredly... Oh, we're not attacking with the Den of the Bugbear.
Nope.
Yeah, the Bugbear...
Going for free lizards, though.
All right, that's fine. The Shock is still lethal, right? Because we can kill the Skyclave, and then Obosh does 6 on its own?
Or hit face, yeah. There we go. So 4 to the Skyclave Apparition. And now swinging on in for loads and loads of damage.
A lot of right ways to eat this Rhesus here. Our Red Madness player here coming in with a strong finish in our 4th round.
Blue Rose moving on. Way to go.
Let's take a peekaboo here, get our time-shifted feature loaded up here. I'll dive right on into another match of Magic here for our Hooglandia Open here today. Looks like we've got some green-white company, maybe traditional not life gain combo here with the Luminarch Aspirant versus some blue-white tempered steel, perhaps.
I actually don't remember if this deck had Tempered Steel. I was looking at it
just
before.
Artifacts. Okay.
This is an Artifacts build. I thought it was going to have Tempered Steel, but no, this is running a Black Staff of Waterdeep to turn things into 4/4s. We got Nettle Cyst. That's a little bit spicy. And Emery, Psy, Thought Monitor. This is a very cool list.
So we've got, the Ornithopter here with the Black Staff. We're going to get to attack for 4 on turn 2 in the air. I'm going to pull Black Staff up for people at home because that one's not super common.
So the Black Staff of Waterdeep, while you have it out, can only animate one thing at a time. But unlike most cards in the kind of like animation vein, it can also hit creature artifacts. So you turn any artifact into a 4/4. It maintains any other abilities that it has. So in this case, flying. And boom, turn 2, hitting for 4.
Ooh, and we see Conclave Mentor enter hand for our green-white player here. So not a traditional kind of Love-Struck Beast style deck, but some 1/1 counter synergies.
I have to bring that to this. Does Ganymede run Scales? Because we just got Hardened Scales, and this could totally be a Scales build.
Yeah, we see Skyclave Apparition cleanly answering the staff, which then turns the Ornithopter back into the lowly O2. All right, we see another excellent artifact payoff. We were talking about Tempered Steel, but Nettle Cyst is another really powerful card that is similar to Cranial Plating, but gives you defense, and it comes with a thing by default, a living weapon token here.
And here's Conclave Mentor about to double those +1/+1s. Now, this is going to give 3 +1/+1 counters. It doesn't double them. It adds an additional.
Lumiarch, very strong on its own, absurd when it's giving 3 per turn.
You can build a very similar deck to this in Standard right now. You may notice that every single card that Ganymede has played, including the card in hand, is legal in Standard. It's not including the lands. That is important.
Well, Nettle Cyst is a non-standard card, right?
No, I'm talking about in Ganymede. Or sorry, on Ganymede's side.
Oh, Ganymede's side. Yep, you are correct.
Look at this. Skyclave, Prosperous Innkeeper. Easy.
And there's another Skyclave Apparition off the top here, so we can get rid of the Nettle Cyst, just like shrinking their board down to just a 1/1 and an O2. And then the Lumiarch is going to get to put counters on something else again here. We're going to crack in for double digits worth of damage here already.
Yeah, and the Germ token will cease to exist. It is a 0/0. So this, by getting rid of the Nettle Cyst, you're essentially getting rid of a creature.
Yep. See that Skyclave pump up, and now we crack in for 11, and more than 11, 15 here, and suddenly under the Abyss already here, and I would be surprised if we have a comeback mechanism in this blue-white deck at this point. Kind of a recurring theme we've seen throughout the course of the day so far is that Esper Sentinel has looked fairly mediocre in a lot of the games that we've played. We've seen a lot of creature versus creature matchups in the set so far, and Sentinel's been very underwhelming because there aren't just a lot of non-creature spells throwing around.
I think that it might perform nicely against Burn, but of course it's going to die to the first Burn spell cast.
Yep, we see portable holes and glass caskets hit that deck very quickly for our blue-white player, acknowledging that they don't want to be racing in this matchup. They instead want to be interacting a little bit. And gosh, Tormod's Crypt in this main deck as well. Reanimator, very sad if they were to play against this blue-white person.
Ooh, wow, yeah, that is a hateful sideboard.
See, Mirror Enforcer, in addition to Thought Monitor, one of the OG Affinity for artifact cards.
I didn't even notice we were getting Mirror Enforcer. The mirror is so cute.
Just a classic 4/4/4/7 Affinity for artifacts here. One of the things I want to tool around with at some point is both Thought Monitor and Mirror Enforcer cost 7, so you can technically Neoform them into Craterhoof Behemoth.
You're not incorrect. All right, so we have a very colorless opening hand there. Had to be Mulligan from Sawtooth Mocha. And Ganymede doing a mulligan there, ending up with a very rampy hand here. You got Llanowar Elf, and Prosperous Innkeeper. Let's just throw one of those elves back and have a very halfling time.
Pretty reasonable starts from both players here. Got the portable hole, which is a little awkward against the Skyclave apparition that just got picked up.
Yeah, the Metallic Rebuke will be nice once a couple things have hit the battlefield. Becomes a not quite free counterspell. And it does give a use to this Mox Amber.
Yeah, the improvise, kind of a more fair variation of Affinity that doesn't let you spew your hand. You can tap your artifacts to get rid of colorless mana. Have Emery being added to hand tier for our blue-white player. Going to turn on that Mox Opal and come down for just a single point of mana here. And then conveniently, that Rebuke's going to get to protect her nicely from the Skyclave apparition next turn.
And also, because Rebuke can tap these portable holes, you may as well get it done and get rid of... You have the choice here. Do you want to stop a Coco from happening on turn 3, or do you want to get rid of part of the combo? And the choice was part of the combo. Knowing that you have a counterspell is helpful.
Saw a number of cards slip over there, getting us a sight. Nothing particularly useful. If you were Sawtooth, you were definitely hoping for something like a Thought Monitor there that Emery could put back into play powerfully. Although the other upside is you're not drawing a bunch of lands now, at least, I suppose.
Oh, hello, Spire of Industry. That's helpful.
Life finds a way sometimes, I suppose.
So we're going to see Blinkmoth Nexus animated and attacking. Oh, we're also seeing Emery attacking because there's nothing in the graveyard.
And both players doing a whole lot of nothing. You know, you feel a little bit behind if you're the blue-white player, but you don't know that Ganny has just a bunch of blanks in hand.
Well, that's another Spire.
We're winning the race.
This is just the flood.
So, you know, when it rains, it pours. There's a Conclave Mentor. You know, a 2/2 is king on this board full of 1/1s and 1/2s.
Yeah, but it can't fly.
That's true. The Nexus does get to keep sneaking on in there.
So Conclave Mentor coming down and saying, "What's up, Emery? I'm bigger than you." That's right. And Emery's like, man, would you like a sword? I found this in the lake I live in. I can't really make any use of it. So we're going to see the Blinkmoth Nexus swinging in there, getting in a little damage.
The flood continues on both sides here. Both players hoping to draw their bigger card advantage spells here. And if you're on the blue side, Size, Thought Monitors, heck, even a Mirror Enforcer, a 4/4 would be awesome right now.
Oh, it would be real nice. Maybe also like getting in a 2/2 that draws you 2 cards. Wouldn't that be just stellar right now? But no, it was a land, and it will continue to be a land for both players. So remember, this happens sometimes in Magic. The Shuffler does not hate you. It's not out to get you. It's just, RNG is like this.
Clumps are random. One of the things I often find is a lot of people hear random and they think uniformly distributed, right? Like, I should have an even mix of lands and things. It's like, Okay.
That's kind of interesting. We didn't see the portable hole there. But we might see a portable hole be exiled here. You have a choice between Emery and the hole, and going for Emery. May as well make sure there's no possible graveyard recursion here. And the Conclave Mentor swings in.
And I'd wager if we see another brick here, which that's definitely a brick at this point.
When your opponent has 7 mana and their largest spell costs 4, Metallic Rebuke is a brick.
Yep. I think you need to take the Conclave Mentor out of play here at this point. You just want to slow that clock down a little bit so you can have a chance to draw out of this flood you're both experiencing. All right. Just how it be. I wonder if we'll see the Blink Moth start staying back at this point, because remember, the Blink Moth can pump itself. So the Blink Moth can technically be a 2/2 on defense. Wow, the Emery just milled 3 lands.
Impressive. And we're actually still seeing the Blink Moth swing in. Emery still has nothing in the graveyard to recur. And here comes the Coco. The Rebuke does nothing.
Yep. Unfortunately, we have hit that point in the game. The Rebuke, you want those early, and it's just not live at this point.
Time to hope for the best. I see a Heliod revealed there. I can't see the rest, but I bet it's going to be game-breaking.
The tank here is the scariest, right? Because it means they have choices. You're just like, because if there aren't options, you just click them real quick. And
they chose the most aggro pair of creatures here. Getting a +1/+1 counter. Swinging for 4. The game is over next turn.
Yeah, we need a Thought Monitor into some other action here.
That's a Mox Amber.
Is not going to do it.
That's like a land, but not.
Yep. What a just brutal flood here. And even the fact that the Emery's missed too is just it's a tough nut. There's a flood on both sides here, but our green-white player finding their important payoff before the blue-white player could, unfortunately.
Coco did Coco things. Lethal damage is dealt. Sorry, Sawtooth, you didn't quite get enough artifacts.
Let's head on into our feature match area for round 5 here.
Oh, we got Gray Bear again. Up on stream. We've got the Orzhov humans here. This is a great hand. Seriously, a great hand. You've got the Sentinel, you've got the Inspector, you have Thalia, you have Thalia's Lieutenant, and then you have the Lord at 3 mana, Kudrow. But you're going to be facing off against an awful lot of removal because Gray Bear has this nasty hand here. That's biggest downside is that there's not enough black mana.
Yep, and normally being on the play is a pretty big advantage in these aggro mirror matches, but the fact that our first land came into play tap for Gray Bear was a pretty big downside here. And this Thalia here pairing very well with Esper Sentinel, meaning that if you want a Heartless Act, DWB is going to get to draw a card.
Even a Thoughtseize is going to cost 2 mana and give a little card draw.
Yep.
Or pay the 1. So, yep, there we go. Can't pay the 1. Thalia's Lieutenant is dead, but look what was drawn. It was Esper Sentinel, Esper Sentinel, Esper Sentinel. Do you go for the triple? Do you go for the triple here? I feel like it's so good with the Thalia's Lieutenant as a follow-up.
Yeah, we see that puts. Yep, and the Thalia's didn't come down yet, so we're going to see 1 drop,
nice.
1 drop, 1 drop. And then, if we draw an untapped land next turn, you just have double Lieutenant.
This is so exciting. This is just such a great board full of creatures. Just, yeah, you know what? A 3/1, it's swinging in every turn. It can come back from the graveyard. It's going to be doing damage. And because those were shock lands, they were all Godless Shrines that came in, DBW at a fairly low life total here.
And I imagine...
doing pretty good.
Imagine with the wrinkle here, you definitely want to trade off for the Skyclave, because otherwise they could make you sacrifice anyways. I wonder if we'll see discard from hand here. Yep. You got to ditch the Kudra, right? Because you wanna try and spike that land.
Yeah, I think it's similar enough. Ooh, do you go for Kudra or do you go Inspector Lieutenant?
So the upside to Kudra would have been that we could have exiled the Skyclave Apparition, but we also just might not, or the Skyclave Shade. Sorry, both Skyclaves.
Yeah, they're both some part of a floating island up in Zendikar.
Yep. And you can't even really Thoughtseize here, realistically, because if you Thoughtseize, your opponent gets to draw 2 extra cards, so your discard spell is just not worth it.
My gosh, the buffed up Sentinels are doing work. And now
Wow.
even Rankle is not an effective blocker. The Skyclave Shade can't block. The second Skyclave Shade is gone from the graveyard. This is
Fudge.
sick. All of these with 3 power, that's lethal damage, has to be blocked.
And even with the block,
Oh,
the
look, even with the
Skyclave
block,
Shade
that's
can't
gone.
block. Yep.
That's 12 in right there at the face. Love to see it. That's the human aggro at work. So glad we got Thalia's Lieutenant. It is a great card for humans. And I have experimented with different humans builds. Black-white is definitely the tribal Corias from Ikoria and from Innistrad. But if you want to get wild with your humans, you can actually go 4 or 5 color humans with, oh goodness, Hero of Precinct 1 to generate more and more human tokens. I'm a big fan of that strategy. It's not necessarily better, but it's funnier because there's a lot of cards you might not know are humans, like Atris. That's a human. It's a pretty cool multicolored human. Just saying. You can make humans off the casting of multicolored removal spells like Vanishing Verse or Dire Tactics. There's a lot you can do with those colors.
An interesting dynamic here we see from both players in the post-board strategy is you can generally speaking expect these aggro matches to slow down post-board because we saw our mono black player bring in Fatal Pushes and Doomblades, and we see Dire Tactics and Fatal Pushes here. So there's a Doomblade, unfortunately not particularly as good against the black side, but both decks are pulling up a little bit and are going to be a little bit less linear, a little bit more interactive in these games 2 and 3 here now.
Yeah, very often these decks have less sideboard against an unstable meta because we just got these cards out, and more sideboarding are just for being on the play and being on the draw. You got to know when to hit fast, when to be the beatdown, and when to, kind of chillax a little bit. Take it easy, remove your opponent's threats, and build up momentum.
Yeah, and we saw some rest in pieces, I believe, come in for our humans player, but we also saw Skyclave Apparition come out for the mono black player, because those don't play defense appropriately. Mono black player on the play again here, but notably has the untapped land on 1, which is huge.
Yep, now get the gutter bones rolling, and those bones can come back if damage is dealt to face. So we have a Fatal Push on the Inspector. She did leave a clue behind, but DWD taking the 2 from Gutter Bones. G-Bones very good at hit and face, and there's a second Fatal Push at the ready to kill any threats.
A little bit of awkward mana here for our black-white player. The creature land only comes into play untapped up to the second land, so we have to choose between, do we want a third untapped land or do we want a double Sentinel this turn? Looks like we're going with double Sentinel.
Double Sentinel, very nice against the removal, and we're seeing this exactly here. It's going to replace itself. You're going to get to draw a card, but you're not going to get to draw 2 cards.
And now we get to have our cake and eat it too, right? Like we played the double Sentinel this turn, and now we have the third untapped land to jam the Elite Spellbinder next turn still.
Perfect. Yeah, there's the Bright Climb Pathway, a white or black mana source. And Elite Spellbinder, so very nice at wrecking people's hands.
Yeah,
oh.
we have a decision to make here. Yeah, so the Gutter Bones is in the bin, and I kind of like this from DWB, just guaranteed getting rid of the Gutter Bones with the rest in peace. You don't want to risk like end step, removal spell, untap, hasty threat, pick it back up.
Oh, and speaking of hasty threats, here's Ragavan, hit and face. Sorry, not Ragavan, Rankle. Gosh, they're both R's and they like to hit face. One is monkey and one is fairy. This one is a fairy rogue.
I was very glad they didn't give us that one into Arena.
I'm mad that we didn't get that one. Ragavan is my son. He is my beautiful monkey son, and we all deserve more monkey. I love stealing, too. I just want more cards from my Steal Your Stuff deck.
So we see that clue cracking to enable the Fatal Push here. Rankle getting to drop down into play with an empty hand, going to get that one-sided discard mode off here.
And have to discard. Which one do you choose? Choose one of those Elite Spellbinders. So Spellbinder is actually very nice here, even without any cards in hand, because it can trade into Rankle.
Yeah, stat line here is huge. And okay, so like, do you... If this Regisaur comes down, you no longer want to trade your Spellbinder because then your Dire Tactics just cost you so much life.
But on the other hand, you probably need something.
Yeah. Okay. I like this from our mono black player.
The way I see it is they could just like sacrifice their rankle anyway to get rid of the spellbinder.
Yeah.
It's like you're taking 3.
Yeah, I
Just going for the
almost
discard.
on Gray Bear's side, I think I like forcing the trade there because like you offered the trade and they declined to take it. So they're telling you this trade is bad for me. So you could force the trade to happen there with the sacrifice. And
Gets a spawn off the top with the DWB at only 7 life. That could be the closer. There's 2 creature lands here. You've got the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Sorry, and the Faceless Haven. All of them get to swing in here. We're gonna see an Exile on the Rotten Regisaur.
Played a little bit with fire here on DWB's part with the timing on this Dire Tactics. We could have seen like a Doomblade in response to that, which would have meant we died because we no longer had a human when the Dire Tactics would resolve then.
And unfortunately, only getting a Luminarch Aspirant, which cannot trade into the Faceless Haven. So it's going to work out a little bit better to animate a land here. But unfortunately...
Yep, Heartless Act going to push through a lethal creature land here.
I hate that Faceless Haven gets to attack vigilantly. I do not understand why Snow gets to have these pretty little tools.
It's like the Snow's a real downside, but like honestly, that land is up there with like Mutavault in terms of powerful creature lands in Magic's history if you can enable it. Like spending 3 mana to deal 4 damage is such an absurd rate.
Yeah, because you get to still use that nice colorless mana again. And
something I really like from
here.
Yeah, from DWB here on the play, it looks like we're cutting the rest in pieces out. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 1-drops come back in, so you can be more proactive on the play, trying to be more reactive on the draw. I like this exchange here from them a lot.
And we saw near instant sideboarding from DWB. Knows what they want, how they want it.
All right, and again, this is our first game where DWB has gotten to be on the plate looking for those 1-drops and the 2-drops here. See, it's not bad, but it's just not proactive.
I do like how good of a mix of creatures and removal Gray Bear has with these 2 nice 1-drops and getting a Regisaur as well. But going up against the ever-growing threat, the Luminarch Aspirant. Between the Aspirant and the Dinosaur, these 2 are huge aggressive creatures. And Gray Bear just got a really nice draw getting this second Gutter Bones. So already 6 power on the board on turn 2.
Speaking of good draws, the Inspector's a pretty decent pickup for DWB, you know. Honestly, I would expect we'll see the counter go on to that one. Yep, you just want to kind of diversify your threats here. Love the attack, because this way, if they have a removal spell, they want to use it on the Inspector, and then your Aspirant gets to hang around.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of 2-1s, and they might be able to come back from the graveyard, but they're still going to be in an awkward spot against this 2-3 Inspector. And now there is the potential for a Dire Tactics or for drawing a card off the Clue here. All 3 of these creatures on the board are recurable from the graveyard. So exiling them is a priority. Yeah,
I love this use of Dire Tactics here. I think you just want to keep your life total a little bit high while you do this race here, especially seeing that Murderous Riders lurking. They're going to have life links, so it's going to be difficult to race them. So you just want to stay as healthy as possible here.
Now Holla Holla, get Holla Blade. We got a 3-1 that can give itself indestructible on the board, as well as 2 nice pieces of removal, another Dire Tactics, and a Fatal Push.
I like that we again continue to see the counters get spread out here. We, for instance, saw a I'm blanking on its name. We saw Heartless Act in our second game there. So spreading out counters also has value against that card.
You have to protect yourself from the removal that we have. And here comes the Spawn of Mayhem. Gets slightly discounted here, but is also going to be exiled. Dire Tactics. Getting rid of that thing before it gets any bigger or swings it in the air.
Yeah,
and with a land here, we might see that held on to for the Seasoned Hallowblade to discard. We might see it played to get ever closer to the Cave of the Frost Dragon. But it looks like we're just seeing hold on for Fatal Push and Crack a Clue.
Yep. Yeah, with the removal spells here, our racing potential is very, very good. I'm gonna be interested to see if Gray Bear decides to hold back at all. Oh, interesting. I don't know that I love the sequencing here. I definitely want to let them attack before I decide to use a removal spell. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and then that's
No
all she
blockers
wrote, right?
available.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is big lethal energy. Even a 1-drop, if it came in untapped, would die to the fatal push.
Yep. So
That's game.
really, yeah, I like how DWB played that last game a lot. I think they assessed their role correctly, and their use of how they spread out counters on Lumiarch was very, very good there.
That was a very, very quick set of games too. I was very impressed by how well humans performed there. I think that humans having graveyard hate kind of built into it with Kudrow, being able to tax things, maybe replace its own cards with Sentinel, is just very, very nice, like spread out amount of value.
Yeah, you have your disruption really baked in too, right? Because even things like Elite Spellbinder are like just good rate humans you want to be playing that happen to disrupt on top of everything else.
Kudrow happens to exile from the graveyard. You happen to be able to sacrifice to kill any big threats, but don't need to. You managed to just win with pure aggro there.
Okay, we're going to dive right on into our time-shifted feature match for the round here.
We've got Like It Is and Mr. Thopter. We watched
like
Mr.
we've
Thopter
got
in an earlier round too.
Yes, they were the mostly red-black Jund deck. So they are a red-black mid-range deck splashing for Klothys, which seems like it has a lot of use here against Dragon Rage, Chandler, and Phoenixes.
Yeah, and we have Izzet Phoenix on the other side using the new tools that are part of the Madness and Delirium setup.
Yeah, Fiery Temper, Unholy Heat, Dragon Rage Chandler, a bunch of new cards here for a Phoenix player.
It's honestly so good to see that Phoenix is still viable in Historic. Ever since Phoenix got gutted with the ban of Faithless Looting, RIP Faithless Looting.
Brainstorm.
Oh, sorry. No. I'm talking about Faithless Looting in Modern.
Oh, Modern, yes.
I'm talking about Modern
okay,
Phoenix. I have had a hole in my heart that needed to be filled.
It is nice to have a format where, it works out very elegantly here. I really hope they can keep Faithless Looting in a spot in this format where it's just playable but not busted. It seems like they've been doing a reasonable job of cultivating what cards are in and out of the format reasonably so far, and I hope that continues to be the case.
And I think hitting things like Brainstorm, it's on suspension right now, it might come back, I don't think it will, is a good idea. And I'd like to see, a little bit more damage done to blue, Memory Lapse out. I would actually be okay with Counterspell in. It's never been a card that's bothered me that much.
You see attack here. For those of you at home, by the way, remember you can see the full metagame for this tournament on stream. We actually have yet to see a Memory Lapse be cast on stream, and that's not because Memory Lapse isn't being played in this tournament. It's just because I get to pick the feature matches.
We're very biased against Jeskai, and the Jeskai games, whether they be Control or Indomitable Creativity, are not our favorite. So we have chosen to instead show you the hot new stuff like this. Dragon's Rage Channeler, Jund Madness.
So we've got an opt happening here, keeping a land / removal spell. Really, this is going to be a spell. Okay, we've got the Crackling Drake in hand. Is interesting. And we see kind of the strength of the Phoenix deck here, and really how Dragon Rage Chandler slots into this eloquently, where you don't need to be all in on flooping Phoenix into play because of these Sprite Dragons and other threats. You can just play this reasonable fair deck.
We've got creatures that grow over time. And the Dragon's Rage Channeler, which is just going to be feeding the graveyard for any potential Phoenixes that are encountered. Phoenixes in hand are very binnable with Faithless Looting, but if you have one here, I could still do some work. Ooh, and we're going to see. Yeah, there we go. Crackling Drake drawing a card.
Something noteworthy on Crackling Drake here, too. This is another non-Phoenix threat that's very good against a lot of the hate cards that are good against Phoenix, because this notably doesn't just care about the things in your graveyard. It also counts instant sorceries in exile. So
Klothys might be able to ruin the size of the Phoenix by just exiling those from the graveyard. The Drake is pretty happy. That's pretty happy with how things are. And here's the Dragon's Rage Channeler. about to hit Delirium. Only one more type of spell needed. And oh hey Chandra, you could be that last kind of spell.
Yep. Chandra notably lining up decent into the Crackling Drake as well as the Perfect Pet for the time being. Perfect Pet will eventually grow out of size. Wonder if we'll see a Phoenix here from our Phoenix player. If we could see Chandler into double removal spell here, get a bunch of surveils.
Sort of an odd question. Are you a fan of the Sprite Dragon or the Dorat the Perfect Pet art?
I love the Godzilla artworks. They're fantastic.
I love most of them. I think that the Dorat one, I've never been a big fan of Dorat. So for me, I love Sprite Dragon because it's just like a cute little fantasy creature. Also, my goodness, the damage with lethal still in hand. We're gonna see some life gained here off Clothes, going up to a grand total of 5. I don't think that's gonna be enough against these birds.
Yeah, the Chandra here can kill the Perfect Pet, but that's just not going to be nearly enough with all this flying, and that's even before you consider the fact that there's a Fiery Temper in hand. Fiery Temper really giving the Phoenix deck a nice additional axis of attack. Traditionally speaking, the builds in Historic have not played much reach, and getting to play, these deal 3s as opposed to something like Pillar of Flame or other cheaper ones is a big upgrade.
We're seeing a little bit of sideboarding, taking out some of these major threats. Big Chandra staying in the sideboard there. That is the one that can deal 3 across the board. That's just not quite enough to take out a lot of these threats. And since they can come back from the graveyard, unless you're using the -X to exile them, might not be all that useful. But keeping a little bit of graveyard hate in the form of the Clothes is very good.
It's interesting to note that a lot of the answers from the newer cards that have printed, Davriel's Withering and Davriel Proper, all those perpetually cards, really good at keeping Phoenixes down in the bin. And actually looking at the deck list here from our Phoenix player, they're a little bit fortunate to find their non-Phoenix threats in that game. We see the Crackling Drake was a fun of, that ended up showing up and being instrumental in pushing through lethal there.
Oh, and we're seeing another one of those one of fun ofs taken out, the Ox Vagonis.
Yeah, Ox, I think, makes a lot of sense to cut in your post-board games when you're expecting your opponents to bring in Graveyard Hate, especially when deck lists are heads up like this and you know for a fact that Soul Guide Lanterns are going to be coming in, and things like Clothis were already in the main deck.
I'm a big fan of Clothes. I am hoping that even if we don't return to Theros anytime soon, that we do see more of her and Calyx soon.
Yeah, Calyx's design was sweet. I like the Planeswalkers that you have to build around a lot like that.
Yeah, they're a lot nicer than the ones that are plus make a scary creature and draw a card, minus kill a thing, maybe exile a thing, and big minus win the game.
Yep. And to be fair, I think they've done a good job even with the non-build-arounds in that in recent memory. Lolith, for example, is a very eloquent design for a 5-mana Planeswalker, I think.
Oh yeah, Lolith's great. She's a Drider. She got little spider homies, helps defend herself, kind of just chills, likes board wipes, walks on the beach. I like her. I'm not saying that all Driders are extremely dateable, but they are extremely dateable. Wizards of the Coast, when are you going to rebrand the Monster Manual to be the Boyfriend Manual? I'm waiting.
So we have our players going on in for game 2 here. Our red-black player hopefully going to have slightly less awkward mana here on the play. Pretty reasonable 6, all things considered. Quick keep from our Phoenix player. Very strong 7 for them. Kroxa to the bottom. A little bit of an interesting choice. I might have liked bottoming the Extinction Event so the Season Pyromancer could gas back up after the fact, but maybe also valuing the fact that Extinction Event can clean out all the Phoenixes if they floop those into play.
Yeah, having both colors of mana, pretty nice for like it is. Going to have to keep up with this Extinction Event, though.
And this game,
outpace it too.
This game already a key difference from the first game that we saw, where our red-black player was able to answer the first threat without taking damage from it or letting it get value with Surveil, which is a big, big difference.
And here comes Bone Crusher Giant. It might be removal, but it's also a threat. Getting hit for 4 damage a turn adds up a lot, and the fact that it will hit you when you remove it is rough. So this Abrade does cleanly kill it, but down to 16 life. And yeah, this is not quite where you want to be. Iteration, a great way to filter, get a little bit of cards in hand, one in exile that can be cast this turn, maybe a land. Let's see what gets lined up.
And we see some tire spinning here, but the tire spinning is not the biggest deal because our red-black player doesn't currently have any pressure in play to speak of. See a Faithless Salvaging in hand, a card that I've seen people trying to make playable in Modern where looting's no longer legal, but playing that in here in Historic as well on top of looting. Lots of discard and draw there with Rebound. Salvaging, really powerful in the Phoenix deck because the Rebound recasts it on your third turn if you play it on 2, so it makes it much easier to hit that 3 spell requirement for Arclight Phoenix early.
Okay, getting the free cast at the start of the turn, even if it's not the most useful spell for you, it is still a spell adding towards those 3. So Seasoned Pyromancer going to do a little bit of Faithless looting here and filter the hand. Going to see 2 lands dropped. There we go. Keeping the green mana source just in case of a Clothes. And shocking in for Dragon's Rage Channeler.
An Extinction Event looking super reasonable even on this board because, you know, a lot of the threats that you want to get rid of on the Phoenix side are even costed cards. So
and yours are odd.
Yep, they'll leave our lovely board alone. I will say it's a touch awkward from a spectator perspective that we get the Delirium count on cards in hand, but not on the board. So conveniently, this Dragon Rage Channeler in hand tells us that there's 2 for Mr. Thopter in the bin at the moment.
It's a land and instant at this point. No, land and creature. There's
and
been
a tire spinning becoming slightly less appealing on the Phoenix player side as more pressure is added to the table.
There's a Phoenix in the graveyard. We just saw a check from Mr. Thopter there.
And
trying to see. Yeah, we could definitely see 3 spells cast this turn.
Yep, I love the Fiery Temper here. I assume the Dragon Rage Channeler is going to go ahead and die, and then we'll get to cast Opt or Faithless Looting afterwards.
Taking out that Channeler so there's less graveyard filtering to be done. And so just in case they hit a pair of different spells in their graveyard, you don't have to worry about it being a 3/3 hit in your face. Oh, wait, but they did not cast the Opt.
Is the Phoenix in exile?
I thought the Phoenix was in the graveyard, but I may be mistaken.
What would it be in exile from?
Expression?
Oh, the Phoenix is in exile. The player misclicked on their iteration. Brutal.
Oh, no. I missed that. See that because we did not see the clicks happen for the iteration, but that is rough.
Yep.
You never want your Phoenixes in exile. You want to accumulate a nice pile of them in the graveyard so you can swing them all out with surprising amounts of damage.
Okay, see a Faithless Looting flashback here. Turning those lands into potential gas. One of the really powerful aspects of that card in the mid to late game. You just essentially never flood.
Speaking of flooding, Mr. Thopter, currently getting some lands, doesn't have a way to discard them, may as well just accumulate a little bit more mana on this battlefield, so just in case the Pyromancer is killed, it can be exiled from the graveyard and a couple of elementals made.
Okay, and there's the perfect pet, which means the tire spinning now puts power into play. I honestly wouldn't be too surprised, depending on what we see our red-black player draw here, if they just like 1-for-1 this Extinction Event.
Oh, all right. Nice, Chandra. Even cleaner. So without 2 mana, that Aether Gust can't hit Chandra here. And
we could even see this go up.
Oh, that's true. We could see a plus to get 2 red mana, 2 exile.
Oh, gosh.
Beautifully
super
lucky get
rewarded.
Right there.
Yep.
Bonecrusher Giant. Easy game, easy life. Just exile what you need.
Yeah, I was thinking we could tick up and make mana to play the Extinction Event, but high rolling the Bonecrusher Giant is definitely much better than that.
Oh, yeah. And this lines up for a quick end to the game, too. Like it is, with only 8 life left, is going to die very, very quickly between the 2 damage from the Pyromancer, 2 damage from Chandra, and 4 damage from Bonecrusher Giant. Now,
Okay.
there is a Dragon's Rage Channeler, 2 of them, in fact, that could come out here. And these Dragon's Rage Channelers, oh, wait a minute, Phoenixes too?
Oh.
Oh,
And
we
that's our
may
second
see,
spell. So we can play Chandler from Exile and then Spike Field Hazard. Oh, we want a Chandler first? Wait, what?
Wait, was
Oh,
that?
are we gonna Aether Gust the Chandra? We're gonna give up the Chandler and Aether Gust something.
Okay, that's legit.
Okay, and then we'll attack the Chandra? Sure.
Definitely sets back Mr. Thopter quite a bit.
I don't know if I love this line, because like the Dragon Rage Chandler technically would have kept the 2/2 at bay anyways.
Would have been a nice 3/3.
Yeah,
and here comes Extinction Event. Goodbye, birdies. And like it is in the chat, owning up to their gameplay.
Their timeout has been redeemed as requested.
But you know what? I understand. It's hard. It is hard to play Magic, and it's even harder when you're under stress.
Not only that, but I honestly think these Phoenix decks are some of the more difficult to play, because you look at the average converted mana cost, and you look at how many game actions you're taking per turn. There's so many micro decisions that are so easy to flub if you're not working through all the permutations very quickly, because remember, the rope on Arena is very real. It's going to run down on you.
Yeah, and if you aren't very, very familiar with sequencing for the deck, it can also get much trickier because you have to think about it. If you have it down by kind of like a muscle memory, like, oh yeah, I'm going to cast this, that's my first, this is a great pull for the second, and now I've got a third, I have exactly this much mana, I might get a land off this, is my chances of getting a land off of this. It gets a lot easier with tons and tons and tons and tons of practice. Speaking of tons and tons of, do you see the size of that Crackling Drake? And do you remember that Dragon Rage Channeler has to attack?
It's a big one. Yeah. I mean, so if you just take the hit on like it is side here, a removal spell off the top is lethal here, right? You see the acknowledgement of that, and
there's a removal spell off the top. It's Baleful Mastery. Not going to go for the BM, letting your opponent draw a card. Instead, just swing it in.
Mr. Thopter is very selfish, not giving a dead opponent a card draw. We're heading to a game 3 here now, so we're going to see like it is on the plate for the third one here. We'll see if our players want to go back to sideboarding at all for this.
Well, they're looking at their sideboards. They're thinking about it.
Interesting that we don't have the third Clothis or the third Soul Guide Lantern in deck here for Mr. Thopter, kind of acknowledging that while the Phoenix aspect of the graveyard is part of the matchup, it's not the entire thing, and they need to be able to deal with the other non-graveyard threats as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of different routes which this deck can take to deal the final damage, but they're all creatures of a sort.
Okay, and it actually looks like the round 6 pairings are up. So we're going to finish this match, but I'm going to go ahead and use some time-shifted magic to speed up our playback here a little bit. We're
going to just put our finger into the tape, and we're going to like spin it forward a little bit, get the pencil into the cassette, and move to our favorite track, which is post-sideboard.
Yeah, so don't any of you worry at home. We're not going to miss round 6. We'll hold our featured players for the round. We're just going to make sure we get through this time-shifted match a little bit quicker than we otherwise would.
Thank you, Teferi, for your time magic. I appreciated the raveling.
Pretty reasonable hands on both sides here.
Ooh, and I see the alt art Den of the Bugbear there, followed by an early Soul Guide Lantern. Now, a Braid is able to get rid of that before a single card can be exiled from the graveyard.
Yeah, and I think I like this one for one here. You get a Surveil out of it. You get to guarantee that your Dragon Rage Chandler later is going to be a little bit better, perhaps.
Braided. It's gone.
Small mistake here, too. Our Mr. Thopter not thinking about the fact that something got surveilled, and we could have exiled that land with the Soul Guide Lantern there.
So. Now, Mr. Thopter taking another one and getting a very nice Clothes. That's going to do all the exiling it needs to. a clean 3. And we also see a new card. That's Davriel's Soul Broker in hand, which is able to perma-nerf a creature. So even if it would come back from the graveyard like a phoenix, it will have -3/-3 and be very, very, very dead on entering the battlefield.
And this is the type of game that you really want Klothys to be able to shine in. The opponent does not have a ton of pressure. It's going to be able to slowly pick away at them while making sure that the Delirium doesn't get online for Dragon Rage Chandler. And then you've got plenty of other removal spells to deal with whatever other threats might pop up on the Phoenix side of the board here. So our Jund player in a very, very commanding position from this spot, I would say.
Expressive Iteration. Gotta hope to get just the good spells off that, not exile anything too important if you can't play it. I've definitely had iterations before where I desperately needed a land and couldn't get one. But, oh my goodness. Yeah, Klothys, seeing this graveyard, Delirium's still not hit and able to just pick and choose what to take out of it. Now, Extinction Event going to be a clean follow-up to take out those 2 1-drops. DRC is gone. And every single time that the Klothys is exiling one of these cards, it's also dealing 2 damage and gaining 2 life, keeping a steady advantage in the game.
Just a very difficult card to race if we don't see something like the Crackling Drake show up that can do an immense amount of damage. Like I said, that was one of in the first game that we saw, and it was instrumental in being able to overcome Klothys.
And it's pretty important here. Wow. Okay. I'm wondering if there's only one sorcery. Keeping the game off Delirium feels pretty good. And now it's time to do the discard. No? Yeah, do the different discard? Well, actually, he doesn't quite do the discard. He only does the discard if he gets attacked. But Davriel's still safe to just kind of tick up and accumulate charges on his -3. Again, I mentioned this right at the start of the broadcast. Davriel's conditions suck. Don't accept them. If he makes you an offer, just refuse it straight out. It's bad. He gives bad deals. There's a card called Bad Deal that's a better deal than his offers.
All right, now I got to pull up Bad Deal.
Bad Deal. 6 mana. You draw to your opponent. Your opponent discards 2, and you all lose 2 life.
Oh yeah, that's great. Sick. Look at that one.
Fun,
the power.
That's what I kind of wish that like his big minus was Bad Deal. I think it would be really thematic. And Wizards of the Coast did say in their article that revealed Davriel that his terms and conditions have terms and conditions and may change. So they may actually buff some of them or make some of the conditions a little bit less bad. I'm looking forward to that. I would love to see more versatility added to this Planeswalker.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, I think the rating's kind of on the wall here at this point. I'd be kind of surprised if the Phoenix deck can come back in. So we're going to use some time-shifted feature magic here to really crank it up while we get ready for round 6 to happen here. We've got a Kroxa coming on in to get rid of a card here. We've got a Bone Crusher Giant ready to come down, and thankfully I don't think our Jund player is going to close out relatively quickly here from here.
9 life less, just a Pillar of Flame remaining, going to hit themselves so they die even faster, and conceding the game like it is, unfortunately, not winning that round. But we got to see Davriel in action, protecting itself from the hasty Phoenix as we finish up the round.
I wonder how this matchup's going to go from our Bant side. I feel like I would be kind of surprised if our Bant player can keep up with the linear power that the Elves deck is able to produce on average. That being said, our Elf hand is not particularly exciting here.
There we go. It appears that the desktop keeps overwriting Arena. I'm not sure if that means the game is not happening. We'll see if
we'll see if our player takes. There we go. Got a game action out of it. Love it.
And here comes the Innkeeper. But Bazarnik already up to quite a few creatures. Got this Coco at the ready. Could go for the War Master as well, but this Coco has a chance of hitting a major mana maker. And also maybe enabling in a good swing here. So getting a War Master, that's better than just playing one from hand. And Sky Shroud Lookout also can fetch any other elf at random. It uses the seek mechanic, but instead we saw Llanowar elves may as well just ramp up, try to get to that Craterhoof Behemoth or activations on the Shepherd or War Master.
Yep, and that Craterhoof Behemoth has 8, which is already expensive as mana cost, and I imagine we're going to see that tick up to a 10 here momentarily on the back of this Spellbinder.
Oh,
ooh, collect a
wait.
company of our own.
Going for the Coco. Might hit a Spellbinder anyway.
Oh, very powerful pair of hits here in Soul Herder and Skyclave Apparition. Gonna get to start picking apart the board here. So we get to exile that War Master, and then at end of turn, the Soul Herder's going to blink that Skyclave Apparition in order to exile another thing here.
Yeah, and elves are not as powerful when their creatures are not elves. There's a lot of synergy, there's a lot of lords, and these creatures with their strong activated abilities just are not quite as good when they don't have any of that. So like a 2/2 that's just a 2/2 versus an Elvish War Master.
Yep, and we see that Soul Herder, not only providing value on blinking, but also getting larger with every time it blinks something or something gets exiled. So getting to pick off things with a Skyclave Apparition, but also make it so the board gets gummed up very elegantly here.
And we're going to see a shock here for Restoration Angels. The Restoration Angel does have flash. So you kind of get to choose when you want to play this. We're seeing it at sorcery speed.
Yeah, I think perhaps a small missequencing mistake here from our Bant player. Remember, with Soul Herder, or with Skyclave Apparition, if you blink it in response to its enters the battlefield trigger, you deny your opponent ever getting a token. So because we're going to Soul Herder at end of turn, if we would have restoed in response to the re-enter trigger on the Skyclave, we could skip giving them a token here down the line, which perhaps won't matter, but it could be the difference as the self deck goes wide.
And this Skyclave Apparition blinking is giving 2 counters to the Soul Herder, which has been fantastic because each time it exiles something and it is exiled, which means that the Soul Herder sees 2 things be exiled and gets +2/+2. And ooh la la, right off the top. So that Craterhoof Behemoth is actually not that far away. But we're probably going to see the Spellbinder take it out, or we're going to see a double Soul Herder here, which allows you to do the weird blink loops with the Restoration Angel and the Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't be able to target the same thing twice with Soul Herder because it's a new instance once it gets blinked and comes back into play. But because you can target the Resto once and the Skyclave Apparition once, you could technically double Skyclave every turn here. Interesting. Instead, choosing to make more treasure tokens get ahead on mana. I
think it's just a matter of like turning their Sentinels into regular 1/1s might not feel important enough, though it does cut them off from potential Craterhoof Behemoth mana. And I don't see any way on this board that we could see any mana other than the Growing Rites of Itlimoc really stick to the board.
Yep. And that the Castle Garenbergs do make 1 extra mana, but, even if we see a land draw next to that's only 7 mana for this Craterhoof Behemoth, so there's not any urgency of getting rid of that, even if you are worried about Hoof coming down.
Malzor Shepherd, not going to do it. It is just another 1-drop. Restoration Angel still able to keep swinging in for 3 each turn, and this farmland's probably going to be cycled. Find something better. Oh, no, it's coming onto the battlefield. May as well just take a peek at that hand. This is actually the first Elite Spellbinder we've seen, and it's going to take a look at this Craterhoof Behemoth and say, oh god, oh no, I can't let that happen. That would be devastating and ruining. I'll just go ahead and put it in exile. It's fine.
Yep.
It's fine. It's cost
and the Elite Spellbinder, another powerful evasive threat here, letting them go ahead and close out the game in the air while these Soul Herders thoroughly gum up the game on the ground.
Oh my gosh, right? We have a 12-12 at this moment, and they're about to get even bigger. We're probably going to see a bit of priority now, taking out those Sentinels so the Elite Spellbinder can continue to swing in. You don't want to be trading that, but how many? There's only really like 2.5 more swings until it's lethal in the air.
Watching this board state really makes me appreciate playing Magic on Magic Arena, because keeping track of board states like this and paper Magic is just like such a headache. You're like, all right, let me grab the D20 for the counters on my Soul Herder,
And what's my life total at? Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot that a creature entered the battlefield. And I
Your
missed one of them.
Your score pad's just a bunch of +1 ticks all the way down.
And your opponent's like trying to keep track of it too, and they're just like, "Wait, did you blink the restoration, or did you just go for the average?" Like, oh, I did it through the restoration. Okay, so that's 2 life. Oh, and we're going to see the last ditch swing in a GG from Bowser.
Yep.
As they concede.
Yep, it's definitely. It's going to take us a couple more rounds, but the rating is on the wall there for sure.
First game going to Howling Mines. We're getting into sideboard territory. Bring in the Declaration and Stones. Have to have that good, fast removal there. I think that every time Howling Mines checks Discord, this is what's being brought up. I think that that's what's triggering it, and that's why
probably.
during the game we actually got to see the client possibly just some window casters.
We see some copies of Run Afoul coming in from the elf sideboard to allow you to
anti-air
kill some of those flying creatures. I would wager the Run Afouls are in the sideboard for the Sarah's Emissary matchup, that 7/7 that gives protection from creatures that's been going around.
Yeah, and that way you are forced to sacrifice your big birdie.
Yeah, a couple of Militia Buglers is a spicy one. Ton of great 2 power or less creatures that you could impulse into with that one. Grabs your Soul Herder, grabs your Skyclave Apparitions, and honestly, I think the reason why we saw our Elves player get buried that game is Skyclave Apparition is just so important in this matchup. Having that interaction is key.
It's important in a lot of different matchups right now, because if you have Graveyard Recursion, something like Croxa or Phoenix, it hits those. If you're just going up against a creature deck that has these major threats, being able to remove them on the spot and replace them with something that's not so synergistic is huge. So like right here, we have a Llanowar Elf. That means a turn 2 Archdruid. Yeah, it also means that it is just up to that Skyclave Apparition to save this game by hopefully getting rid of the Archdruid before it does too much damage.
Yeah, even just getting one turn with the Archdruid can be so damning in these matchups. It's such a big difference if they get that mana burst or not. And honestly, you probably just Coco here, right? You company at sorcery
you play
speed.
The Sentinel because it's free. Oh, or going.
Well, you could company first, and then if you hit 2, you can Growing Rights afterwards.
Yeah, don't want to be tapping an Archdruid for just 2 though. Can definitely use up.
Yeah,
auto tapper. Don't be like that.
Yeah, so this tapping I think is definitely, well, I guess it didn't matter because of that. But we could have, assuming we hit 2 elves off that company, we could have cast company off of the 3 lands of the Llanowar Elf, and then the Archdruid would have cast Sentinel and Growing Rights, and the Growing Rights would have flipped and let you cast Craterhoof next turn.
And we're going to see a Skyclave Apparition on just one of these Archdruids, but the Archdruids are hugely scary, and we actually are going to see a Tiny Hoof here. It's not going to be enough to eke out lethal damage, but yeah, tiny. It's just a little 9/9 with haste and trample. It's just a little one. It's going to go back to being a 5/5 at the end of turn, but it's going to set up for a potential lethal very soon at only 2 life left.
Yeah, and we have a collected company here, but yeah,
it's
even
definitely
the best
part of the cards on this. Like, you need to not get those. you needed something a little bit better than 2 Wall of Blossoms.
Honestly, it was pretty impressive that the elf deck smashed there through the old collected company brick. Getting only 1 hit on that in your deck full of creatures is real sad.
Yeah, but it was the best hit they could get, and they had 2 of them.
That is true. A redundant Archdruid was definitely big game there for sure.
And if you're not used to playing against elves in Historic, Archdruid is kill on sight. You see it, you bolt it. You got to get rid of that card immediately, because if it taps, it can do all sorts of disgusting things.
And the difference the play versus the draw will make here, with your Skyclave Apparitions being your primary removal spell, being on the play for our Bant player means that they will be able to Skyclave before a turn 2 Archdruid could make mana. Close hand. No green mana here is a little rough for our Bant player.
Feels very Azorius blank, but admittedly only Azorius card, so it's kind of okay. And looking at elves here, you've got the Sentinels, which is not the fastest mana, but still pretty nice. You've also got the Shepherd's lining up a good mana sink, and, well, Coco at the ready.
This is a pretty decent hand for the Elves play, right? You get to go Dwinen's Elite into second Sentinel, and then if your company's okay, you could be okay.
I like you saying your company is okay. Do you have to keep the good company? I have to keep good company.
Okay, and there's an Arc Druid too.
Yeah, Arc Druid means you don't even have to Coco for it.
Yep, can't quite turn to it, but turn 3 will have to do. This Bugler, desperately looking for a Skyclave apparition, I would imagine. Yikes. Something that is interesting with the inclusion of Skyclave Cleric in the Blink archetype is that Cleric is a land you can bugle for, which is nice. There's a Druid coming down. We could see Allosaurus Shepherd hit.
It's not like you're getting much damage through here. You may as well just oh nope, really? they're going for the swings. Okay.
So we're gonna trade a Sentinel for 5 points of damage here, basically. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that. I feel like I would have liked to put the Shepherd into play, because then you have kind of 2 must-answer threats. Because even if they kill the Arc Druid, the Shepherd threatens to activate next turn.
Yeah, it also keeps you as wide as possible for Allosaurus Shepherd to get more damage through.
Yep. Oh, okay. And our Bant player just decided to preserve life total as opposed to killing off a threat here. That's interesting. So Ephemerate lets us get another dig for a Skyclave apparition here. Get 4 more looks. Swing and a miss. And then I guess we just Soul Herder at this point to try and start building a blocker.
Try and find something. Blinking your Bugler gets you a potential apparition next turn, but next turn might be too late. Also, there's just a Charming Prince. Yeah, so Castle Garenbrig going to make this Mano do even more work. Here comes the Shepherd. You have the choice now between do you want to just like Coco? Do you want to activate this Shepherd and swing in?
Yeah. You could company and then Arc Druid after. Yeah, you could tap Arc Druid is 6 mana exactly. So now you get to stack with 4 5/5s, 4 6/6s. Sorry, they're still elves, so they'll get the Arc Druid.
They're getting that +1/+1. They are elves in addition. Gotta love those Dino Riders. All right, so going for the Coco. Wow, double Arc Druid.
Oh, wait, and the castle.
Castle Garenbrig. This is a feature ability.
How about
activating?
8/8s?
That is 4 8/8s swinging in here. Well, if 3 go through, it's still lethal. You can let 2 go through and block the other 2. You can't kill any of them. There is no good trade here, and then you're at 1 life. There's no board wipes. I don't really see how, even with like an amazing hit, you get back from 2 life here.
These games did a really good example of illustrating Amy's point earlier of you have to kill the Arc Druid on sight.
Yeah, this thing is a monster, and like it's not even Howling Mind's fault, because they tried to get rid of it. They dug as deep in their deck as they could. Instead of trying to build up their own board, they said, I need to get rid of this. I'm going to do everything I can to try to find options. And they're too little, too late. There's
finally there.
Skyclave apparition. But now there's 3 of them. So it's not going to be enough.
And you're at 1, so everything's lethal even without the bonus. And it's just, we needed that 4 cards sooner here. So they can Skyclave and they can Ephemerate in response to take 2 of the Arc Druids, but just too many threats, too little, too late.
It all comes down to the power of a 1/1 elf here, because it's all it's going to take.
All right. So let's get rolling right on into our time-shifted feature match for round 6 here.
Very cool. So this is the round 6 match that we had been.
Hold on 1 second.
Wait.
Whoop. I left it on super zoomy mode.
Zoom out.
Speed, normal speed. Beginning, play. All right. So we got some black aggro and some Jeskai control here, it looks like, or blue-white control, perhaps. First time seeing Memory Lapse on stream today. Round 6, we had a good run.
And I believe we also have another streamer on camera here, up on top. Let me take a peek
Sandy
here. Is
Oak.
this vampires?
It looks like some mono black vampires. They got some there's a new 2-drop that's black, I believe.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Whenever a creature dies, or one of your vampires, just put a little +1/+1 on all your homies.
Yeah, it's we're gonna see some censor here on the gifted Aetherborn. It looks like momentarily, catching up. Back to the next turn here, holding up that memory lapse, which I imagine will get cast on just about anything cast here.
Oh, and we're having a little bit of a footage problem, but we're coming back.
Oh, it looks like we're switching around to the more stable camera on the primary. Good call,
Totally
time shifted.
Totally understand that. So here we go, drawing a card, losing a life, and there is the new card. So we have is it Cordial Vampire, who just wants to offer you a delicious treat, invite you into his home for a snack. Refreshments are on the table.
See new cards on both sides. We have the Cordial Vampire for our mono black player on the bottom, and we see Investigation for our player up top. Our blue-white player is no longer clueless.
I love it when crabs go on mystery hunts.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Howling Minds. Congrats and condolences on your finish today. 4-2 is still a very respectable record. Thanks for battling.
Oh, time for more crabs?
Yep. And these O3s are just like such good blockers. It's basically like 3 mana, draw a card, get an O3.
Yeah, it's also great for Crab Tribal, which is totally a thing that you should all play.
Main deck, rest in peace. Okay.
I think that's just a smart move when you know the sort of cards that exist in the meta. And now it's time to lose some life, draw some cards, or get memory lapsed. All right, so you thought, you think, you didn't think. I mean, can't attack through these O3s.
Yeah, looking at this board here still, the Vampires players definitely had a bit of a leg up. Okay, the Field of Ruin gets to shuffle that away, but we know there's a second 5-mana Vampire lurking in hand here.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a good shuffle. It does get rid of the second hand refill, but it probably lines up for a better potential 1-drop off this, trying to get the Knight of Ebon Legion.
Yeah, drawing 3 cards should still be plenty here as well.
I did see Squid plays with almost attacking with those crabs. All right, here we go. Going to draw 2 cards. Oh, but wait, might be countered. It all depends on...
Okay.
Nope, that's a Day of Judgment.
Oh, that's a Thoughtseize.
There's a Thoughtseize. It is gone.
So long, Day of Judgment.
That's very good. Save yourself from a board wipe.
As a portable hole coming into hand here, I imagine that will get rid of the 1/1. Perhaps? No. Okay, so this Heartless Act is going to get to really pump up the jam here.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited for this. So Cordial Vampire.
I wonder if we'll see the creature land activate here first to get a counter on it.
It doesn't even look like we're seeing anybody play.
Oh, there's a Hall of the Storm Giants. Got it. And it's got
ward.
And
it does have ward.
Yep. Very heads up play here from our Sandy Oak on the bottom.
I actually missed that there was a creature land on the battlefield. I was so driven to just looking at crabs.
Yep.
It's the crab fish.
The rest in peace turns off the dice triggers. So we don't get counters when things die.
Aww.
Sad. So that cordial vampires inviting them over for dinner, and they're like, no, I'm sleeping. Go away.
Well, it's better than you invite your friend over for dinner and they die on the way, but they still bring an appetizer. I don't know if you've seen the card Late for Dinner, but the flavor on it is so great with the, I believe it's an elephant ghost showing up to the rhino's dinner.
That's great. So we see straight blue-white control here. No Jeskai in sight. 4 of the card Archmage's Charm here for our control player. Probably my pick for maybe the most powerful new card in Jumpstart Historic Horizons, I think. Just does so much that these good control decks are looking to do.
It's very blue, but it's very versatile.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, both Cancel and Instant Speed Divination are effects that decks have played traditionally speaking. And the fact that you get the split of those effects plus one more on occasion is just so fantastic.
Yeah, maybe your opponent's win con is a Merit Lage token, and you can steal that.
It takes Death Shadows. It takes
Mhm.
Ovens. It takes Permanents, so you get to grab Witches, Ovens. It does a lot. So definitely happy to be on the blue-white side of the board here. Or I guess you did mulligan low, but our mono-black player is definitely the beatdown here, and their hand is not particularly aggressive to start here.
So leading with Duress. You had a choice between the Charm and Rest in Peace, and it looks like the Charm is the choice.
Yep.
And there was a board wipe drawn.
Yeah, I didn't fully catch what our mono-black player did during sideboarding, but I'd be surprised if Rest in Peace has much text post-board.
And did not go for a Thoughtseize there. Probably felt I've seen 50% of the cards in my opponent's hand.
Yeah, and now we have a window to stick the Sorin, and while that doesn't do anything this turn, it gives us an uncounterable way to put a vampire into play on a future turn, which is nice.
Also helps protect the game in case of a board wipe. That way there's still value on the board, even if every creature has been destroyed. Oh, and here comes Narset, hater of card draw. And dies to a Rankle hitting her face.
Yeah, Rankle is going to be quite excellent here. I really like the mix of spells we see here for our mono black player. While they do have good vampire synergies with cards like Sorin and the Champion, we also see just plenty of just good individual cards like Rankle and Murderous Rider.
So rather than cheating out a vampire, we saw Sorin give Death Touch and Lifelink to Rankle just to give a little bit of extra advantage in this game.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason we saw that is they know with their current mana cost, they don't really want to play into a sweeper, and also they potentially want to draw more than one card with this vampire.
Now we're seeing a Thoughtseize and a concession in response.
All right. I mean, listen, we've all been there. I've conceded in response to many a thought. We've got our feature match here and ready to go. We've got Snake Root versus Shadow Storm.
Ooh, I like the name Shadow Storm. That's cool. And here's the Coco Company with Life Gain as the predominant archetype with the Heliod Scurrying Oak combo in hand here at the ready for turn 4. So you have the devastating threat of the Trail of Sorrow with the Soul Ward and doing the scries. But the real enemy is Heliod or Squirrel.
This matchup here really shows kind of the depth of Historic 2, right? Because both of these decks are green-white company aggressive decks, but they're very different in terms of the actual threats that they're executing. We have Hardened Scales on the top, and we have Life Gain combo on the bottom. And good golly, has our Life Gain player been good at assembling their 3-card combos so far on stream.
Yeah, for reals. And like, hey, do you want a second Scurry Oak? Sure, just in case they can exile the first one. This is Snake Root has the cards in hand at the ready, keeps gaining life too. Just so powerful. And if you missed what this combo is, because you haven't seen it yet, you're probably going to see it next turn because I don't see any removal here. Scurry Oak is a creature with Evolve. It's a 1/2, and when a +1/+1 counter is put onto it, it creates a 1/1 Squirrel. Well, it's a May ability, so you don't have to. And if you have something like Soul Warden out, then every single time a creature comes into play, you gain a life, which means you can put a +1/+1 counter on it, which means you can make a Squirrel, which gain life, the counter, the life, the counter, the life, the counter, the life, the counter. Infinite life, infinite squirrels. Well, 250 squirrels because this is arena. And unless you have a board wipe, maybe to settle the wreckage, the game is done.
Yeah, and even then, you know, if you clear the board out somehow, they still have a ton of life. They're going to have a Heliod left over most likely. So you still have to have a reasonable plan to get rid of it past that. We also see a couple copies of Cathar's Crusade at the top end of this life gain combo deck, which that, along with Scurry Oak, while it doesn't gain life, it goes arbitrarily large, and it makes your entire board arbitrarily large as the squirrels pump into play when 1/1 counters pump up onto your board.
Ooh, I am loving this. So this is a Lurrus deck with the title Please No Emissary, which means that it's all creatures all the way down and like one enchantment. You know, you got to have the scales. But I find that just so funny as like, I know what I like. and it's winning with creatures. And I know what I don't like, and it's thinking ahead. So just, get it all done here. And by the way, I also like this spice. So with Lurrus, you can only have permanents in your deck that cost or have a mana value of 3 or of 2 or less. And Ochre Jelly is X and green, which means that you can still have it in the deck, but you're not limited to having like, a 2/2 jelly. You can have like a 20/20 jelly.
One of the things that's interesting, if you caught it during sideboarding, was our combo player on the bottom here actually boarded out 2 of their copies of Scurry Oak. So even though they were able to successfully execute the combo in that first game, they're acknowledging that their fair game plan they feel advantaged with here. So they're not going to try and lean into comboing in the post-board games. And honestly, Jamoka's command is part of the reason why their combo is more difficult. While Jamoka's command frequently does what we just saw there, which is fight and then kill something, it can also make your opponent sacrifice an enchantment, which means it can take Heliod off the table.
At instant speed, it can just interrupt all of that and get rid of Heliod. Might be a god, but he's the only enchantment on the board. And we're seeing the jelly swing in here. There's not too much off that cocoa that could get rid of the jelly here, I suppose. So I think they're just going for the make my opponent tap out and go for the cocoa.
Star Pupil doing its best Wild Nacatl impersonation here, coming into play as a 1-mana 3/3.
And are we going to see Trelasara fought by Jamoka's command? These double hardened scales are already pumping up these creatures quite well. And here's a Declaration in Stone. Can turn the jelly into a clue, or going for the Ranger Captain of Eos.
Yeah, the jelly is one that's tough because it like splits apart the longer it's in play. So you really want to exile that as opposed to killing it via a fair means.
Yeah, if you trade with it in combat, they're going to have even more jellies, and those jellies can be just as big as the original thanks to hardened scales. What good jelly? I'm jelly the jelly.
Continuing to pump up the trample creature here that also splits apart. Seems good.
Yeah, you end up, once you have 2 hardened scales effects with, I believe, infinite oozes. It might be 3. Pretty much if you have one split, it would become half of the number of counters on it. But as long as it's above 2, you can just keep splitting it and splitting it and splitting it and splitting it.
Our green-white player here acknowledging that they really don't want to kill that jelly, so we see them fishing up Soul Warden as opposed to something like Giant Slayer here.
Is the time to put Lurrus in hand, or maybe animate the Hydra. Yep, Lair of the Hydra is going to become a 3/3, same size as the largest creature on the opposite side of the board, and everybody here is swinging in. Star Pupil, by the way, acts a little bit like a...
Are we missing the trample on the jelly?
Oh
yep,
no!
That's a lethal hit.
That's
oh
lethal.
No!
I was about to talk about, it's kind of like an Ozolith. Likes to accumulate counters and then move them on to friends when he's dead. Maybe they'll name a building after him. But that was the end of the game there. Yeah, the Ochre Jelly does have trample. Cannot block it with a paltry 1/1. A Squirrel cannot stop the ooze.
Well, that's an interesting one. There are Monks of the Open Hand in this green-white deck list, just as another one of those cards, very similar to Pelt Collector, where if you play double spells on turn 2, it can get bigger and bigger. Theoretically, it could attack for 3 on turn 2, right? Because you go like it on 1 and then Harden Scales into another 1-drop on 2.
And now we're seeing, those Devouring Lights. That's like, we gotta get rid of those things. That'll do it.
Very, very powerful. While on the face value, Devouring Light isn't something you'd want to normally play for 3 mana, the flexibility that the Convoke offers, especially as a card you can cast when you're fully tapped out of mana, is very potent.
I do love seeing this much Selesnya in Historic. We had a very long period of Standard where, unfortunately, I just couldn't do that much with Selesnya. But seeing it really making waves in Historic with so many different archetypes makes me so happy. I love me a good little bit of green and white, whether it's tokens or +1/+1 counters or life gain, maybe even enchantments. They're all beautiful.
One of, I think, the signs of what I would consider to be a healthy format is when decks like this green-white Hardened Scales deck especially can be competitive without having to have discard spells or counter spells as disruption. There's very, very fair. Some tax effects are just enough to get you through whatever combo is going on the other side of the board. And we see that Grafdigger's Cage coming down here, getting to shut down this Collected Company hand and basically leaving our bottom life game player with very little.
Yeah, just a pair of Devouring Lights in hand and a Coco that can't hit anything.
We shocked in here for the green-white player. We're going to play a Stonecoil Serpent for 3? Or draw a Luris, perhaps? Maybe that was a misclick.
It might be a play around Mana Tithe if that's in the deck and I just didn't see it when we were looking at them.
I feel like I'd be surprised if that was the case. Things like Devouring Light, you probably fill your quota.
Yeah, maybe it's just for the one cost Serpent here. Nope, going for X equals 3, which makes it X equals 4 because the Conclave Mentor puts on an extra little counter. And the Stonecoil Serpent does have protection from multicolored, which means you cannot target it with Dromoka's Command, interestingly enough. But it also means that it can block Trilasara as much as it wants.
Great. And then next turn we have a 4th land from Shadowstorm, which would allow them to Lumiarch as well as Dromoka's Command, fight the Moon Dancer plus kill the Heliod.
Yeah, that'd be spicy. Or we could just see like double Luminarchs here, Party Hardy, get like the biggest creatures.
Yep. And you don't know this, obviously, if you're on the green-white side, but the Devouring Light actually makes it really unappealing to want to make a single creature very large.
So spreading the love, making the Conclave Mentor a little bit bigger, and if that dies, then you do gain a little bit of life at least.
Yep,
and here comes the command, and smartly it is happening before combat, and it won't be interrupted by a Devouring Light. In fact, it means that there is not enough to convoke into a Devouring Light. Yep. And this poor Collected Company just can't do anything with the Grafdigger's Cage on the board.
That's Huatley's Raptor, which proliferates when it comes into play. So I get to see these the Mentor and the Stonecoil Serpent tick up to 6/6s here. And then the Lumiarchs are going to get to chick them up to 8/8s potentially.
Oh, these Luminarchs about to get huge on this board. I could see one of these Luminarchs actually also buffed up, but it looks like we're going to see the priority put on the single trampling creature here, which is going to play into this Devouring Light. Yum, yum, yum. No more 10/10 for you.
You get rid of the 6/6 too here, technically. Because we
have
the Convoke.
You have a white creature. May as well get rid of it.
The problem here is like, while
it's like those two aspirants are very scary.
Correct. Yeah, while this turn is still good, you're like still infinitely far behind, and your best catch-up card is currently turned off.
Catch-up. It stinks to have exactly 4 mana open and not be able to cast Coco.
Well,
that is a Mentor off the top, which means that these two aspirants are going to pump up the board.
Yeah, I bet we just see Raptor get huge here.
Yeah.
Ship in. They even have 3 open mana to cleanly draw the Luris here.
We're seeing a little bit of a love put onto one of the 2 aspirants. And this aspirant could be double blocked. We're seeing that happen. 4 damage goes through from the Raptor. And there's very little else that can happen here.
Yeah, and this trade seemed fine. So you're going to draw Luris this turn, and the next turn you like play Luris, cast Aspirant from the bin. All right. I mean, that's one of your better draws that's not turned off by Grafdigger's Cage, but I'm not sure that it's going to end up being enough overall.
Oh, and did not go for the Giant Killer to slay the Raptor, knowing that everything could just come back.
Yeah, the Soul Warden does at least trigger on their things too. So like if we see Luris into Lumiarch, we do get to scry twice with the Moon Dancer and get a 4/4. So we've got like a small silver lining on that. Oh, Cage is symmetrical, Chad is pointing out. So Luris does not get to recall the Luminarch Aspirant.
Luris does get to be a chill little lifelinker, though.
Okay, maybe that's enough with the Moon Dancer getting bigger then. Yeah, throwing away the Aspirant and not being able to get it back is a bit hurting here.
Seeing Seeing some consideration here, it looks like we're going to see the Lair of the Hydra animated turned into a 3/3 so it can swing into the Ranger Captain without having to have a creature enter the battlefield and trigger Soul Warden.
Yeah, I like this. I bet we'll see counters go on it too. Oh, really? Okay, so we're just spreading the love out.
Oh, okay. Your opponent is at 8. Force them to block.
Yeah. I think I'm a fan of this line. The not giving them counters on the Moon Dancer sounds super appealing. Not letting them scry also has a lot of appeal to it. I honestly don't know what I would want to do on the other side of the board. I guess you trade for the 4/4 and then like go to 1 and like hope to like just peel like another Ranger Captain, so you can like go Ranger Captain into another Soul Warden and hope to stabilize a little bit that way. But I assume they're going to kill the Moon Dancer and leave the 3/3 there.
And this leaves Soul Warden alive, but not well. Ranger Captain also sticking around for just a minute. And yeah, that's actually a pretty nice draw. Getting that giant killer.
Yeah, that's big.
That is instant speed removal, but in order to get enough blockers to heartily survive, maybe better to use it now.
Yeah, I agree. Huh? Okay.
Oh, no, it looks like they're going to wait to see if the Hydra is animated again versus a creature coming into play.
So now at this rate, you could like deck in stone. I don't even know that decking is appealing. I might just attack with the Raptor and like put a counter on the Lumiarch, so that way you could like play Raptor and proliferate them both post combat. You could play Lurrus here too. I guess you could fire up. I guess you can deck in stone and turn Lair into a 1/1.
Yeah, you only need one.
Yeah, they're all lethal at that point. Okay. I mean, yeah, this gives you, they need 2 removal spells to not die to the Lair of the Hydra now.
Here goes. X equals 1 on the Lair of the Hydra. It becomes a 1/1 and attacks alongside its 2 best friends, the Aspirant and the Raptor. We're going to see the clue cracked here. Oh no, that would have been useful 10 turns ago.
Yep.
Not quite. It hasn't been that long, but too little too late, Skyclave Apparition.
If we'd have been able to unlock that Grafdigger's Cage, the collecting company could have drug us kicking and screaming back into the game, but just missed it by this much.
That is unfortunate. But we got to see Selesnya win, and that's what matters. Admittedly, both players were playing Selesnya, but, it's fine.
All right, we're going to go ahead and dive right on into our time-shifted feature match here this round. We've got Gruul versus Green-White Company. Selesnya is all over the top of our tournament here today.
And this Green-White Company has Esper Sentinel, a sweet new human to, tax a couple spells. There's not that many non-creature spells in Gruul, but the ones that are there matter. Things like Stomp, things like Embercleave. They make a difference.
Very strong start here from our Gruul player. Not only are they on the play, but they're going to have that, classic 8 power attack for 9 on turn 2. Gruul Spellbreaker, threatening to come across 2, attack for 12 on turn 3.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, getting Pelt Collector into Emissary, into any other of the strong 2-drops is a great way to start the game. And here's the Innkeeper, going to set up for some life gain in the near future, potentially a turn 3 Coco as well.
All right. Yep. Coming across here. These 1/1s do not block particularly well. Another creature matchup where Esper Sentinel looks fairly lackluster here.
Oh, and we're seeing the Will thinking emote. Will has a lot to consider, like how dead he is. It's okay. Will is alive and well in the lore, I promise. He's missing half of a leg, but it just makes him stronger emotionally.
So we're looking for like double Skyclave Apparition here.
Yeah, but the Skyclave Apparitions ain't gonna do much against the hexproof Spellbreakers.
All right, hit me, dealer.
Here we go. What do you get? Roll the bones. It's Skyclave Apparition and Scurry Oak.
Okay, so yeah, Scurry Oak makes a token here. and you gain 3, and you exile the Pelt Collector, and then Scurry Oak's a 2/3.
Yeah, gaining life off this, getting rid of an attacker. This is a little bit of stabilization.
Yeah, this is a solid turn. You get to go here. You get to chump. You get to chump the 3/3, and then you go to 3. I think we might see the green-white player stabilize here with double Innkeeper next turn.
Innkeeper with Llanowar Elf. That's a lot of life to gain as long as these Innkeepers stay alive. I wish that this.
We could see Skyclave plus Squirrel on the Pelt Collector. Okay, yeah, I like this.
Yeah, and if the Spellbinder happens next turn, instead, what we would see instead is a couple Squirrels coming into play. Ooh, okay. Gotta really build up both the life and the toughness here. And the Innkeeper's the way to do it, because each Innkeeper is going to see each other Innkeeper, welcome them into the tavern, and now Aspirant could actually just put a counter onto Scurry Oak,
which gives us
a Squirrel.
Love Aspirant in this deck as a fair aspect that synergizes well with the Squirrel. Really impressive stabilization here from our green-white player.
It's a little bit of direct damage on the back line there with a Ramanop Ruins. Just have to keep that in mind. But with the amount of life being gained for a Ganymede, not really too worried here about anything other than an Ember Cleave.
Yeah, I'd say honestly, and we're even gonna. So I think they could draw Cleave this next turn, but after that, I think we'll have solidly outsized Cleave with triple Innkeeper and Aspirant making Squirrels.
Yeah, look at this! Look at this sweet, sweet life gain. Get to take a peek at an empty hand.
We might even just be outsized on Cleave this turn, right? Like we're going up to 16.
Oh yeah, because there's going to be another Squirrel entering the battlefield. 3 more life gains. And a Llanowar Elf is not an Embercleave. And there comes, another Aspirant. So this Luminarch Aspirant can put more counters onto the Scurry Oak, or it can start beating in the air with the Elite Spellbinder, because that Spellbinder can get big. You don't really need any more 1/1s. You want to start dealing damage, and you have a clock in the air.
Loving the split difference here too. Just like, okay, we get a little bit of pressure going, but we also want to like make sure that Cleave doesn't necessarily kill us. Like really, really well played by the green-white player there in a game that looked like it was mostly potentially over.
Yeah, an amazing start from the Gruul deck. Ran out of steam and really just got wrecked by life gain. We're seeing the Sentinels come out here because, well, not that many spells that you need to tax, and sometimes your opponent doesn't even mind if you draw a card because you're just killing them anyway. We're seeing some nice swaps happen here.
Rampaging Ferocity there for the other side, very good against these life gain decks. Notably, Roiling Vortex staying in the sideboard for our Gruul player.
Roiling Vortex is a nice way to punish people for trying to cheat out cards.
Well, it can also deny life gain too, right? If you pay,
you have to pay the 1.
Rough hand for a Gruul player. Needed that second red. Okay, very excellent 6.
Much nicer. Gives you the odd float the mana, maybe use it for a stomp. Hopefully you have a target for it. What do you throw back here? Maybe Questing Beast.
I think it's Questing Beast. Cleave is just so important at punching through.
And Gruul does definitely shine when it's able to play quickly and brutally. Ooh, so here we go. Getting down another land. Do you want a shock in the stomping ground? Yep, going for the stomp.
Oh, we're just passing. Okay, I like the sequencing here. They're just like, they have the card advantage from Bone Crusher. Yep.
And that way you can be a bit more efficient about the Burning Tree Emissary's mana usage, and just use it to chain into the Bone Crusher Giant itself. Get 2 creatures on the battlefield and set up for Embercleave next turn.
Yeah, I like this. We get to get the Cleave on, get crunching in for 10 here. The open to Fade, Skyclave Apparition. The Heliod here technically means they could combo next turn. Oh, they're just accompanying this turn. That makes sense.
And
God, the treasure on the Innkeeper is so good.
It really is. It may only be usable once, but it's fast mana, and it's quite nice. And I just had a little somebody rubbing on my leg. Hi, Scraps. You want to help commentate the match? Do you want to play Coco? There's a Coco Cats deck. You love Coco.
I'm a little surprised to see the Pelt Collector come down this turn as opposed to using the Cleave. Although we hit Skyclave Apparition there, so it ended up not really mattering. Wonder if we'll see probably just another company this turn, I imagine.
More cocoa. And an Ember Cleave that's being held back for post blockers. This is not a bad cocoa. Would have been even better on their turn because of the Luminarch Aspirant. And we're going to see no blocks, so the damage being put onto the Burning Tree Emissary. Get more in now or set up for more later. Yep, get in more now.
Yeah, I like this. We're at 20. There's really nothing to worry about here. Skyclave Apparition's a lovely draw. Honestly, we might just see like Scurry Oak. That's fine too. I think, and I'm not sure that there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus for our Selesnya player here. Lumiarch's just gonna give something +4/+4 casually.
You know, it's perfectly normal. Just having 3 scales, swinging in this poor little Pelt Collector who's just gonna be a 2/2, gonna pick up this big heavy sword, become a 3/3 double strike trampler. Not enough.
Yep, and then Scurry Oak triggers for each 1/1 counter put on it.
Yes, it does.
So
or is it whenever A? I'm not sure if it's A or for each.
One or more, so it does only trigger one time.
It doesn't make infinite squirrels right now, but does it really matter when there's this much damage coming in off these Conclave Mentors?
Right. Yep. You get to gain a little bit of life there on your way out the door, and really impressive showing for the green-white company player there. While the second game, the Gruul player didn't really have a lot of aggression put together, the Gruul player's draw in the first game was just like textbook great Gruul draw, and they were on the play.
They're nuts, but the amount of life gain off those innkeepers completely negated it.
Heading right on in here.
Excellent.
We are finally see one of the creativity decks.
We have been maybe purposely avoiding them, but it's time for you to be amazed by what happens when you turn an artifact or a token into a big scary creature of the creator's choice. There's a couple different choices in these decks. Sometimes you'll see Emissary, sometimes you'll see Elspeth. It used to be Velomachus was the hotness, but without Time Warp, you don't get to quite combo off the way you used to. Which is a shame. That was one of my faves.
Both of the Jeskai creativity decks we have here remaining in the tournament are going into Sarah's Emissary, new card from Jumpstart Historic Horizons that gives you and creatures you control protection from the type of your choice. So against these creature decks, for example, they give themselves protection from creatures so the creatures can no longer do anything.
And when all you have is creatures, well, you're kind of out of luck once that thing lands. There's a bit of sideboard tech to help. We saw before there was like a run afoul to force an opponent to sacrifice it, and that's what you don't want. You don't want the Emissary in hand most of the time, though there is enough Jeskai control elements in this deck to just stall, wipe the board, and stay alive long enough for this Emissary to come out.
Yeah, and these Jeskai decks, if you haven't seen them before, they're control decks at their core too. So we saw Lightning Helix there, they play Memory Lapse, they play Anger of the Gods. So I'm interested to see if this green-white deck has the tools to be competitive here, or if it's just going to get bullied out of the game by the control aspects that the Jeskai deck is able to bring.
That noise in the background is the cat. I apologize for any strange scratching noises. And, we have 2 of the 3 pieces here. You go for the indestructible one first that sits on the back line and just have to hope that you can...
So it's worth noting here.
Yeah, that there's an Anger of the Gods. It can kill any and all squirrels that happen, but still finding the pieces for the combo mean that you can set up to do it again the next turn.
Yep, and not only that, but we see creativity enter hand tier for our Jeskai player, and they have the Dwarven Mine rolled up already, so they are going to be set to put a 7/7 into play next turn, and I believe our green-white player is cold to the 7/7 game 1.
Yes, there's not much that can be done about it. There's not really any interaction in the air, especially because Sarah's Emissary also does get protection, which means that you just can't block it and deal with it like that. And this hand does not quite get there, gets to exile the Search for Iskanta. No searching will be done, not that it needs to be. And next turn, there are 4 mountains. Dwarven Mine, also a mountain, comes in, makes a 1/1 dwarf, and the dwarf is going to be transmogrified.
I suppose if the blue-red player, I think this is what we saw earlier. If the blue, well, we had a match go along. If the blue-red player has less cards in deck than the green-white player, they can technically deck them by gaining an arbitrarily large amount of life.
Oh, I'm a little sad that we didn't see everybody grab a leg, but no, that's not what we're going to see here. We're going to see a concession.
So in the post-board games here, there are 2 copies of Deck and Stone, as well as 2 copies of Containment Priest. I think Containment Priest is a really excellent card in the format right now. Not only does this card stop opposing collected companies, it stops Indomitable Creativity, Reanimation, it stops Phoenixes from coming back into play. So just really good catch-all at a pretty efficient mana cost. Oh, Teferi beats decking. That's a good call. So they have 5 mana Teferi, so they can't even get decked if the opponent has infinite life, because you can play Teferi, and Teferi can tuck himself over and over and over again.
Yes, just like the Esper decks of yore. That Teferi is quite a nasty one when you're taking infinite turns, because he just kind of sticks himself on the bottom of the deck when you have 4 or less, and you just keep drawing him. He tucks himself, drawing him, he tucks himself, drawing him, he tucks himself. Not my idea of fun and exciting gameplay, but if it wins the game, it does win the game.
Yep. There is a reason why this is our first creativity match of the day.
Tell it like it is.
All right, so we've got Thalia here on turn 2. We've got 2 copies of Deck and Stone in hand. So again, we've got some disruption now, but we're going to see the control elements of this Jeskai deck really come to the fruition, I would assume.
We're also going to see Thalia probably swinging in here, dying and then being replaced by herself.
Yeah,
I imagine that, like, if you are a Jeskai deck, you want to get rid of that Thalia ASAP, because it is taxing every single piece of interaction you have.
Yeah, Thalia is one of those technically symmetrical cards, but the way in which the decks are constructed, you really turn her into an asymmetrical card.
Yeah, but see, that collected company costs 5 mana now.
It does. It is very, very relevant. Memory Lapse looks a lot more fair at 3 mana, I must say.
It really does. It feels like if you go first, it's not giving you this unbeatable advantage where you're cutting off your opponent from getting their next land and doing literally anything. I hate that card.
All right, and there's that Containment Priest. So even if anger happened here, we could see End Step Priest. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see End Step Priest regardless. Nope, I'm just being very patient.
You know, Lightning Helix also looks a lot more fair in 3. Maybe everybody should just start the game with a Thalia.
Dear Wizards, start the power level errata. We're ready.
Dearest Wizards of the Coast, stop it.
I like this sequencing. So we get to go ahead and just collect a company now. I wonder if they're going to go for the creativity. And if that happens, this Containment Priest comes down.
Ooh, it's going to be disruptive. They don't have another way to get a token either right here. So Indomitable Creativity is going to turn that dwarf into an exiled emissary. Now, there's only 1 other copy of Emissary in hand. That could be Deck and Stoned. And there's still mana here to, all right, go for the Thalia. I was going to say, like, or did the Coco just hold up for that?
Yeah, I feel like playing into the... I felt like they were playing around the anger really well up until this point, and it surprised me that they put the Thalia into play there as opposed to just holding up the collected company.
Not the worst thing in the world. All right, so we are seeing 5th mana just coming into play tapped, and unfortunately, this is going to be memory lapsed.
So for the people commenting that collected company was disabled by their priest, you're correct that it was disabled by the priest, but you can collect a company after they anger your conclave and your priest, and if they don't anger your board, then you just don't cast the collected company and keep your 4 power.
You just keep hitting them,
Correct.
And they die in 2 turns.
Because you're in the proactive spot, kind of forcing them to interact.
Mm-hmm. They have to act first, is the nice way to put it. All right, so this Coco has actually quite a bit of power behind it with the Luminarch Aspirant and a Conclave Mentor. We might see a proactive Containment Priest, which would hose the other Coco in hand, but it does force the opponent to remove it if they want to utilize any part of their deck. Also, getting a Scurry Oak, not bad. Unfortunately, we'll get kind of wrecked by the Anger of the Gods. So we're probably just going to see more holding for Coco. Acting at instant speed against a Jeskai opponent is usually the best way to do it.
Yep, wonderful to see the Helix Zapper. We might just see them take a hit for 4 and then Anger of the Gods after. Nope, okay, this is fine too. So up to 9 now after we take this first hit. Decent Collected Company next turn could end the game.
And we're seeing triple Indomitable Creativity and an Anger of the Gods. I don't think there's anything wrong with just angering a single aspirant. Ooh, nice! Hitting Esper Sentinel and Heliod, or Innkeeper and Heliod. Either way, doing work.
And this is the combo, right? We get to untap and Scurry Oak and then pippity pop on off.
You get to kind of go wild here. Scurry Oak enters the battlefield. Gain a life. Time to gain infinite amounts of life.
All right. And yeah, there are just the 2 Sarah emissaries there. I see. Curious that Wrath of God wasn't in that last game. We see it very quickly coming in for this game, perhaps realizing they should have their more controlling elements here. Considering trimming Teferi of Hero Dominaria. Ooh, I don't know that I love trimming both Tefris. I feel like I like trimming one, but I feel like you want at least one for the decking.
He gives a nice inevitability out, and it's never bad to have him. It's just some situations there's a card you'd rather have.
Yep. So quick mulligan there with an Angel in the opener. Pretty decent hand for our green-white player. Not especially disruptive, but it does a nice proactive plan here.
And we're seeing the quick mountain count here. You do have enough. Ooh, going for the crab. That's a token.
Hard Evidence is one of the cards that just it's very easy to gloss over, but it's very subtly powerful, especially in this Jeskai deck. The fact that it basically soft removes one of your opponent's cheaper disruptive creatures, like a Thalia or another 2-power thing, is very potent.
Going up to 2 mana with the Conclave Mentor.
Kind of surprised to see the Mentor instead of the Lumiarch. The Lumiarch would get to put a counter on the Sentinel, meaning they'd have to pay 2 mana to get around it letting them draw a card next turn.
I'm wondering if this is just a bit of like a proactive play trying to set up for Innkeeper and Luminarch next turn.
Yeah, perhaps. It also could, maybe you're hoping to bait an Anger of the Gods before you commit your Lumiarch to the board. Could be potential. I guess this also technically lets you go Lumiarch into make your Conclave Mentor a 4/4, so it gets out of Anger range. So this does play around Anger with the sequencing a bit. And now we drew the Containment Priest as a form of disruption, so we might just see that get held up here.
You're getting at least 1 damage through just by swinging in here. So yeah, I do think we're going to see Containment Priest just in case there's a land in Indomitable Creativity next turn. And is it time to kill a thing? Maybe it's time to draw a card. You do have that Sentinel tax.
Yep, I'll say whatever the Prismari command does here, it is going to net our green-white player card. And that's another piece of meaningful disruption here.
Declaration in Stone. Gotta have that exile.
This is, we've got the Containment Priest for the first time they try it, and then if they do it the second time, we can deck in Stone past it. Kind of an interesting ebb and flow is depending on where you're at in the game. It might even be right to, have your first emissary name sorcery, perhaps, so you can get around the deck in Stone.
And Emissary is not legendary, correct?
It is not. Yeah, you can.
Which means that if you have 2 tokens, then you can actually hit both of them to get them both out into play at the same time.
Oh, we saw another expressive iteration misclick there. We intended to put the lapse on the bottom, and we put the land on the bottom by mistake. Take your time resolving that card. The interface does tell you at the top where the card is going when you're clicking.
But the order is not that intuitive. It is hand
library,
deck,
Exile. Yeah.
Exile. I don't know why, but for some reason, hand exile deck is the way that my brain thinks it should happen.
Yeah, because you want to pick the things that you're taking first, and then the last one you want to put away, basically.
It's just about the way that the card is phrased. It's the order that it is said on the card, but it's definitely not the way a lot of people intuitively think of it. And we're going to see just the continued holding up of the Containment Priest, not going to put out more damage with another Conclave Mentor, and we're going to see the beefening of the Conclave Mentor. A little surprised to not see this put on the Sentinel, but I think this might be a bait for that Lightning Helix.
Yeah, I actually really like the sequencing on the Aspirant trigger here, because this means if they want to Helix this, they have to Helix it now, and then you get to draw a card with the Sentinel. And the Sentinel's probably the card they want to kill the most, other than the Aspirant, so giving them more incentive to kill it doesn't seem appealing. This also gives you insulation against an Anger of the Gods next turn, which is nice.
Gotta have yourself a nice, hearty 4/4. So Indomitable Creativity has 3 different targets here. Only enough mana, though, to hit 2, and really hitting more than 1. Not even sure if that's worth it. But with this Containment Priest, if they go for 2, that's game. Like, there's almost no way back from that. Even a Shark Typhoon can only do so much damage.
Yeah, it's almost appealing to target 2 things here, because you want to name creature and you want to name sorcery, so you don't get Deccan Stoned.
Also, do you pay the 1?
Would you like to pay the 1? I'd wait and let him pay the 1 first.
Why, thank you. That is a lovely declaration in stone. Now time for Containment Priest to turn that clue into nothing.
Would you say our Jeskai player is clueless now?
Oh, absolutely, but they're very crabby.
So at this point, you get to go ahead and make your Containment Priest fairly large, and we have a treasure token, so we do have Wrath of God as an out here for our
Ooh, no, we're actually seeing put it all on the Sentinel, go for more
lethal.
beats. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good catch. I did not count that. Really, really impressive showing for our green-white player there. You know, kind of seeing how their deck was not quite linear enough in the first game, and then in the post-board games, they became this really interactive beatdown deck. We have Jeskai Creativity versus green-white Squirrel combo here. Or am I wrong? And this is the... No, this is Squirrel comp. This is the
absolutely Squirrels, the life gain Coco deck versus turning crabs into angels.
That's what was throwing me off. This Squirrel variation has Conclave Mentor in it still. That's where I was.
Sometimes it's just a good card.
Yeah, it is. And we see something notable here that we didn't see in some of the previous decks we saw is that we've got Elite Spellbinder in the main deck here as a disruptive element for this matchup.
So getting to go first for this deck is nice because it is both a combo deck and an aggro deck. Ganymede leading with the Conclave Mentor, putting a threat on the board and going to force some quick answers. So what's kind of rough here is that Rad for Life currently does not have 3 mana for the next turn for Anger of the Gods, which means that if this Conclave Mentor gets too big, it is going to be hard to stop.
So really hoping for an untapped red here if you're Rad, and we swing and a miss.
So here comes the iteration, and be mindful of your click-in. Now, what's really rough about this
is the second emissary.
Land, and there's an emissary. So the
other emissary goes to the bottom. Got it.
Goes to the bottom, and Teferi is going to be the card that is binned. It is now in exile, unable to ever come back. And we're probably going to see that Fabled Passage crack to get red mana to unlock Anger of the Gods.
And now on our green-white player side, we have a decision to make. Do we want to be disruptive with Spellbinder, or do we want to get 1/1 counters going here? And it looks like we're choosing to do 1/1 counters.
Yeah, there was the potential for a Spellbinder to take a peek, see if there was a board wipe, and then tax it. But instead, we're going to see the only turn 3 board wipe kind of out of range against this Mentor.
And if you're on Ganny's side of the board, you know deck lists are heads up. There's only 2 Anger of the Gods. The odds of them having it are low. We have Caster Vision, obviously, so we know it's there. But I don't think it's an inappropriate risk. And you're getting one of your things out of Anger range, right? So like the 4/4 is still a decent amount of pressure with them at 10.
Mm-hmm. And now there's a 2/2 blocker, but I don't think that that's much of an issue. Now, what Ganymede really wants is a life gain source, looking for any of the Soul Sisters so they can Scurry Oak, Heliod, and Infinite Squirrel.
Taking the Emissary is an interesting play. I guess it's like the one of the things that's not like the others, but that card's probably not even being cast for 7 mana most games, right?
I feel like it's not bad. It's not good either. And there's actually no great choices here. So this expressive iteration means not killing the Spellbinder and going down to 3.
Yeah, really seeing some of the clunk in this Jeskai deck this set. Perhaps I would have liked to Prismari command, kill the Spellbinder, and then draw 2, discard 2 to try and hit our land drop, just so we could take some pressure off the table. Imagine we'll see a shove here, and then you have to chump block with the 2/2, which isn't particularly exciting. Perhaps we'll see Heliod come down.
Boop, boop. Heliod's nice. Does survive a board wipe. Also just kind of like chills on the back line. You know, he's a god. He can do what he wants. He's kind of a jerk, though. It's probably the most...
Players in chat asking how we had 3-7-1 players, how the bye was decided here. We used the player who was undefeated the longest in the tournament as a bye metric, and then if there were 2 players that are undefeated for a similar amount, the tie is broken randomly.
So right there, we saw the Prismari command used on the Elite Spellbinder, and now a blocker on the ground, the Crab. This Crab cannot be exiled by the Skyclave Apparition, but this Coco could combo off.
Yeah, you could hit Scurry Oak plus another one here. But again, there's no way to take the Angel off the table. So the fact that Rad notably does not have a 3rd red is really critical here, because it means they can't top deck a single card and get out of this. I wonder if we could see Draw Step Company to perhaps try and Spellbinder.
Ooh, here's a Dwarven Mine that does not see a triple mountain combo there, so it does not make a dwarf. Dwarf would have been a nice blocker to have. Prismari Command going to filter here and make a treasure. Going to go for anything it can to stay alive. Maybe use that treasure for some crab. Maybe look for a counterspell as well.
Yeah.
Not many ways to get out of this.
Yeah, a lot of tire spinning by our Jeskai player this game, and just nothing to do with it. While this 4/4 was just so good. You know, the anger of the gods, the lightning helixes, and the shocks from the Prismari commands, or the interaction that our player has available to them. So getting that 4th point of toughness was just such a big deal this game.
And Fabled Passage has the choice between a mountain and a mountain. Not too many basics in this deck. Gives the there's only 1 blue mana for the hard evidence, so that mountain was purely just, you know, I have to get something. It's the only choice, and it sets me up for the Dwarven Mine next turn. But I'm pretty sure this Coco has a high chance of hitting lethal. Oh, whoop. Not even gonna wait to see. Ah, well, there's a Prosperous Innkeeper and a Scurry Oak.
There's a combo.
The combo is on the end step. Way to go, Coco.
Plenty of squirrels to finish the job there.
Again, we have the hot cocoa there. Gonna have to take a sip of that one. And we're going to see Scurry Oak actually moving down the number of pieces of the combo. I think because of the amount of removal, it gets harder to protect us, and you may as well just go for a bit more interaction, being able to stop those emissaries from coming in, just as we're going to see this creativity deck change around its combo, and I believe that's Elesh Norn. Yep. Yeah, so Elesh Norn, I mentioned before that it's a frequent target for this, because if you're playing against Lil Weenies like these, they all die.
Yeah, so this is our second time seeing the green-white deck on stream, and it's looked very reasonable against the Jeskai deck. You know, there's also sometimes where you do just get run down too. I like our Jeskai player boarding up to 3 threats that they can transmute into post-board, because we've seen the Containment Priest can answer some of these, so having more that you can go get has value as you draw more creativities.
We're seeing some careful consideration of what pieces of removal do I want to keep in this deck. Currently, At 60 cards, don't need to make any more cuts. I think it's just a question of, do I bring in the board wipes? What do I take out? I don't think Teferi is a bad cut here. I like one of them in the deck, but definitely don't need them.
Looking for that last trim. Interesting. Yeah, I think going back and forth, I kind of think I prefer trimming a memory lapse here. I think I'd rather have more cards that play to the board, especially when we're going to have Thalias and Containment Priest coming in post-board.
And those are memory lapses. I see 4 of them, and I wish there were none of them. Hey, 3, that's closer to none.
Yep. Memory lapse, while very powerful when you're on the play, I think you're going to get into spots where you need to be reactive in this matchup quite frequently, and I think favoring the removal is probably correct here.
Yeah, I think that the board wipes are going to be instrumental here. Landing one of those at the right time could definitely save your bacon.
All right, so more importantly here, our Jeskai players need to be on the play for this game, which is it's a big deal.
Means they go first, gives them a much easier time trying to combo. But this Selesnya player is ready with the removal. So a lot of lands here. One of them's a creature land, but having the early Thalia is going to help a lot.
Yep. Thalia, notably a turn 2 play that keeps them off of angering you right away. It also means when they're like holding up something like a what's it called? A removal spell like a Lightning Helix, they aren't going to be able to cast that right away and get their mana parity out of it. So, Hard Evidence, a card that we've talked about a little bit as a combo enabler here, is nice because it does also Stonewall Thalia until she can grow up a little bit. I'm interested to see if we see Aspirant happen first or Thalia happen first here.
We're going to see the crab. That's what we're going to see. So here comes Thalia, going to make these removal spells cost a little bit more. Unholy Heat does quite cleanly get rid of her, though.
Yep. We see the Dwarven Mind.
Okay. I'm kind of sad we're not seeing the crab attack in.
We see the Dwarven Mind come into play tapped here, so our Jeskai player is able to ensure that their 4th land will be untapped next turn, so they can anger. And we're gonna see Unholy Heat.
I suspect it's the choice between if they buff that, if not, do I just want to use the Anger of the Gods? I think with Wrath of God to follow up Anger of the Gods, you can be pretty casual about this and maybe just draw a card.
Yeah, I like this. I think you're like, you don't have a creativity insight anyways. You have the Shark Typhoon, even if you draw a creativity and need a token later. So I like just throwing our tokens away here. And if you're on the green-white side and you see the token chump block there, you're like, well, we're getting swept.
Well, I'm not going to play my Llanowar Elf. And here comes the sweeper. It's Anger of the Gods, exiling Thalia and the Luminarch Aspirant. There they go.
All right, so we have Innkeeper, Elf, tapped land. We could also just go like Elf into attack for 1 with the Lair of the Hydra. None of that's particularly exciting. Yeah, this game is probably in the books at this point, I'd venture to guess. But
yeah, the Wrath of God is going to make this a difficult one to win. Something notable, though, is that the Teferis were taken out, which means that if Ganymede can gain enough life, getting the combo pieces together, or just swinging enough times with this Hydra, they'll still win.
Yeah, that's true. That being said, Shark Typhoon plus some instant speed removal makes the Hydra going too far not really a thing, but we're getting at least a chip shot or two. Immune to the Wrath of God, at least, that we have here.
Sorcery speed removal. Who needs it?
Debating on if we want to Hard Evidence and crack the clue, or if we just want to cycle the Shark Typhoon this turn. Honestly, we might just want to like crack the clue, and then like this could be a 6-mana Shark Typhoon, just like hard cast it.
Definitely would get ahead of some of the other things on the board.
We could see untapped land into Hydra attack for 4 here. I would wager that that'll be met by a Prismari command plus Unholy Heat, but that is still taking a 2 for 1 off your land, which is not terrible.
So here comes the Esper Sentinel proactively.
Interesting. I'm surprised not to see an attack. I guess you don't want to attack into the Shark Typhoon. It could have been an attack for 3.
I think that it would just be a 2/2 here. I think they just want to keep it alive. Like, losing your Lair of the Hydra would be so bad here because almost every piece of removal in the deck does either 2 or 3 damage. So making it 4, you're pretty safe from everything other than, like, a beefed up Unholy Heat. A little bit of delirium.
So the treasure token here means we might see that hard cash Shark Typhoon.
Ooh, yeah!
Love it. Love it.
Welcome to Shark City. I met somebody at a party who gave me detailed reviews of the different Sharknado films. I was told I should watch Sharknado 1 and Sharknado 2. I've yet to do that because I just don't know if I want to actually watch a Sharknado film. I'll settle for this. This is my Sharknado film.
We see that 5/5 layer of the Hydra just trucking in slow and steady. A chip and a chair, a hope and a prayer.
And a dwarf. Don't forget the dwarf.
And a dwarf and a shark and a crab. A dwarf, a shark, and a crab walk into a bar and get a clue.
Sounds like a sitcom I'd watch.
Little surprised not to see the clue get cracked there. Could have perhaps had another hard evidence or even a creativity to the thing last turn.
Doing the thing is a good thing when your deck relies on it. So we're going to see again going for 4. I'm kind of interested why not 6.
Yeah, why not just all of it?
This feels like it puts you in the range for a lot of pieces of removal here.
Yep.
So we're going to see the dwarf and the shark in the unholy heat of the underworld.
I feel like a dwarf and a shark being paired with unholy heat is probably on point. We are just hanging on to this clue, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Our Jeskai player just does not want to be clueless. And the memory lapse your 1-mana spell. Or not, sure.
I mean, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world to just be like, you do draw this again next turn. Enjoy your garbage.
Okay, and we have a Prismari command here now. Gonna shatter that. Make a treasure, shatter that. Draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. Perhaps supposed to hold the Fabled Passage to loot away, but I also am not sure there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus at this point. Could sit on the command for a little bit to like shock shatter later if they draw something.
Okay, so there's the Prismari command, paying the 1, destroying the Sentinel, and getting to filter your hand. Going to put away a board wipe and a lapse. And now at the ready with a creativity for next turn. Could go for it this turn. I think still trying to play pretty conservatively. Want to be able to protect it with lapse.
Yeah, I think also we know that they have 3 targets in their deck, so I bet we're going to see creativity for 3. And just, like, get both emissaries. And, well, you know.
Or you could just, like, cast it because it's easier.
But it comes with a free shark if you cast the sorcery.
I know, you get a free shark. You turn a crab into a shark. And also an emissary. That'd be terrifying if you cracked open a crab. Oh, wait, nope, they're going for the doubles. Because is it lethal? No, not quite. Next turn, it will absolutely be lethal, though. Elishnorn, in all of her terror.
I think you're actually supposed to name sorcery there. Because you know Deckenstone is the only out. Oh, you know Conclave Mentor. I guess you don't know the 1 card in their hand, but you knew the Conclave Mentor was on top from the memory lapse. It doesn't matter. We'll have a game 3 here.
Both players really getting some sweet interaction down. It was unfortunate to see the board wipe, and then the board wipe against the Selesnya deck, but it does happen.
Yep, I think I like how both players are sideboarded here. The green-white player will obviously be at a bit of an edge here, being on the play for the 3rd game. It's exactly where you want to be. Really, really large advantage in Magic winning that die roll.
Oh, yeah. And especially when you are an aggressive deck that wants to cast a very special spell called Collected Company as fast as you can. And there it is. 3 lands, a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and a 4-drop. That is magnificent to see. You can tell who I'm rooting for.
Real decks have curves, and we're about to curve right on out here.
Esper Sentinel. Looking at that fine artifact, man.
That value, if they want to cast their Helix on 2. Imagine we'll see a mountain here with our Fabled Passage. Enable that Dwarven Mine on 4. Notable here that Spellbinder is not going to be meaningful disruption against the start that our creativity player has. We've got
double creativity. That's
Yep.
Not great.
And we have Dwarven Mine as our token producers, just very difficult to interact with here. So you want to like Spellbinder. Okay, we drew the Heliod. Do you just like cast the Heliod this turn and then hope that you can combo them next turn, or do you like try and disrupt?
I'm not sure, because the information being generated by seeing your opponent's hand here, I think, is very, very valuable. Oh, there's another piece to the Heliod combo.
Okay. Yeah, and you see these creativities, and it's like, well, shoot.
Well, turn 4. I know what's in my future.
Interesting. So I feel like I would have taken a creativity here, and then I would have drawn step or like main phase of the collected company to try and take the other creativity with another what's it called? Well,
oh my goodness. Well, there are the pieces. It's just going to take an extra turn.
So now you have to hold up this company, right? And you're just like hoping to spike one of your containment priests in response to the creativity.
It's the best bet. You know there's a Dwarven Mine. There's a double Indomitable creativity, so you could not just axe out one of them. Unholy Heat here on a Spellbinder. No, on the Sentinel? Yep, on the Sentinel. That's a smart idea.
Yeah, you don't want to give them the card with the creativity, so that way if they drew their counter player, they hit it off of company. You're not as buried as you otherwise could be.
And if you end up getting Elish Norn off this anyway, it's not like the Spellbinder wouldn't die, because it would totally die.
Yep.
All right, so here comes a dwarf token. And this dwarf is going to have a short life. It's going to be sacrificed in the name of science.
And something to note here too, even if our green-white player hits Containment Priest here,
there's another Dwarven Mine, yeah.
There's another Dwarven Mine, yep. Yeah, and I think this is gonna be all she wrote. I guess we have Deckenstone post-board technically, but this is, you know, the power of this blue-red deck. You're just like, you're losing until suddenly you win.
I'm wondering what we're going to see here. Heliod, Innkeeper, and hope that they don't hit Elish Norn. I think it's better for Emissary. Oof, but no, it was Elish Norn off the top. But
yeah,
that means that the Innkeeper is very dead, and the Scurry Oak is very dead, and you very soon will be very dead.
So I think this is a mistake from our Jeskai player. I think you're supposed to play Dwarven Mine here and get your Emissary and put it on sorcery. Because if you look at our green-white player's deck, I believe Deckenstone is their only out.
It is the piece of removal now that like Elish Norn is already on the battlefield.
Yep.
It looks like we're going for thick crabs.
Yeah, Deckenstone is the only card in the green-white player's 75 that can take an Elish Norn off the table. So I think locking that out as an out would have been ideal there. Probably not going to matter because it looks like they haven't peeled it, but it could definitely have been the difference here.
Oh,
sure. Now we get to get them both. Get the same creature and sorcery.
Oh, boy. Because there's only two of them in the deck, and we'll turn a Clue and a Dwarf into Mighty Angels.
And honestly, these threats are probably a reason to diversify your removal spells a little bit. You probably want a mix of like giant killers, giant killers and Deckenstones. I mixed the two together.
And there's very much lethal in the air next turn. Oh, time for the Coco anyway. No matter what it is, it dies. Oh no, double containment freeze. They're just like, bye.
Too little, too late. And creativity is going to be moving on to the finals of our tournament, where they'll be facing another green-white deck, but this green-white deck is neither a company deck nor a combo deck. It is Hardened Scales Aggro, our feature match for our finals here.
The match is made.
Green-white is on the play, but unfortunately it looks like a hand they have to mulligan here with no white source.
There we go. They got the green, they got the white. They have Gird for battle. Well, I guess with Scales, it's not bad.
And on the Jeskai side, we have a hand that could be anything. We have a lot of selection here. Not quite sure what the texture of this hand's going to look like until it plays out a little bit.
The texture of this hand, sweaty. We're going for turn 1 Star Pupil. A wee little 1/1 who can transfer his +1/+1 counters on death.
So we've got a basic mountain here. No reason to wait to fetch deck lists or heads up. Everybody's been playing Magic all day. Just hop to it here. We have a 2/2 Stonecoil Serpent coming into play here. Just get our beatdowns on. Wild Shape, actually kind of a sweet card alongside Stonecoil Serpent specifically. It is a combat trick that can save your creatures from removal spells, but it can also just be giant growth with your Stonecoil Serpent 1/1 counters.
If you started with a 0/0, you want to turn something into a 3/3, that's the way to do it. There's a lot of actually 0/0s in this deck, which helps for Luris. Luris sees a lot of things that have X in the mana cost and just nods her head. She says, "Yes, I approve of this. You can be in my deck. I might not be able to bring you back full size in a graveyard, but we've got all these scales effects to make you bigger." So we have an iteration here with 3 choices. One is going to go to hand, one is going to go to exile and can't be used this turn. There's just not enough mana for it. And the third will go to the bottom of the deck.
Prismari command tier notably has a shatter mode on it to destroy an artifact, but that Stonecoil Serpent has protection from multicolors. That's not going to be an available option to kill. It can kill Star Pupil at the very least, though. Whew.
Oh, and if you kill Star Pupil, you know what happens? He just picks up his counters and puts them on a snake.
He always helps out his study group even on his way out the door here. And this +1/+1 means that a shock is no longer useful.
Can't deal 2 damage. The Huatley's Raptor is a 2/3 with Vigilance. Single target removal can also be blanked by the Wild Shape. Can't even gain life off of a Helix. And Dwarven Mine does make a 1/1, but that's not going to stop lethal here. You need 2 things to happen here. A 1/1 and what you assume is going to be the resolution of a removal spell would do it.
We have Memory Lapse. We have Helix plus Lapse for the Wild Shape. So we're not
going to see the animation of the Lair of the Hydra. Unfortunately, the Sunpetal Grove does come in tapped.
Yep.
So it would not be a very large Lair of the Hydra.
And you have to hold up Wild Shape, so it could only be a 1/1 if you wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
See the tank here as we ponder through. Honestly, with the fact the Hydra can only be a 1/1, I might just draw the Luris here, honestly. Could go either way. Using to put on some pressure. I like it. Yep, still holding up Wild Shape is definitely very smart.
And swinging in with everybody. Now, the largest creature on the board, this Stonecoil Serpent, does have trample, so blocking it is fairly ineffective. And currently, there is 9 damage on the board. You can heal up to 8.
Yep.
Hitting this Raptor, but you know what's actually kind of cool is you have multiple choices here of what you want to do. You can give Hexproof. You could maybe just make your Stonecoil Serpent into a 3/3. But either way, this is resolving, and the Memory Lapse has been used up. Now, what are your outs?
You don't have any, right? Because you had to give up the token to not die, which means you can't just draw creativity. Oh, we can transform here. Okay. That doesn't help, though, right? We're still 1 mana short if we wanted to draw our 7-drop. Yeah, there's the creativity, but we're without a token at this point.
Hey, but you know what you could do with the creativity? You could, I don't know, turn their creature into a 0/0. It's kind of funny.
You could, yes, they could. The out is we can only creativity one of their things.
I know.
Sad.
But it would still be fun. I think that's the real way to go out of this game. You target their Stonecoil Serpent and you say, I, bibbidi bobbidi boo, turn you into a... and, I don't know, a shoe.
Love it.
Yes,
Hit me,
yes,
dealer.
bibbidi bobbidi boo, I turned your snake into a dinosaur.
All right, and I feel like the green-white deck winning game 1 here is huge because they get so much good interaction post-board. Well, I guess this build actually does not have things like Containment Priest.
It doesn't need it. It knows what it's doing. And
well, we have 4 Deckenstone.
Yes, and it's also Plisno Emissary.
It is.
It's a great name. one of them is a very creative deck name, and the other one knows what it is, and it's praying, please don't play this deck against me. I just want to put +1/+1 counters on things.
So in addition to the deck and stone, there's also a copy of Forced Landing in the sideboard here. So we have 5 removal spells for the Emissary's postboard. That being said, Rad is playing a copy of Elvish Norn, which can be very devastating here if they flip into that one instead of Emissary.
Oh, that's a nice start. Scales into Aspirant into...
Well, we don't have untapped green on one.
Who cares?
So something to note here too is that Grafdigger's Cage got, never mind, spoke too soon. Amy just knew. Amy was in tune and was like, nah, there's a green source.
There's an untapped green source. What are you talking about? It's in my heart.
Worth noting that Grafdigger's Cage correctly stayed in the sideboard for our green-white player. That does not stop creativity, because creativity is one of those awkward templatings where it exiles it and then puts it into play from exile, not from your deck.
Yeah, I think that Cascade works similarly, where you're not actually casting things or cheating things out.
I think Cascade casts from
exile.
Is it? Yeah, it might be right. I think you might be right.
But it doesn't cheat things out from the deck. It's very strange.
Yes, you exile a non-land card and then you cast it from exile. Yeah. One of those. They kind of go back and forth with that templating about how sometimes it comes directly from the deck, sometimes it goes to exile. It's just very, very silly.
Well, speaking of silly, this turn's going to be silly. Here comes Hardened Scales and the Aspirant, which is going to turn this Conclave Mentor into a 5/5, and she's bringing the beats. And Prismari Command is able to kill one thing here.
Yep. And worth noting that, like, this Conclave Mentor is big enough at this point that Elesh Norn doesn't beat it.
Yeah, it survives Elesh Norn very cleanly. We saw a level up there to get some more +1/+1 counters on the Conclave Mentor.
Dwarven Mine is so good.
Ooh, because now you have 2 targets.
Hey, Amy.
Yes.
Do you know what set Dwarven Mine is from?
Eldraine.
Of course it's from Eldraine. What other set would it be from?
It's not even the only one of those common lands to cause trouble. There was a while where I want to say it was Mystic Sanctuary.
Is banned in Modern. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize it was banned. I just knew it was like an absolute monstrosity.
Yes.
So now we have Sarah's Emissary and Sarah's Emissary down, one of which is naming sorcery to stop a declaration in stone, and the other of which is naming creature, because that way you have protection from creatures. Yeah. They can't deal damage to you.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, the Jeskai deck is losing right up until it isn't. Is just the best way to describe it. You're just like, all right,
down
I'm almost
5
dead.
life, dead in a single swing, and then suddenly, ba-boom, 2 7/7s on the battlefield.
So it's very good. I'm gonna to make a strong statement. It's almost like Time Walk probably wasn't the problem, or Time Warp, when they got rid of it.
Hey, that Velomachus deck was a wild one. I have a series called Jank Tank where I pretty much saw a deck like it, and I was like, whoa, Indomitable Creativity, that's one of my favorite Jank cards, and you get to keep recasting stuff off Velomachus. That's so fun. Hey, wait a minute. Why is this winning tournaments? What's going on? Stop. No, stop.
So we see a very strong linear start from our green-white player. No disruptive elements, but just hoping to run down the opponent. And we see our Jeskai player, they are a combo control deck. We've got Lightning Helixes. We've got Iteration for card advantage. It's going to be a tough one to keep up with here. And we drew Unholy Heat, so we just get to curve out, killing all of green-white stuff. You
have the choice here. Do you want to take out the Spell Collector? Yep. Okay, it's gone.
Yep, I like that. Like he said, Deckless are heads up in this tournament. Their Snakeskin Veils and stuff. Just like get them while the getting is good. And I like this, taking the sequencing slowly on our green-white player's part. You only have one more threat. You have the 3rd land for Veil. Just like play it slow next turn so you can protect it. Love it. And then once you can get this, one more counter on it, it's going to be out of Helix range. It'll be out of Anger of the Gods range, etc.
Snakeskin's Veil going to do work there. Can give hexproof until end of turn and a +1/+1 counter, which is actually 2 +1/+1 counters.
Okay,
Ooh,
there's a
Wrath
Wrath
that's
of God.
helpful.
Yep.
Gives a good amount of catch-up ability.
Yep. One of the few pieces of hard removal in this Jeskai 75 that's able to deal with a very large threat like the Aspirant. Although honestly here, you know, once the Aspirant makes itself a 5/5 next turn, you can probably afford to not be holding up Veil and just like draw your Lurrus. Now you can do both if you wanted.
If you want it. Don't have to though.
Yeah, honestly, I think you probably want to play the tap land here so that way if they do sweep you, you can play Lurrus and play Luminarch the next turn. Oh, I love this. Like this is great. We can just like power up the Hydra here potentially.
Yeah, get the +1/+1 counters on a thing that's harder to stop.
Yes, and we're even leaving a counter up, so we're going to put counters on here, and then we're going to hold up the Snakeskin Veil in the event that they have a piece of removal. Love this sequencing from the green-white player here.
A
LOL.
good way to dodge board wipes. Yeah, these Wrath of Gods, they're great at getting rid of the Aspirant and the Conclave Mentor and Lurrus, but you know what they can't hit? They can't hit the Lair of the Hydra. And this Lair of the Hydra is a base 2/2 now. And you just kind of choose how much bigger you want it to be. Unfortunately, these other Lair of the Hydras do come in tapped, so they're not going to be too useful right now.
Did you see what our Jeskai player drew?
Oh, it's indomitable creativity out there, Dwarven Mind. Yeah, god damn it.
Yeah, I just feel like we're like, it's that's so anyways meme. We're just like talking about how sweet the sequencing is with the green white players part, and the Jeskai player's like, so anyways, I drew this indomitable creativity card. And I have this Dwarven Mind that enables it for freezies.
Ooh, gotta love it when your land gives you the combo piece. And it's also a red mana source. Amazing.
Oh man, are we playing with fire? I guess they want to play around Deckenstone. That's what we're going for here.
I mean, okay.
I don't think that's unreasonable. Like you're almost assuredly not dead next turn, right? So like you shock this in, you play
You get a crab.
Yeah, you play Hard Evidence. And now you can even chump block this turn. It's not a big deal. You have Helix up, and then yeah, I really like this this slower line from our Jeskai player. Like it's very easy just windmill them and be like, haha, this is probably good enough. But to like take your pacing here a little bit, I think is fantastic.
So something kind of nice is this Ochre Jelly does survive board wipes. Something not so nice about this Ochre Jelly is that if you hit Elish Norn, it still is going to be obliterated as it splits and splits and splits again.
Yeah. So you literally just like survive this turn, you play Dwarven Mind, you get all three of your critters, right? You get Emissary, Elish Norn, name sorcery creature, and then you're good to go.
That's rough.
Honestly, it might even be right if you have Elish Norn out to name instant sorcery, and then they just can't interact with your board ever, guaranteed.
Yeah,
like
I mean, you have big enough creatures to just block.
Yeah, you have like 2 9/9s and a 4/7, so it just doesn't matter if they have creatures. I'm not sure that there's a wrong way to eat this, Reese's. They could probably pick two different types at random and be A-okay, I think.
So we're seeing Helix at face.
Yep. Which the
Gaining
Snakeskin Veil would have been lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Love the no blocks here.
Still going for that max damage, though.
Yep.
Snakeskin Veil down to 3.
Got to do what you got to do.
And now
I assume with the no blocks
tokens.
here, we're gonna triple here.
Yep. May as well get all 3 out. You only have 1 legendary, so it's not like you have to worry about a double hit there.
Yep.
So here comes a Praetor and her angel friends. Sarah Emissary number 1 is going to give you and all of your permanents protection from...
I imagine we're seeing a small tank here. This is for the finals of the tournament. We're going to double check the deck list and just figure out what the odds are. I think Rad is calculating here, can they name sorcery and instant and still be safe? And I think the answer to that is a resounding yes. I wouldn't blame them for naming creature, I don't think, but like creature sorcery is also likely going to win the game. You just want to make sure you don't get deck and stoned, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Creature, sorcery, and now Elish Norn is just going to make your creatures a bit bigger and their creatures a bit smaller. So that deck and stone, not going to be able to hit anything here. And the win goes to Rad for life.
Just
Holy
Guy Creativity.
radical.
If you would have, I believe it was yesterday, someone asked me, Jeff, what do you think is the best deck in the format? And that was my pick. It's just the deck that was playing basically all the cards that were good before this expansion, you know, your Helix and your Memory Lapses and your Powerful Sweepers, other interaction. And it honestly got the best new cards from this release. Emissary is just so super powerful. And even the Crab card, it can't be overstated how valuable making that O3 and getting 2 tokens is.
Yeah, I mean, O3s are able to just continuously block, hold the game off, and then you can transmogrify it into whatever you need to. In this case, Indomitable Creativity gets you Emissary, this great new addition. We had Elish Norn, which is great against these small creature-oriented decks, which you knew were going to make a showing because they're the most fun.
Loved that inclusion. So congrats to our winner here, Rad for Life on Izzet Creativity. Congrats and condolences to our second place runner-up. And thank you again to all of our players playing in this tournament. We wouldn't have been able to run this event and have awesome coverage all day without all 80 plus of them being willing to battle and share their screens all day so we could do coverage. Thanks to all of you at home. We broke 3,000 people here at the very end of the stream. Remember, if you want to watch some of the matches back after the fact, you missed them, they'll all be up in a YouTube video on my YouTube channel sometime tomorrow, and the video description will have links to every matchup in it, so you can click around and watch just the matchups that you care about. Shout out to Cool Stuff Inc. for sponsoring this tournament. We wouldn't be able to be here without them. They provided all the prizes for this wonderful event for our competitors. Shout out to my lovely wife upstairs for wrangling not only our 3 children, but also the 80 Magic players and getting them into the feature match areas in and out throughout the course of the day. My buddy Mike for running our backup feature matches, and my lovely co-host Amy for being fantastic all day today. Why don't you tell the folks where they can find you too after this?
Thank you, Jeff. Again, I'm Amy the Amazonian. I'm at twitch.tv/Amazonian. I stream virtually every single day. I usually take Tuesdays off at 9 a.m. Eastern, and I play Magic, and more Magic. I'm a card game aficionado, and I love to see jank in action. Also have been loving myself some Historic Brawl. I'm a Commander player, and this is about as close as I can get without opening up MTGO. It has been a blast today, and Jeff, when's the next Hooglandia open?
September 19th. You got a sweet standard deck. Looking forward to rotation. Be sure to check that out. We would love to cast your matches. This is a very great first tournament style to play in, very low stakes, community focused event. We would love to have you play in at some point in the future. We're going to be signing off for the day. Thanks to everybody for watching, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday wherever you're out in the world, and stay safe out there.